All right, good morning, everyone. Hope you're starting off this Tuesday pretty well. It's currently 7:28 on Tuesday, January the 9th. Those severe storms are beginning to push in, and it's going to be a pretty active morning over the next few hours that we're really watching on. The strongest thunderstorms not quite here yet, but it's pretty moderately downpouring over most areas over middle Georgia. We're going to be covering this stuff all morning long over the next few hours until the severe weather threat has just continually subsided. It's totally out of here, so we'll be sticking by your side with this whole system. We do have some also cut-ins that we will be doing about every 20 minutes, where we will take a little bit of a break. But hello, good morning, everyone. Hope you're doing well. If you have any questions, want to chat, say hello. If you're on Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, come say hello. But here's what we've got kind of going on for right now. These are the storms that are beginning to push in. There's nothing severe out there yet. The biggest squall line of the thunderstorms is still kind of near the Georgia-Alabama line, specifically this line that packs the most wind shear that could produce some of those strong, severe storms that could produce damaging winds down the trees, the power lines, but then also produce the potential spin-up tornado that's possible. So what we're really looking at is on a wider view, kind of zooming out here. Most of the severe threat is still out of our viewing area. It's in the Gulf Coast of Florida, southern Alabama. These are severe thunderstorm warnings, but we still do also have a tornado warning that's in the triple point between Alabama, Florida, and southwest Georgia. And we also do have a tornado watch that has now been in place until 2 p.m. tonight. It includes southern counties far south of Macon-Bibb, Sumter County, Dooley, Crisp, Wilcox, Pulaski, Dodge County, and Telfair counties are all under a tornado watch. What this means is the conditions are favorable for tornadoes to be forming until about 2 o'clock today. We have that extra rotation in the atmosphere. Doesn't guarantee that you'll see a tornado, but the conditions, the ingredients are there, and they could come together to produce a tornado. So definitely something you want to keep an eye on, especially for areas south of Macon with that potential for that extra energy. So here's satellite and radar. You can definitely see that strong squall line. It's not quite here in our area yet, but it's just moving across the Georgia-Alabama line, starting to in its northernmost part. And that's going to work farther to the east over the next several hours and be pushing through. And that is really what we're going to be dealing with over the next few hours here. So we've got plenty of time to kind of track this out and show you exactly what is going on. Kind of also getting some extra stuff linked in here. Pulling up the live stream too. Hi everyone. Also, good morning to you, Olivia. Hope you're doing amazing. Do need to get a few things together here, but it's going to be a pretty active morning. Really the biggest timing threats looks to be from about now till 2 o'clock when that strongest line of storms is pushing through. Even outside of the thunderstorms today, we have a really strong pressure gradient with this low tracking to the northwest. We had a high that was pushing off the coast and departing, and between the two where we are, the pressure gradient really picks up. So the winds today, even outside of these thunderstorms, could be gusting up to about 40 miles per hour, really ahead of this line of thunderstorms. So that even could potentially down some trees and power lines. We do have some power outages that are already starting to take place. Nothing too widespread, but these are some of our outages across our viewing area. There's about 39,000 outages in Georgia right now. The most is in Monroe County, Forsyth, with over 1,000 outages right now. And anywhere shaded has at least a greater than 1% outage in their area. So this could be quite an active day. I think this will begin to ramp up, especially as the strongest storms begin to push through over the next few hours. And we could time that out for you. Trying to multitask here at the same time. So let's kind of time this out, some of this for you. So closer to the next about 2 or 3 hours, I think, is when that strongest line of storms starts to push into our western counties, Thomaston, Butler, down towards Americus. This is when the biggest severe threat will be for those damaging winds And out ahead of the line will be these discrete cells. That's going to be the best chance for any of these storms to rotate and potentially produce those tornadoes. But we really do want to see a line come through, because that will be more of a straight line wind threat versus tornadoes. But straight line winds can be just as dangerous and potent as a tornado. So here's 10 o'clock moving across I-75 for the strongest storms. And then it's beginning to push to our eastern counties, Dublin, Eastman, McRae, Sandersville around lunchtime. And then I think it's really all out of here by around 1, 2 o'clock. And then the severe weather threat's over by that point. We'll just have some clouds and some damp ground, hopefully not a lot of damage from some of these storms that'll be pushing through. We definitely do not want to see any of that. So I'll go back to the power outages map. So here's any of those highlighted areas. Those are the ones that do have some outages. I also do have this graphic. We can see how the power outages have tracked over the last several hours. Might take a little bit to load here. It's trying. So here's how our outages have actually tracked over the last several hours. So the timing's down below on your screen. This is last night at around 11 o'clock. Wasn't too many outages. By the time we hit about midnight, 1, 2 a.m., they really began to pick up really over the last several hours. Now that the storms are starting to peak into our area, we're at about 39,000 outages right now. So that number is definitely increasing and could even go up even more when those strongest storms come through over the next few hours or so. So that's something that we really do need to keep an eye on. And we do have the tornado watch, once again, that's issued for the southern counties. I can show you that again. For some of our southern counties, this means the conditions are favorable for severe storms. The ingredients are all there. This doesn't guarantee that we'll see a tornado in these highlighted areas, but the conditions, those ingredients are there that they could come together perfectly to create a tornado, at least until 2 o'clock. And that's for Sumter County, Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, and Telfair counties until 2 o'clock today. We also do have a flood watch that is issued for areas mainly north and west of Macon. This is Upson County, Monroe, Lamar, Butts, Jasper, and Putnam counties until 7 o'clock tonight. This is for those strong storms producing heavy rain that could cause some ponding on the roads. I think everywhere could get some of that localized flooding. Remember to never drive through flooded roads, but that could really cause some overflowing, specifically in the highlighted areas for the creeks, the streams. If you live in a flood-prone area, you may see some of that once these storms barrel through and after the severe weather threat is over. So that's going to be an issue, potentially even after the storms do move out. So you really do want to be careful and never drive through any of those flooded roadways. It doesn't take a lot of water to really lose traction with your vehicle and onto the road. And that's really going to be a big issue. Really, the really biggest issue with this is going to be the winds. Winds will be gusting potentially up to about 40 miles per hour. So here's 8 o'clock. We're out ahead of this line. You know, the line is still right now over about Georgia, Alabama. So we get the wind out of the south, out ahead of the front, and it's very gusty. Winds gusting over 40 miles per hour, even outside of thunderstorms. It's still going to be raining, but these aren't damaging winds, not where we see the strongest damaging winds when you get those severe storms inside the thunderstorms that could produce the 60 mile per hour winds, but out ahead of it, greater than 40 miles per hour over the next few hours. 10 o'clock, still the same thing, near 45 miles per hour. Here comes the line of the strongest storms pushing through. So that's, again, kind of outside of those strong, potentially severe storms. But even after all of this moves through around 6 o'clock tonight, we still kind of get the wind tunnel effect. Winds still be gusting near 30 miles per hour after all the storms are moved out. So it's going to be a very windy day. I don't think we'll have too much of an issue with the winds pretty gusty after the storms have moved out, but still something to keep into account for the day today. So we do have a weather warn day in place. Really the best way to stay weather aware. Let me step off the screen here. If you're on your phone, scan, or I guess if you're on your laptop, get out your phone and scan this QR code. If you're on your phone, just go into the App Store, the Google Play Store, and download the WGXA SkyWatch weather app. It's really quite amazing for telling you watches and warnings. It gives you up-to-date, accurate, fast information for the watches and warnings, specifically where you are. So immediately as the tornado watch was issued at about 7:13, about a half an hour ago, you would have gotten a notification on your phone if you live in some of our southern counties and said, there's a tornado watch that's issued for your area until 2 p.m. It even says it to you, so you don't have to read it. It's really a great tool to have. So scan the QR code if you're on your laptop and you have your phone. You're able to get to the camera, kind of tap, act like you're taking a picture of that QR code and tap the screen on your phone over it, and it should be able to pop up a link from the top, and you can click that. It'll take you right over to the App Store. But otherwise, the weather warning is in place today. Severe storms are likely. Damaging winds inside of those severe storms could be gusting up to about 60 miles per hour. We have a lot of wind energy, so storms are definitely, or tornadoes are possible, especially for those southern counties. But then we also have the risk for the heavy rainfall and the flooding. So far this winter, we've actually been below average. And so this rain's kind of making up for the lack of that, but we have a lot of active systems that will be pushing through over the next few hours. So I've got to do quite one more thing. So let's actually try to go see if we can get a look outside really fast. So I can hear some of the rain. I'm not sure which camera we have up right now, but I'll just pull one out. I think we have over Mercer at this point. So don't pay attention to this up here. This is out over Mercer University. The roadways are definitely wet. You can definitely see the rain beginning to come down over this light right here. That's usually the easiest way to see. So it is pouring outside. If you're heading to work, just stay pretty weather aware. Take it slow. Give yourself a few extra minutes. Nothing severe out there right now, but those winds are gusty. Hey, this stuff just populated 62 degrees. That's above our average high for this time of year. You walk outside, it is wet, it is humid, now up to 63. So it's very tropical outside right now. And these winds, these are sustained winds out of the south-southeast at 22 miles per hour. So those could, again, be gusting outside of the strongest thunderstorms above 40 miles per hour. That could cause some of those trees and power lines to down. So it is going to be a good idea to stay weather aware with all of that. So timing it out once again, really the strongest storms are still right along the Georgia-Alabama border, stretching down towards Panama City, Florida. So that strongest line of storms that produces and packs the strongest chance, the highest chance for severe weather, will be pushing across I-75 around 11 o'clock today. So we still have a few hours of the heavy rain before we get the burst and the best chance of the severe storms to be firing up. And then it's really pushing out of our area around 1 or 2 o'clock today. But that could leave behind with it damaging winds or even an isolated tornado spinning up once again. All right, I'm joining back over to the Facebook because a lot of people have commented, and I've neglected that. Hi, Nisi, how are you? Hi, AJ and Stacy. Hi, Chan. Hi, Sherry. Already lost power in Warner Robins. Wow. Our lights are flickered off here in Juliet. Hi, Olivia. Thank you for tuning in. Hi, Susan. Sharp lightning and wind in Perry. Lightning and thundering in Warner Robins from Patricia. Hi, Bobby. A cow flying through the air. No tornadoes yet. The warnings are mostly to our south and west right now. We don't have anything quite yet, as this is still going to be moving into a more favorable environment the farther east that it moves. So this is a flash flood warning that's for areas of Montgomery in Alabama. The strongest storms are right off the coast, right off the Gulf Coast. Out ahead, they get all this moisture coming up off the Gulf of Mexico. And since we're several hundred miles away from the Gulf Coast, we don't have line doesn't extend as far north as what we would see more typical in the springtime. So right along the coast, that's where they have the biggest severe thunderstorm. Even some of the pink backgrounds, that's usually there for considerable wind damage, maybe even larger hail that could be in place for them. But then they have this one tornado warning that starts in the Gulf Coast of Florida, but is moving northeast, potentially moving towards southwest Georgia. And all these ingredients kind of can ride up along this out ahead of it. But right now, this is really all of our severe weather is south of Albany almost, and it's west, but it's south of Albany as well. It looks like they had another tornado warning that just popped up for them. Just looking at this, kind of being a weather nerd, looking at some of these storms, seeing what it could look like. This is our Doppler winds. This is how the wind structure of the storms really is. And usually when you have the kind of opposite colors right next to each other, that's when you could potentially be getting some rotation in the atmosphere. This is not for us at all. This is down in Florida. But just something to kind of track that we still can as this moves up in our direction. As that tornado warning is out for them, they have the gate-to-gate shear, the kind of winds moving in opposite directions right near each other. That kind of creates that pinwheel effect. And that's what the radar is indicating and why that tornado warning has been prompted for them. So here's kind of that timing once again. If there's something really to take away, it's really 7 a.m., noon, 1 o'clock this afternoon. Tornado threat is there, especially for areas south of Macon. The wind threat is really going to be the big one outside of thunderstorms, over 40 miles per hour. Inside of severe thunderstorms, over 60 miles per hour. Hail's really not a threat with this, but then flooding is also a concern. We have so much moisture outside. You step outside, you can really feel it's just so sticky. We have dew points that are rising up in the upper 50s in the beginning of January. So it's really tropical and moist outside, and these storms can really wring out all of that air in the atmosphere and can just cause some of that flooding in localized areas, poor drainage areas. So definitely do not want to drive still through flooded roadways. We still have a few other minutes until we have our next cut-in. The next cut-in, I think, is at 7:56, so we do have a little bit more time. Well, I will have times over the next hour and 15 minutes where I'll just have the radar up for a few moments, and then we'll kind of come back. But if you didn't see it also, here's that tornado watch once again. Remember, the watch means conditions are favorable. The ingredients are there for tornadoes to potentially be forming until about 2 o'clock for areas highlighted in yellow. We'll have to see if this gets extended farther north, but right now really the most kind of strongest wind energy, that wind shear that creates that rotation, is under all of southwest Georgia, still in portions of Florida and Alabama, but that could kind of skirt up and could get a brief spin-up tornado. Even outside of this watch, it's not out of the question. It's not a non-zero chance that somewhere else doesn't get a tornado, but really the bulk of the energy and the ingredients look to be setting up farther to our south. So really today, till about 1, 2 o'clock is when you want to stay weather aware. But it's starting to rain. It's definitely pouring outside right now, but there's nothing severe for us. Good news, we love to see that. I mean, it is just pouring outside. A few rumbles of thunder here and there, but as this line fills in, take your kind of area by area. Jones County getting the reds on the radar right now. So is Jasper County. So it's just pouring outside, even starting to move in towards Forsyth, Lamar, northeastern Upton County, seeing that red. Usually when you get the reds and the oranges, the radar echoes are really high, and it's usually an indication that it is pouring outside. It's just very heavy downpours of the rain, but notice still that kind of heaviest line, that really dark red, it's right here. That's going to be the strongest storms that'll be pushing through around 10, 11 o'clock across I-75. Even still have a few rumbles of thunder down near Maracus, Vienna, Byronville, Montezuma, having a few rumbles of thunder out there. Some heavy rain. Looks like Sumter County, America is getting a little bit of a break in the rain, but it's going to be picking back up here very soon. A lot of rain, strong storms are waiting in the wings, but still nothing severe for us. So that's really some good news. Really nice to see that. But it is a mess right now. That's down in southern Alabama. So this one specific, this is a severe thunderstorm warning that is in southeastern Alabama. This is a severe thunderstorm warning, has that pink background. So that means it's really a considerable storm. The National Weather Service says this has winds gusting of 70 miles per hour. They're expecting considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, outdoor buildings. So this regular severe thunderstorm warning has winds gusting to 60 miles per hour, but there's levels of severe thunderstorm warnings. This pink background means there could be even larger hail. There's no hail with this system, but it's the winds even stronger, near 70 miles per hour. A hurricane category 1 wind force is 74 miles per hour. So this is really a considerable storm that's pushing through. And again, most of the severe weather is to our south. They have direct access to that Gulf moisture. It doesn't need to move very far. And that's really where they get the extra storm energy to be feeding and just pouring down the rain and to produce this extra dynamics. Is they do have 2 still tornado warnings that are in effect for them. We don't have any tornado warnings in our area. But this first tornado warning has been radar confirmed. But we do not have any tornadoes over us right now. So we're still in the clear for the next few hours. But it's already starting to really pick up. The winds out there are still very gusty. And over the last few hours, I showed that graphic with the timeline of the power outages. They're really beginning to pick up. We're now to over 40,000 outages in Georgia. A few moments ago, Monroe County had the most with over 1,000 outages, now down to 500. Houston County has the most at this time, over 900 outages. Bibb County has about 856. Upson County is the third most, a little over 600. Monroe, you're down to 578. And Lamar County also has about 566 outages. But everywhere that's shaded on here, that's yellow, that's at least 1%, but no greater than 20% outage. And the strongest storms haven't even begun to move through yet. So we'll have to see if hopefully this won't happen, but definitely the threat for power outages today is going to be an issue, along with the flooding rains, the high winds, and potentially that impact for some tornadoes to be spinning through as well. If a tornado does get issued, that's not the case right now, but if a tornado does get issued, what you want to do is you really want to get into the most interior room in your home. You want to put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. The best areas, if this were your home, were to be inside the bathroom, really the hall, the indoor closet, the stairs. Don't want to have any windows in the room, but try to put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. If you have a basement, that's always the best option. You can get underground. That's going to be your best place to go, but otherwise, really just put as many layers between you and the indoors as possible so that you can have as much protection from those high winds that'll be outside. So that's what you really want to do if you're under a tornado warning, which may be the case later today. But I think for most of us, the really big issue will be for those high winds, even outside the thunderstorms, to be damaging, could down those trees, the power lines, but tornadoes, something we're also watching very closely, minute by minute, to give you the most latest information. And again, the best way to really stay weather aware, if you're heading to work, you're not really able to watch all day long. This is not the correct graphic. You want to download the WGXA SKYWATCH weather app. That is going to be your best option. It's really so handy. I genuinely love it because when you have the sound on, it tells you when your warnings are there and in place. And it's just perfect for telling you exactly where the warnings are. It's not overwhelming. It's very easy to use. You put in your spot, it'll say, hey, lightning was detected near your location. Hey, you've got a severe thunderstorm warning over you, take cover. Hey, we've got a tornado watch over your area. Be on the lookout potentially for tornadoes. So it's really great to download that app. It's incredible to just stay weather aware. You really don't even have to lift a finger. It literally tells it from the speaker, the app in its place, and it's just really perfect and nice. Even on a regular weather day, when it's sunny and you're looking kind of like, oh, I'm going to go out Friday night. What do I need to know? Well, the app will be able to tell you that as well. So it goes both ways. Not only great for severe weather, but it's also great for just about everything else. All right, so we do have a cut-in that's coming up. So I will be coming back maybe closer to about 8 o'clock, 8:15, I'm going to say for right now. For right now, we don't have anything severe out there at this time. So I'm going to put up some words on the screen. And I will be back around 8:15-ish for another cut in. All right, hello everyone. We're going to come back a few minutes early since we still have a little bit of these cut-ins. Right now, still no severe weather threat at this time, but if you're just joining us and didn't make it before the previous one, we still do have a tornado watch that is issued for areas in Sumter, Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, and Telfair County until 2 o'clock today. What this means is the conditions are favorable. The ingredients are there for tornadoes to be potentially forming. Not a guarantee that we'll see them, but we're watching for tornadoes to be forming today until around 2 o'clock. If a warning does get issued, that's when it's actually imminent, occurring right then. There could be that potential tornado that could be on the ground. Most of the severe weather is still out to our south and east, but we do have some flood alerts and warnings starting to creep in towards our area as the biggest line of storms begins to push through. We still do, this is kind of where the strongest line of storms is going to be, well, and that's where we're going to see the biggest risk of some flooding. It's going to be right here. It's moving through Noonan, LaGrange, down towards Columbus. As of that's going to be the strongest part of the cold front and the storms that are pushing through. That's going to give us our biggest threat of flooding potentially. And for the high winds, it's even pretty gusty out there right now ahead of these thunderstorms. So really the big threat over the next few hours till about 1 o'clock or so is going to be for down trees, power lines from these high winds, but also going to be the threat of flooding on roadways, ponding on the roads. Never drive through flooded roads. Turn around, don't drown. Also, there could be some overflooding of streaks, of creeks and streams, rivers. If you're in a flood-prone area, you may get some flooding from the system over the next few hours. But the bulk of the severe weather is still out to the south. This one tornado warning has continued to push through. It's holding together. It's in southwest Georgia, just west of Colquitt right now. It's in Early and Miller County, and that's a tornado warning until 8:45 for them. This has moved quite far a distance. But still, even the National Weather Service is continuing to watch specifically this line of thunderstorms right off the Gulf of Mexico. That's where we've seen most of the warnings come through today. And they've been continually shifting them eastward. So these purple backgrounds, that's a considerable severe thunderstorm. These winds gusting over 60 miles per hour, which would, there's kind of different tiers of severe thunderstorm warnings. These ones are even a higher threat than regular ones. They're winds gusting up to 70 miles per hour, so that could cause really some considerable damage. So we kind of differentiate that with the pink background. Again, this is not in our area, but this is just south of us and could potentially be heading our way. As still the strongest line of storms starting to push, again, from that line towards LaGrange, back down towards Columbus. So in terms of the timing, over the next few hours, really it's going to be moving across I-75 over the next few hours. So here's 10 o'clock. That strong line that's up near Noonan, LaGrange, across I-85, pushes towards our western counties over the next about hour or so, hour and a half, over towards Thomaston, Butler, Americus, over towards Montezuma, and then it works farther east, moving across I-75 around 11 o'clock, could be even a little bit earlier, 10:30. For when that strongest line of storms comes through. And it's not a really strong line. We usually, when we get a line of thunderstorms, that's more of a threat for straight line winds, which are just as powerful as tornadoes, but usually the discrete cells out ahead of it is when we could get those rotating storms that could produce the tornado. But the biggest threat for tornado, again, is south of Macon, south of really Dooley County, Pulaski County, Dodge, Telfair, Wilcox, Crisp, and Sumter counties for potentially some of that spin in the atmosphere. It's pushing to our eastern areas around lunchtime, Dublin, Sandersville, Wrightsville. That strongest line of storms packs the biggest flooding potential, the high winds, the frequent lightning, the heavy rain, and then it's really all out of here by around 1, 2 o'clock this afternoon. And the rest of the day, it's just going to be a little bit breezy. The ground will be damp, hopefully not too much storm damage to be cleaning up, but likely going to be left with some flooding after the system does move through. The biggest threat will be for areas north and west of Macon of the flooding in Upson County, Lamar, Monroe, Butts, Jasper, and Putnam counties. There's a flood watch that is issued until 7 p.m., so it's another watch. The conditions are favorable. The ingredients are there for flooding to occur, ponding on the roadways, There's overflowing of rivers. If you live in a flood-prone area, if you don't have any kind of the storm drains cleaned out, easily could flood with all the rain that'll be dropping, potentially up to 3 inches of rain for areas north and west of Macon. The flooding threat does go down the farther south and east that you live as that front kind of loses some energy. Still could get potentially up to 1 to 2 inches of rain for areas kind of in between I-75 and I-16. So it's going to be pretty active with some of these over the next few hours. So I'm hopping back on Facebook. Don't be afraid to come say hello in the chat if you have any questions at all. If you ever want to send us in some pictures also, after these storms move through, don't go outside while it's raining outside or even if the storms are nearby. If you see any trees down, see any flooding, go to wgxa.tv/chime in and send those pictures. We really would love to see them. We could see them on air, online. Really helps us out to kind of get a bigger picture of what's going on. And we'd love to interact with you all. So, hi, Charity. I can't believe some of us want to work. Some of these people want us to work during severe weather. Oh my God, me too. Hi, Michelle. Several roads in Rockdale flooded. Oh, hi, Neil. We will let you know if there's a tornado warning. Right now, there is no tornado warnings. There's no severe warnings out there right now. They're still to our south and east. It's going to be moving. The strongest storms will be moving across I-75, I think, around 10:30, 11 o'clock today, even though it's still raining out there right now. A few rumbles of thunder. Let's actually go out live outside. So this is in Macon right now. Let me see. Maybe I should change it to be the correct thing. So this is Macon, right over us at WGXA. These winds, these are sustained winds out of the south-southeast at 22 miles per hour, gusting up to 40 miles per hour outside of the severe storms if they form, but it's mild outside. It's 63 degrees. Our average high for this time of year is 59. So you walk outside, it is just tropical. It is humid. It doesn't feel like winter. I rolled my window down to get into work and I was expecting to get blasted with cold air, and it's just not cold at all outside. It is so mild. The roadways are wet. Don't think it's quite raining too hard here right now, but those roadways are definitely wet. The strongest storms are still to be coming through. So let's show you what it actually looks like on the radar right now. Once again, really nothing severe. Still the strongest storms just to our west right now. We have a few rumbles of thunder. That's in Bleckley County, just west of Cochrane. Usually when we see the reds and the oranges, that's the sign that we really have the blinding rain that's outside, the really heavy downpours. Most of us are getting more moderates, a lot of yellows, a few oranges embedded in that, even in Macon right now. Still getting, oh, wrong direction. Still getting a pretty good downpour that's pushing through west of downtown Lizella, over towards Rutland. Kind of see this batch of oranges and a little bit of reds right here along 74, crossing over 475. If you're driving in these heavy roads and you don't feel comfortable, definitely can put on your blinkers and drive a little bit slower in the right lane. But if you want to pull over, try to pull, and you're on the highway, try to pull off on an exit ramp. Really not a good idea to pull off on the side of the road on a highway, and you never want to park underneath an overpass. That really is not a smart idea. If there's hail that's falling, I'm not really expecting hail with this, but if you want to kind of wait out the storm while you're driving, don't do it under an overpass. Try to pull off on an exit so that you don't have any kind of the interaction with people that are still trying to drive on the highway. That's really going to be your best option. But once again, there could be some flooding on the roads today. Hopefully that's not going to be the case for many of us, but a good idea to turn around, don't drown. It doesn't take a lot of water on the roads to lose traction, and it's really just not a good idea. A car can get stuck very easily. So if you see a flooded road, don't drive through it this morning or really this afternoon. The flooding could still really be persisting through much of today, but the strongest storms, once again, still just to our west. This line right here, Noonan, LaGrange, down towards Columbus. Notice also the lightning strikes. Usually lightning strikes are a sign of how strong the storms are. There's still not, there's quite a few lightning strikes, but especially the farther south you go, the closer to the Gulf of Mexico that you are, that's when they get a lot more of that lightning. They're very close. They're really tapping into the Gulf moisture. It's not quite making it up far enough north that the line extends all the way up to the low with the severe storms. So, right, we have a few more minutes here before I have to hop off once again, but still a swath of warnings down across Florida, near Panama City in southeastern Alabama, We'll have to see how this plays out. We do have the threat. Once again, it's moving across I-75 around 10:30, 11 o'clock today. For the flooding rains, the lightning, potential for those tornadoes generally south of Macon. However, we will still be watching this. We do have another morning cut in on ABC 16, which you could tune into, of course, but I will need to hop off here so that they can actually use the TV. So that's, let's do another, I'll come back around, maybe let's do 8:45. Let's do 8:45. We'll come back. No severe weather right now at this time. But if you're heading out, be careful of seeing that flooding on the road. And download the WGXA SKYWATCH weather app. It's really such a powerful tool. Go into the App Store, just search up WGXA SKYWATCH weather. You put in where your location is. It will tell you exactly when they happen. It's actually really fast. Sometimes it's faster than my phone about when you get a warning or a watch, specifically right in your area. It'll even say it out loud for you. So it's a really handy way of staying weather aware. And plus, it works on non-severe weather days. If you're ever kind of like, oh, I'm headed out this Friday night. Do I need to wear a jacket? Is it going to rain? Well, it's going to be great for that if you don't see us on air. The app is also great for just everyday options as well. Otherwise, we will be back at around 8:45 for another cut-in. All right, hello everyone. Hello, hello. The storms are pushing in. The rain is here. And let's break it down for you exactly what is kind of going on. So here's the radar right now. We still do have some showers out ahead of this strongest line of storms. This, once again, is that strongest line pushing just east of I-85, Newton, some lightning strikes. That red right there, the really heavy rain, that's really going to be when the strongest storms come through for the threat of the flooding, the power outages, then the high winds, the downing of the trees, and also the biggest threat possibly of some tornadoes for areas that are south of Macon through the day today. So I actually want to go out to where some of these strongest storms really are, just north of us. This is up in Atlanta right now at the Motor Speedway. Definitely it's wet out there on the camera. You can see the raindrops are actually falling. The visibility is pretty low, but also a little bit farther north is where we do have that highest risk of some of the severe weather. This is where the actual rain is beginning to, the heaviest downpours are pushing through for up there with them. So they kind of have the actual line moving through right at the moment. You can see that that wind that was up there was only about 7 miles per hour. So once the actual kind of system's right over top of you, if you don't have any damaging winds from a severe storm, those winds going to be a little bit lower. But really still most of the severe storms right now are to our south. They're across the panhandle of Florida. They have still a tornado warning out there for them. Severe thunderstorm warning embedded in that in Panama City and southeastern Alabama. They're right off the Gulf of Mexico, so they can really tap into that moisture. The thunderstorms begin to weaken the farther up that we go. So usually a sign of how strong the storms are with the lightning strikes. Some of them moving towards Albany, Sumter County, Americus, getting some of the lightning strikes, but still that heaviest line near Columbus, Eufaula. Those lightning strikes are really beginning to pick it up. So we got the flooding issue, we have the tornado issue. We also have issues for power outages. Let's see how they have begun to progress. Still at about 40,000 outages across Georgia. Every yellow shading that you see on here is at least a 1% outage up to about 20%. So still Houston County has the most, almost 1,000 outages right now in Houston County. Bibb County's climbing up there, almost up to 900. Monroe is at 631, Upson at 588, and Lamar still has about 541. But everywhere else has at least a 1% outage for these counties that are shaded. But the power outages have really been picking up through the morning that we've been getting through. Last night didn't really have to worry about a lot. I also have a graphic that shows kind of the timing of all this right now. So this is what it was at midnight this morning. There wasn't quite a ton, but as we got through the kind of overnight hours, the power outages have really ramped up to right now having over 35,000. There's 40,000 outages right now in Georgia right now. So this is kind of a timeline of how the power outages are really picking up, and definitely showing they're up to 46,000 now. A second ago was up at 40. So the power outages are here, potentially could be all day long with how many trees and power lines do come out. This is over the entire state, by the way, so this could include some areas in South Georgia. Especially, they could really be getting hit with the strongest storms right now. But we still do have the tornado watch. This is really going to be our biggest thing that we're watching besides the wind threat today, even outside of thunderstorms. Winds gusting up near 45 miles per hour. Inside severe thunderstorms, 60 miles per hour. But there's also a lot of spindly in the atmosphere. Tornado watch has been posted for Sumter, Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, and Telfair counties until 2 o'clock. So the conditions are favorable. The ingredients are there for us to be watching for a possible tornado to actually form. So we don't have to worry about it at this exact moment, but we're watching for tornadoes to be forming over the next little while. So timing it out, still here over the next 20 minutes or so. It's pushing across our western counties, Thomaston, Butler, Montezuma, Americus, Sumter County. That's when the heaviest storms will be pushing over you. That threat for flooding, the threat for the severe storms, the high winds that could be downing trees and power lines. Around 10 o'clock, it's moving across I-75, Macon, Warner Robins, Perry, down towards Dooley County, Crisp County, Monticello. It's pushing to our eastern areas at around 12 o'clock. Dublin, Wrightsville, Sandersville at lunchtime, you get hit with the heaviest storms. Then it's out of here about 1 or 2 o'clock. So breaking it down, though, especially across I-75, when we get these discrete cells out in front of it, that's going to be the best chance of any of them rotating. But when they're congealed into a line, that's when we get more kind of the straight line winds. Equally, both of them can still be very dangerous and still down trees and power lines. So if we get a warning today, you definitely do want to take it seriously for when that warning is issued. The timing really looks to be about from now until about 1 or 2 o'clock. So still looking on Facebook to say hello to anyone that is here. Hi, Casey. How are you? Hi, Wendy. Hi, Isaiah. How's Swainsboro look? Pretty good right now. Nothing out there quite yet. So still the severe threats are mostly to our southwest. They get right off the Gulf of Mexico. They really have the high winds that pick up down there. We do have a flood warning now that has been posted. So this is where that strong line of storms, this is where the squall line is right now. And so see the red on the radar, it's dumping heavy amounts of rain. You just step outside, it is so tropical out there, it is humid. There's a lot of moisture for these storms to really ring out in the atmosphere. So a flood warning is posted for portions of Upson County for the potential of that heavy downpour that is moving through. The actual warning from the National Weather Service is a flash flood caused by thunderstorms. There could be flash flooding of small creeks, streams, urban areas, highways, streets, and underpasses, as well as other poor drainage areas and low-lying areas. So if you're out on the roads today, if the rain moves through, you see any flooded roads, remember to turn around, don't drown. It doesn't take a lot of water. It's really hard to tell how deep the water is also, so do not drive through flooded roadways. You can really lose traction with your car. And that's the potential to dump a lot of rain, especially for these areas north and west of Macon. Could get potentially 3 inches, maybe even more, as a flood watch is still posted for Upson County, Lamar, Monroe, Butts, Jasper, and Putnam counties. A flood watch is issued, so that means there could be even more flooding when this heavy line will begin to push through. So that's the flooding threat. We have the power outages. Let's also look at kind of how the winds are looking with this system. The radar is really able to dive past the rain, and we're able to see the wind structure of these storms. A lot of it right now is just some straight line winds, but we're able to kind of dive deep into some of these winds, even outside the storm. So here's where the line is. You can still see the line. The red means the winds are moving away from the radar site. Green means moving towards, so it's moving away behind the system. Moving towards behind the system, it's moving away out ahead of the system. So these winds, usually when you get the brighter colors, that's when the winds are even higher and pretty gusty. So right now, this radar in northern Jones County, where you see this yellow color, that's going to be some high winds outside of the thunderstorms. You have no severe weather out here in these counties in Jones County, Jasper, Putnam, Baldwin County, Hancock County, but the actual winds outside of it, very gusty. This radar is indicating this winds could be up to 65 miles per hour. Don't think we're getting that much wind, but it's very gusty outside at this moment. But even with the line of storms that's pushing through, let me go back into this, kind of messed it up a little bit. So you can see kind of where that line is, where the actual strongest storms are. The winds moving towards the radar site are in the green. They're moving kind of, the radar site's up here now, so we kind of get the green means towards, red means away. But we're getting some of the blue, which is a really strong green moving away. So in Butler right now, Taylor County, still kind of getting some strong winds. So let's look directly in front of a where the strong lines are coming through to our closest areas. So this is Thomaston, Upson County, the blues on this radar right now. So that's already showing that the contour is pretty high with the winds. I don't think the winds are quite this gusty. I think the radar's overdoing it a little tiny bit, but the radar's indicating that these winds are very strong, especially right when this front pushes through. That's when they'll be the most strongest, even kind of outside of the severe threat at this time. So I think there was is that a new warning that was issued right there? I think they did another flood warning. Yeah, another flash flood warning. So still just to the north of that area. This now kind of intersects and really touches areas in Butts County. That's Lamar County right here. Another flash flood warning. This is out ahead. There's the main line of that heavy, heavy downpours. So they are expecting there to be more flooding on the roadways. So that's where we really were concentrating our flood warning. But everyone today could see some localized flooding, but especially through areas Forsyth, Monroe County, Butts County, Lamar, northern Upson County, Thomaston, Monticello, and Edenton and Jasper and Putnam counties. You still do have the greatest threat to see some of the highest flooding throughout the day today. But even outside of these storms, the winds are just so strong that we're going to down the power lines, down the trees. This is about around 10 o'clock today. The winds are gusting up to 45 miles per hour. Outside of the thunderstorms, they still could be gusting upwards of 60 in them if the storms turn severe. Even today, after the rain moves out, the winds are still gusty up to 30 miles per hour. So today, the winds are the big threat, and that could cause a lot of travel issues today. If you're out on the roads, probably a great idea to try to stay home for as long as possible today. And if we do get any of those warnings, really still a good idea to be taking it seriously. So one more time with the timing. Let me move back down to this one. A little bit easier to see. So over the next hour or so, it's pushing towards our western counties, especially for some flooding risk in Thomaston, Forsyth, up towards Monticello and Jackson. Still potentially a rotating storm south of Macon towards Cordele. There could be one of them spinning up to potentially produce a tornado. And then by around 11 o'clock, it's pushing across I-75. Those heavy winds are moving through the flooding rains. And then around lunchtime today, it's pushing over towards Dublin, McRae, Sandersville, Wrightsville. And then it's all kind of out of here around 1 or 2 o'clock. So it is definitely going to be pretty active first half of the day today that we were watching. I want to take you back out. So I just showed you those flood warnings that are just south of Atlanta, but Atlanta's getting the heaviest rains right now. So here's those flood warnings. Here's that heaviest line. It just moved through downtown Atlanta. There's that heaviest line that's pushing through. There's no thunder with this, which is a good sign, at least for the severe threat, but the rain, there's just so much rain that's falling with this. It is causing that flash flooding. So looking outside, where did it go? This is out over the Atlanta Motor Speedway right now. So the winds are whipping out there. The camera's shaking. The camera's getting drenched in rain right now. You can still see the lights, but the visibility has gone down significantly when I looked at this a few minutes ago. It is tropical out there. You can see a little car down there on the road. Excuse me. And then it is just downpouring here. So Atlanta Motor Speedway is also getting hit with the heavy downpours that's moving into our area. The strongest line of storms is just knocking on our doorstep, but this is what we're going to expect. The visibility is going to be dropping. The winds are going to be picking up. The rain is going to be blinding. And then we do have that threat for some of those severe storms. But the good news is that still right now, no severe weather in our area, which is always a great news to see. Let's see if we can catch up with some of our power outages. Okay, so now the power outages are still beginning to increase. We're up to 50,000 now, over 50,000, 53,000. Bibb County went back down below 1%, so we're not highlighted anymore, but still Houston County's at least that, but also looks like it's gone down significantly. It looks like Baldwin County now is the one that just had the most outages, has over 1,000 now. I think Monroe County had that a few minutes ago. Closing in on that once again up to about 9:45. Still no areas have at least 20% outage, so that's at least some good news, but several counties this morning are going without power. Jones County, about 650, Upson 546, and Bibb County down to 541, which puts it back under that 1%, but still has about 500 outages in Bibb County for the afternoon as we get towards then. So it is going to get pretty active. Let's get you back outside here, what it looks like over Macon. That is Mercer University. So here's Macon right now. Definitely a lot better than the Speedway was. We can at least see a pretty good distance. We don't have the blinding rain out there right now. The winds are still up there, 22 miles per hour sustained. If you look a little bit harder over the buildings here, you can kind of see the rain that's falling. It's nothing particularly too heavy quite yet, but the roadways are slick and wet. So if you're driving out today, you could see some localized flooding, especially in poor drainage areas. If you live near a creek or a stream, that could also begin to kind of overflood when the heaviest downpours do push through later today. But it's just tropical outside. The air temperature is 63 degrees. We have dew points rising up into the 50s. So it really doesn't feel like the beginning of January. It feels more like a springtime day when it's just tropical and humid outside. But it does not even feel like the beginning of winter with that moisture that has been surging up off the Gulf of Mexico. We have that warm front lifting through. It was raining all night long. Let's look at our rainfall totals so far. So we haven't gotten the heavy downpours specifically yet. So this is most of the rain that fell since midnight. So far, Edenton has been the most at about 3/4 of an inch. Plains, a little bit under that. Gray's at about 1/2 inch, and everywhere will be underneath of that. But these numbers could really surge up, especially for areas north and west of Macon. We have those flood watches and flood warnings that are just outside our viewing area. Could see areas like Forsyth and Thomaston, Monticello, Jackson, potentially 2 to 3 inches of rain after that heaviest stuff moves through over the next hour or so. Areas south and east about 1 to 2 inches, but still could cause some localized flooding. So that's looks like it's gonna be a big concern for that, in addition with those high winds that is moving through at this time. So we're still watching all that. Let's go back to the radar to show you what's still going on. We still do have the flood warnings, the flash flood warnings for areas just north of our viewing area. It does include very small portions of Upson County. So there's the flash flood warnings. Boom, boom. And then is that warning for us? We have a warning potentially. It might just be, no, it's just for, oh my God, okay, yeah, forgot about that. So we definitely need to do that. I'll let you do that, Gary, okay? So we did just get a new warning that was close to us, but it's down in Sumter County. So you guys can, if you're in the back, you can change it over to max 1 so that we can get live on TV also. There you go. So we will be back in just a minute. Gary will have an update about what is exactly going on. Just give us a minute.
Well, good Tuesday morning, everyone. 8:56 is our current time, and yes, it is a weather-worn day here at WGXA. The entire SKYWATCH weather team is here, and we are on social media, all of our channels, YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, doing live updates periodically as well. Looking at Mercer University from Mercer University right now, looking westward, you can see the clouds out there, the wet roadways with all the rain we got. Winds are coming in out of the south at 23 miles per hour. Looking at our current radar now, you can see moderate to heavy rain all across middle Georgia, Milledgeville, Macon, down toward Warner Robins, Montezuma. That is moderate rain. Off to our west, we're still watching the main squall line that is approaching middle Georgia as we speak, about to move in the Thomaston area. Notice we've already got some flood warnings in effect here for some very heavy rain going on to our north there near the Thomaston area and northward. Let's put this radar in motion now over the last 6 hours, and you can see very heavy rain falling across middle Georgia, and there is the squall line right there we were talking about. Once that squall line clears our area, our chances of severe weather will be dropping pretty quickly. But again, along that squall line, we could see some very heavy rain, gusty winds, frequent lightning, also gusty winds, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour are possible. And again, we still can't rule out a brief tornado. Looking at level 2, level 3 all across middle Georgia for the potential of strong to severe storms. And again, I think that will be mostly up until lunchtime. After lunchtime, I think our severe threat will be shifting more to the east. We still have a wind advisory all over middle Georgia until 1 o'clock tomorrow morning. And still looking at that tornado watch down here in some of our southern counties in this yellow shaded area. And looking at current winds, we're looking at winds out of the south about 25 to 30 miles per hour gusty now. We could see gusts as high as 40 plus miles per hour as that squall line moves through. So keep that in mind. Still looking at that flood watch in some of our northern counties until about 7 o'clock this evening.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome back. We now do have some severe weather that is starting to creep into our area. This is for areas in Taylor County and portions of Sly County as well. The National Weather Service wording is that, oh, I cannot, what happened to my screen? Okay, yeah, so the National Weather Service says a severe thunderstorm was located along a line extending from Newval to Lumpkin to near Springvale, moving northeast at 80 miles per hour. So these storms are just barreling through right now. Winds are gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Expect damage to roofs, sidings, trees. If you live in Taylor County, in Butler, you have the actual warning that is over top of you. Winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour. Rupert along 19 just south of Butler right now. Does include portions of Sly County as well and Ellaville. And it's nearing into Sumter County. On each side of you in Sumter County, you have a severe thunderstorm warning around you. Not quite at you yet, but likely could get something extended your way. So the main reason for this is for very strong winds right now. Still seeing pretty powerful winds. So with the radar, it's able to really dive past the rain. We can see the wind structure of the storm. The green means moving away from the radar site. Green means moving towards, red means away. So the green means towards, but notice the stronger the winds moving towards the radar site, it starts turning into blue. So when you see the blues, that means the winds are really beginning to pick up. And really the bulk of this, the radar is saying these winds could be gusting up to about 80 miles per hour. I don't think it's quite that strong, but in Rupert right now, really can zoom in close to Rupert. Just south of Butler. Kind of getting some of these blues over here. These winds are gusting near 50 miles per hour, so you're under the warning right now. Not a lot of lightning with this, but it's definitely the flooding rains. And these winds are really going to be the worst part, around 19, 137s right here. So these winds could be really downing the trees and the power lines, so likely still going to be getting some power outages, but even areas close to this, still getting some issues. So this is really close to Macon County, but still in Dooley County right now, Sumter County. We're still seeing some of these blues and nearing the greens. So these winds, even outside the severe thunderstorms, are still packing a pretty strong punch. But that one severe thunderstorm warning that is in place for portions of Taylor, Sly counties stays until effect for about the next 35 minutes until 9:45. It's 9:10 right now, so it's pretty active out there this morning. Let's keep going back to outside to show you what exactly. First, I'm going to show you back up to the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Still, most of the heaviest rain has moved out. It's moving across I-75 McDonough. Still have that flash flood warning. That's just north and west of our area. That does include slight portions of Upson County as well. So these are for flash flooding, ponding on the roads, creeks, streams, rivers beginning to overflow. And this is what it looks like outside right now over the Atlanta Motor Speedway. Still have the gusterly southwesterly wind, about 16 miles per hour. That strongest line has pushed through Atlanta. So they're going to start getting winds to shift more out of the west. It looks better than it did when we last looked at it here. The visibility is lifted. We're not getting quite the blinding rain right now. Still having some heavy downpours that are pushing through up there. But it is looking a little bit better. It's not shaking as much. The camera's still a little shaky, but it's not as bad. So those strongest winds have most likely pushed out of the Atlanta Motor Speedway, but they're still on the way. Really, these winds is what we're going to need to be talking about, and then the flooding after the rain begins to push out. So let's look back at the velocity data once again. So this is what it looks like on a wider level. Here's our radar site. So the winds and the colors all have to do with the direction. So green means moving towards, red means moving away. But this is a very active system. The winds are really strong here. After the green, that's when it goes to blue for stronger winds, and after the red, it starts moving towards the yellow and the oranges. So these winds out there are really gusty. You see the line still of the strongest storms just about to cross into our area. Here's Butts County, Monroe County. It's pushing through Lamar County right now. starting to push over towards Thomaston. That's where the heaviest downpours are, and it continues right down through here. You kind of see that line straight all the way down towards Eufaula. So we do have that one severe thunderstorm warning, flash flood warnings. These yellows and the oranges, that's very strong winds moving away from the radar site. These blues, very strong winds moving towards the radar site. So it's very gusty even outside of these storms that are pushing through. And we do have that one severe warning that is in place. I'm also going to go ahead and look at some more of the Facebook comments. Feel free to come say hi at Facebook. Tell me where you're watching from. If you have any questions, anything you'd like to say. Hi Melvin, how are you? Hey Livy again. I know I walked outside to look and the wind blew my storm door right out of my hand, causing it to slam shut. That's the only bad thing here in Juliet. Well, definitely be careful today. When did your power went off? And it just started. Hi Eddie, no power on Rumble Road in Monroe County. Wow. Hi Angie, no power in Gray. Hearing thunder in Byron. Let's go ahead and look at the power outages again then. Power outages definitely could be a main concern right now with these high winds. The number of outages continues to climb. They were at 40,000. The last time I checked, I think they were about 53,000. Now we're into the 60s, 65,000 right now. So that strong line starting to push into our western counties. It was right along the Butts County edge. It was moving through Lamar County and in towards Upson County and then moving down like this. So we already are noticing that line beginning to push through. Lamar County is now above 20%. It's that darker shade. And they have the most, almost 3,000 outages in Lamar County. So this is just the start of it. Luckily, Butts County still doesn't have anything right now, but that's where the line is beginning to push through. So we'll probably be able to see the transition of this beginning to push through, the colors becoming darker. Luckily, Thomaston still is about under 20% in Upson County, but Baldwin County did have still over 1,000. Monroe County nearing that, likely going to be having more with the heavier storms just about to push through. Jones County about 684 and Bibb about 540. So once again, even outside of the power outages though, we still do have that tornado watch that's issued for southern counties, Sumter County, Crisp, Dooley, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, and Telfair counties until 2 o'clock. This means the conditions are favorable for tornadoes to be forming. The ingredients are there. Nothing's there quite yet, but we're watching for tornadoes to be forming until around 2 o'clock today. We need the storms the peak timing really could be over the next few hours out ahead of this frontal system, or out ahead of that squall line that's pushing through. That's when you usually get the biggest rotation, the greatest chance of the rotation as well. But flooding will continue to be a concern also. Still have the flood watch that is issued for portions of Upson, Lamar, Monroe, Butts, Jasper, Putnam counties until 7 o'clock. Could cause the ponding on the roads. So if you're driving today, really everyone could see some kind of ponding or extra overflowing and flooding in poor drainage areas. Reminder to turn around, don't drown, don't drive through flooded roadways. Doesn't take a lot of water to literally lose track of your car and the traction. So here's what we're tracking right now. Satellite and radar still. The strongest storms are just pushing into our area. It's just knocking on our doorstep in Butts County and then extending all the way down into the Gulf of Mexico. The biggest still severe threat is right at the coast where they really can get all the Gulf moisture to be pushing through. So there's still a little bit of some rain that will be behind the strongest storms, but at that point I think most of the severe threat will be out of here once that heaviest downpour pushes through. And then some colder air will be wrapping around the system for tomorrow. It's going to be a chilly day tomorrow. Even though it feels a little bit like mild spring tropical today, it's really going to be feeling like winter tomorrow. And we'll have to see what will be left in its wake. So looking out at the radar once again, and we're going to go back to that severe thunderstorm warning where we still do have this in place for portions of Taylor County, just south of Butler, for those winds gusting 60 miles per hour that can down the trees, can down the power lines, and cause some of those power issues that will be pushing through. And with the storm pushing through, this is moving pretty quickly. The National Weather Service said this was moving at about 80 miles per hour. The actual storm itself was moving at northeast at about 80 miles per hour. So let's go ahead and put a little bit of a tracker on this to see exactly where this storm could be going and a timeline of what it could be looking like here. So here's kind of those strongest storms: Butts County, Lamar County, Thomaston, Upson County, and down farther south and west. We can put a little bit of a tracker out on this. It's moving at about 80 miles per hour. So these storms are really barreling through. Put a little bit of a tracker out on this with those strongest thunderstorms. Put it over about the next hour or so. So here's some of the timelines of getting some of those strongest storms that is pushing through. This is a very wider scale. So this is just in general. Muzella at around 9:24, Monticello 9:28, Lizelle at 9:34, Macon at 9:41, Byron at 9:50, Milledgeville at 9:54, Warner Robins at 9:57, Hawkinsville at around 10:10, and Rochelle at 10:16. So that's kind of the generic large storm, but let's actually dive a little bit deeper to show that specific severe thunderstorm and track that one out specifically to where that could really be, because that's really the strongest system that we're watching right now that does have some frequent lightning that is beginning to strike. You can see the storms are kind of pushing up like this. They're kind of going directly up to the north and east at ahead of this line. So quickly, I'm going to hit now. So here's kind of that strongest portion of it over the next 35 minutes or so, kind of moving northeast. Kind of some of the paths with this severe thunderstorm over the next 35 minutes or so. Doyle at 9:27, Rupert at 9:33 for the heaviest part of the specific severe thunderstorm warning with the strongest rain. Taylor County, PS at 9:35, Ideal at 9:39, Marshallville at 9:51, Peach County High School at about 9:54. That is pushing through. So that's really the heaviest downpours in that severe thunderstorm warning that's pushing up to the northeast. And right now, still the severe thunderstorm warning is only for areas in Taylor County until 9:45 for the potential of damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour that downs those trees, down those power lines. But even if you're not in this warning right now, the winds are very gusty outside, gusting up to about 40 miles per hour. That could do some damage quite in and of itself. Let me see if I can find a graphic that shows some of our wind gusts. See what this might be showing with this coming through. So here's some of our wind gusts that are out there currently. You can see where the line of the storms really is peeking through, that squall line that's pushing through with the heaviest downpours. And these are our wind gusts and in their direction. We're getting them out of the south, 38 miles per hour gusts in Warner Robins, 40 in Cochrane, 46 in Hawkinsville and Vienna, 45 miles per hour in Thomaston, 32 in McRae, about 23 in Wrightsville, 43 in Macon. So these winds are gusty out ahead of the line of the storms, gusting up near 45 miles per hour. That could cause some damage in and of itself, but they really will begin to pick up, especially when this line moves directly over top of you. So when does that actually happen? It's going to be pretty quickly now. It's going to be rather quickly when these storms are actually pushing over top of us. So let me click now. So here's the storms right here. That's going to be the heaviest downpour. Here's portions of that severe thunderstorm warning. There's still a lot of heavy downpours also over Americus right now, even seeing some reds over Montezuma towards Sumter County. So you have a lot of the heavy downpours too at this time, but Here's where this line is. It's right here. About an hour ago, it was about there. And find the distance kind of between the two. It's been about moving about 30 miles per hour specifically with this larger line that is in. It's moved about 30. Looks like it is picking up a little bit of some speed. So then if we do about 35, still some of the areas in the path of this over the next hour. Jackson about 9:24, about a minute away from the heaviest downpours if you don't already have it. Monroe County Middle School at about 9:34, Forsyth at 9:35. Juliet at 9:46, Monticello at 9:51, Bolingbroke at 9:57, Macon County at 10:18, and Macon County High School at 10:23, Montezuma at 10:22. So this has some of those heaviest downpours of exactly what's going through right here. We can hear the rain starting to come down on the rooftop right here. So really the heaviest downpours still right now. A lot of reds on the radar. Americus, Montezuma, over towards Butler. Still got that heaviest line right there. So lots of heavy downpours still on here. A few rumbles of thunder also. Let's still look at the winds again because the high winds is going to be that really big threat with the severe thunderstorm warning with those winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour. So the green means the wind's moving away from the radar site. The brighter greens, the higher the winds. As they get towards more of that blue color, that's even higher. So right near Rupert right now, winds gusting up to about 30 miles per hour. It's not as intense as it was a few minutes ago. It looks like most of the heavy winds are a little bit farther south towards Sly County, even into Americus. Like you're still getting a lot of these heavy winds. Right now, Plains, Leslie, you see some of the blues here. So this is more of the stronger winds that are moving away from the radar site. 50 miles per hour. Right over Americus, about 23. The radar's indicating near Plains, more up towards 60. So here's Rupert again. So we're still getting that heavy downpour though. Let's see if we can, what the radar is indicating the potential the rainfall rate could be. So I pinged this area right here, east of Rupert. Rainfall about almost 2 inches of rain an hour. So that's pretty good downpour that's moving through, but especially just to the west. Let me kind of ping the area farther over west. I pinged right over here. This rain, the radar's indicating over 5.5 inches of rain. So that's really some heavy downpours that's pushing through with that heaviest line that could cause some flooding and other issues. And then, yeah, so it's a pretty active day. Rainfall totals, Edenton's really beginning to pick up here. This is since midnight. That is over an inch in Edenton. Gray is about 3/4 of an inch now. Really going to begin to pick up, moving from west to east with those storms that are pushing through. So let's go back to that power outage graph once again. Let's see how that's really moved. Still at about 65,000. Doesn't look like it's updated quite yet. Updated at 9:20, so it should update again around 9:35, I think, or at 9:30. But it's definitely a very active day with these storms that are moving through. We still have the one severe thunderstorm warning that's in place till 9:45 for Taylor County, portions of Taylor County. We have that two flash flood warnings that just clip Upson County, but also just north and west of our viewing area, just north and west of Butts County. So that line is now beginning to push in. The heavy downpours is now pushing in to some of our county, into Butts County, starting to push into Monroe County. You see this swath of red. That's going to be that strongest flooding potential, the highest winds, a few rumbles of thunder here and there. This goes down from Jackson, just north of Forsyth. So I-75, right near High Falls State Park and that exit, it is pouring outside right now. Jackson, 1 or 2 rumbles of thunder, the same down there. It's moving down further more towards Thomaston, just north of Culloden, that really dark red Yatesville. This is moving towards Forsyth, moving closer towards Bolingbroke. Here's Muzella and Crawford County. And we're going to kind of keep following this red. Thomaston, definitely in the brunt of it now. The reds, the oranges on the radar, very heavy, high winds, even a few rumbles of thunder. And then here's Upson County, Thomaston. Here's Crawford County, or here's Taylor County, here's Crawford County. Roberta, still getting a pretty moderate downpour, a few rumbles of thunder, but towards Taylor County, here's that heaviest downpour, starting to push into western Taylor County. And kind of following it all the way farther south. Still just west of Sumter County. Still rumbles of thunder that's pushing through, and that's going to have the heaviest, the rain, the highest potential for those severe storms to be producing the damaging winds. There's even a severe thunderstorm warning from just south of Sumter County. So this is, here's Sumter County in Americus. This severe thunderstorm warning, it extends all the way down towards the Gulf Coast. There's a severe thunderstorm warning from here to here. You can just see the immense amount of lightning. There's even still a few tornado warnings down near Panama City and Florida. So that's some great news that we're not getting that. You can see just how much more lightning. They're so much closer to the coast. They have a lot more moisture to work with. The dynamics are a little bit better down there right along the coast. For us, though, that is extending pretty up far and into our direction also. So likely still going to be getting a few warnings kind of pop out. As these systems move farther east, we're still worried about flooding. Those high winds, even outside the storms, power outages, and that threat for a few tornadoes that are possible for Sumter County, Dooley, Crisp, Pulaski, Wilcox, Dodge, and Telfair counties until 2 o'clock today. But really still some pretty heavy downpours, even some heavy downpours in Crawford County right now. Still seeing a little bit of some reds. Downpours just south of Roberta Reynolds, just about to push near Fort Valley. This isn't the heaviest squall line with it yet, but still seeing a really good downpour over Marshallville, Macon County towards Montezuma. Kind of stretching farther south, just west of Byronville. That kind of swath of red, that's going to be that high, those high rainfall totals. And kind of looking back at the winds again, really, it's these winds really out ahead of the storm. Jasper, northern Jones County, Monroe County, here's that line of the strongest storms. Out ahead of it, we're getting the winds out of the southwest, and those are gusty near 40, 45 miles per hour. Juliette, Gray, Monticello, Edenton, Forsyth, Bolingbroke, Milledgeville. All seeing this yellow, that's the really strong on the red. So Oconee National Forest, all of these winds are very gusty out even ahead of the strongest line of storms. Still getting some greens. Here's the radar sites, so we're kind of getting the reds moving away in that direction. Not quite as strong down here, but still very powerful. Also some still really strong winds. There's that heavy downpour. That's where the main squall line is. And those winds right in here. The greens moving towards the radar sites, they're kind of moving like this. And the blues are a stronger green. So these winds are very, very active, causing a pretty good amount of issues that is pushing through. Okay, so our power outages once again did just update. Let's see if there's anything pretty significant. So Johnson County looks like it just had a really bad outage. It's up to about 3,000 outages. Not sure exactly what percentage that could be. That could be potentially over 80%, probably in the 60 to 80% range. In Johnson County, there are over 3,000 outages, up to about 67 now, 67, almost 68,000 across all of Georgia. Bibb is back into some color, but Lamar County now up to about 26,000 with that push and that line moving through. Jones County now is up to about 1,500. Baldwin County nearing 1,300. And Lawrence County now is getting onto the power outages. Over 1,000 outages there as well. You've been hearing a few rumbles of thunder over the station. So power outages definitely a concern the farther into today that we do go. Looking back at the Facebook comments really fast just to see how everyone's doing. Hi, Ricky. Bad wind and lightning in Dooley County. Definitely. Glad you're staying safe. No power for Gray. Is it coming through Warner Robins? It will be very soon over the next, probably about the next hour and a half with those strongest storms. But it is a very active day weather-wise right now. Very, very active. So Forsyth, really, you're in the bullseye of this right now. Forsyth and Butts County and Jackson. Forsyth, you're right on the edge of that heaviest downpour. So the winds are really picking up here. You're about to get the blinding rain. If you're driving along I-75 in some of this heavy rain, really not a great idea to pull off. If you're on the highway, never go and park under an overpass waiting for storms. Waiting out for storms. You really want to pull off on an exit ramp. That's going to be your best and your safest option. So here comes some of that heavy downpour and that rain that is moving through. It's just downpouring. Even Crawford County right now. Roberta, you got a lot of reds as well along 341. Let's go back outside. So this is over Macon. The rain is still coming down. You even can see a little, it looks like there's a little bit of debris in the street right there from some of these trees, potentially. I don't know, I'm not sure if that was there before. And then we can switch out actually over Mercer. Definitely easier to see the rain here. The ground is slick. Doesn't look like there's a lot of torrential downpours at this current moment. And then it's still really tropical outside. Winds are temperatures are in the mid 60s. Winds are still sustained to 21 miles per hour. So it is gusty, it is wet, potentially flooding. Still not a lot of power outages here in downtown, it looks like. But it is a very active day.
Did you switch over to my site?
No, I can't. I will switch over.
All right. Let's give meteorologist Ryan Mirando a breather for a minute. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch over to my computer and we're going to readjust everything that's going on across Middle Georgia as we speak. First off, it's a weather warn day across Middle Georgia. And again, that's because we're going to be dealing with this threat for those strong to severe storms. Again, severe storms are likely. We do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Damaging winds with these thunderstorms of 60 miles per hour. And we're still watching for the possibility of some tornadoes. But I really think over the next couple of hours, it's going to become a heavy rainfall and flooding issue for most of Middle Georgia. First off, the tornado watch. It's mainly for our southern counties until 2 p.m. And again, this is what we're going to be watching. Sumter County, you get Dooley County, Crist County, Pulaski County, Wilcox County, Dodge County, and Telfair County. And the National Weather Service just sent out an update, and we are likely going to see this extended off towards the east. So just a heads up on Montgomery and Wheeler County. We could see that extended over into Lawrence County as well, but that's until 2 p.m. And the main issue with this event is the tornado threat's going to stay to the south of us, but we're all going to be dealing with the threat for heavy rainfall and those gusty winds. So again, it's now through about 1 p.m. for most of middle Georgia. That's when we're going to be talking about the greatest impacts. Tornado threat, it's about a level 2. Wind's going to be the main concern, and we've actually increased that flooding threat because we are seeing those rainfall totals rapidly increase. But here it is. Here is the overall setup. That brighter line of red that you see, that is the actual squall line, or the QLCS. This is where we're going to be dealing with that potential for those damaging winds. Can't rule out a few isolated tornadoes, but I'm telling you, the tornado threat's mainly across southwest Georgia, and that's where we thought it would stay today. But again, very heavy rainfall all across middle Georgia right now. You're seeing the lightning along with the heavy rainfall. We got gusty winds not associated with these thunderstorms. They've been gusting 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 miles per hour, and that's starting to produce those power outages across much of middle Georgia. But again, along 75, there's a new severe thunderstorm warning right now, so we'll look at that. Mirando, if you can push that out for us, it is going to include portions of Crawford County, Peach County, Houston County, Macon County, as well as down into Dooley County and Sumter County. And again, it's going to be associated with this line that's going to continue to push off towards the east. And again, big picture, that's where you're seeing all the tornadoes down across southwest Georgia as well as the Florida Panhandle. That's where the better dynamics for tornadoes are. But for us in middle Georgia, this is where we're dealing with that heavy rainfall. And again, we'll go ahead and zoom in and see what's going on. If you give me the specifics on that warning, Mirando,
Yeah.
and just how long does it go to?
It goes until 10:30. A severe thunderstorm. We're located in a line extending from Wesley Church near Rupert to Leverett, moving east at 55 miles per hour, and that's in place until 10:30.
All right, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll start putting some storm tracks on some of these more intense storms. Again, this is the storm coming out of Taylor County heading over into Crawford County. This will likely head into southern portions of Bibb County. So again, over the next 45 minutes or so, just giving you some points of interest. Taylor County Primary School, about 9:46. You got the Silver Dollar Motorsports Park, that's going to be about 9:53. Fort Valley, about 10:11. Peach County High School, about 10:15. And Powersville, that's going to be about 10:19. And again, notice all these locations, these times are approximate. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings produce winds of 60 miles per hour in these locations. Go ahead and just make the precautions. Be in your safe place, into your room, away from windows, lowest floor, of course. And we always say manufactured homes are a great place to live, but they provide no protection when it comes to the threat for severe weather. So that's what we're going to be watching. I'll zoom back out just a little bit just to continue to give you a general idea as we're going to be watching this band of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms. And again, winds 60 miles per hour with these storms, maybe even some hail with some of these storms. But again, it is just a mess. We got very heavy rainfall, lightning, gusty winds all across middle Georgia. I'll pull, what I'm going to do, I'm going to track the entire line for you now. And again, the line is moving about 50 miles per hour off towards the east. We'll extend that out as we do that, and that'll give you a general idea that over, let's correct that. That's a bad draw. I'm sorry about that. But here we go. We'll try that again. Stretching from Taylor County and Crawford County down back towards Sly County as well as Sumter County. And again, as we look out over the next really couple of hours, we're going to be seeing this really overspreading much of the area. So how fast is that line moving, Mirando?
I think they said it was moving at about 55. They
All
said
right.
moving east at 55 miles per hour for that severe
On my
storm.
system, it was at 15, so that's why I wasn't getting an
Oh,
accurate reading on that
yeah.
one. So there we go. So we've got that corrected. We'll get back to that. And now we'll draw and get you a better idea on these timings as far as the overall line. So over the next hour or so, these are the locations that, we'll go 50 minutes, the main locations that will be impacted by this line. And again, damaging winds are going to be the main concern. You got Taylor County Primary School about 9:44, Georgia Southwestern State University about 9:55, Macon County Elementary School at 9:58, Montezuma 10 o'clock, Peach County High School approximately 10:07. Buc-ee's, everybody knows where Buc-ee's is along Interstate 75. Looks to be about 10:14. Then you get down into Houston County High School about 10:19. And then you see Chris County High School and Chris County Middle School approximately 10:30 and 10:32.
They just
And again,
extended some
this
of
is that line
tornado watch.
continuing to push off towards the east. Do what?
They just extended the tornado watch farther north. It does come into Bibb County now.
All right, so we'll go back and look at that. The tornado watch has been extended off towards the north, and here we will look at that. So again, that's what we're going to be concerned with. New tornado watch, actually extended, now does include Bibb County as well as the city of Macon, Jones, Baldwin County, up towards Washington County as well, Hancock County, Wilkinson County, we're going to see Twiggs County, back towards Crawford County and Taylor County, and all of our counties down towards Lawrence. So again, tornado watch has been expanded. A tornado watch means conditions are favorable for the threat of tornadoes, and that is what we're seeing across Middle Georgia right now. So now that we have this, most of Middle Georgia now under a tornado watch until 2 p.m. And again, we'll be watching this very carefully. Going back to the actual radar, where we're dealing with those severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, that's what we're going to be dealing mostly with today is severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, here is the actual line of strong to severe storms. It's pushing through Butts County, heading over into Jasper County as we speak. Very gusty winds likely with this storm. Northern Monroe County stretching back through Lamar County, Upson County. And then you get down towards the south, and that's where we're actually dealing with that severe thunderstorm warning. And it's a very large severe thunderstorm warning encompassing multiple counties. It does include portions of Crawford County, Taylor County, back towards Sly County, Sumter County, Macon County, Dooley County, western portions of Houston County, and all of Peach County. And it butts up right to the city of Macon, or should I say Bibb County. And that's where we're going to be watching for the potential for those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. Again, we'll zoom in along this line and show you where some of these stronger wind gusts are. That's what we're going to be mainly concerned with this storm. Not seeing too much in the way of rotation, so that is certainly some good news. But over the next 45 minutes, with this stronger cell coming out of, say, portions of Taylor County, we got the CKB Motocross Park, Peach County High School, K Road Elementary School, about 10:22, Rutland High School at 10:28, and again, that gets you into southern Bibb County. We will see if this warning does get extended, but it's kind of what we are expecting. Just going to see these warnings continuing to be issued off towards the east. Again, if you step outside today, the winds are howling, and these are non-thunderstorm winds. This is what we've been talking about, those pressure gradient winds, and the wind advisory has actually been extended until 1 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's even once the storms are past, it's going to be a very windy day across much of Middle Georgia. Here are our current wind speeds and directions. Notice they're mainly out of the south, anywhere from 15 to 23 miles per hour, as high as 30. And again, these are sustained winds. That means they are gusting higher. And over the next couple of hours, we could see gusts 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour. This is like being in a tropical storm. Tropical storm force winds start about 40 miles per hour. Wind gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. This is why we're starting to see those power issues and some reports of some trees down across much of Middle Georgia. Power outage index, that's what we're going to be watching as it continues to increase. Statewide, approximately 67,000 meters without power across Middle Georgia. We're starting to see the numbers increase, and as that line pushes off towards the east, we will continue to see these numbers increase. But right now, it looks like Lamar County has over really 20% of the county is without power, to approximately 2,600 customers without power. Johnson County, you get into 2,500. Baldwin County, over 1,800. And then get down into Jones County, about 1,500. So again, we are expecting this to continue to increase as we head through the next couple of hours. Rainfall totals. We've dealt with about an inch of rain in a lot of locations so far. The next couple of hours until this event is over, an additional 1 to 3 inches of rain likely across much of middle Georgia. And I really think by the end of this, the rainfall could be the main issue for us across middle Georgia, as we're going to see some isolated flash flooding. Driving in a while ago, a lot of water on the roadways. Make sure you are being careful out there. The ditches are running full. All that's going to run into our local rivers and streams. And over the next couple of days, we'll certainly see the Flint River, the Ocmulgee River, and the Oconee River likely going to be rising fast. So do keep that in mind if you live near those rivers. You have that flood watch in effect from Putnam County, Jasper County, Butts County, Lamar, Monroe, and portions of Upson County. And again, a flood watch, that's until 7 p.m. We could likely see this expanded as we head throughout the day, and that lighter shade of green you see, those are actual flood warnings that we've seen issued back along the Interstate 85 corridor. So that is what we're dealing with right now. I'll give you a radar of what we're going to be dealing with the next couple of hours. By 10 a.m., it looks like the core of that line really approaching the 75 corridor. And anywhere within that line, that's where we're going to be dealing with those stronger wind gusts, with those thunderstorms. But also, there's a lot of shear, and that's really essentially spin in the atmosphere. The way the wind changes direction and speed as it moves up through the atmosphere. And that's where we're watching. There are some areas of rotation, but nothing too concerning right now. But if the Weather Service thinks one of those areas of rotation could produce a tornado, I'm sure we could see a tornado warning across portions of middle Georgia. 10, 11 o'clock, the storms are moving through middle Georgia, stretching from really Hancock County and Putnam County down towards, say, Irvington, as well as going to be near really Bleckley. And then you get down towards Cochran and Hawkinsville, and then down towards Cordell. And notice by noon, most of the activity is off towards our east. This is the end of the severe weather threat. As soon as the line pushes past your location, the threat will be over, but you're still going to be dealing with wind. You're still going to be dealing with rain as we head through the afternoon hours, and that's going to be our main concern. Again, very windy conditions. The grounds are getting saturated as well, so it won't take much to bring down trees across much of middle Georgia. So that is what we are dealing with right now. Just recapping, Tornado Watch recently has just been expanded to include most of middle Georgia. That does include areas from Macon and Bibb County off towards the south. Warner Robins, all of Houston County, you're included. It stretches up towards Milledgeville, Sparta, over towards Sandersville, Wrightsville as we head over towards Johnson, and then down towards Treutlen County, Lawrence County. You're included in this Tornado Watch as well. As soon as the line passes by, I would not be surprised to start seeing some of these counties whittled away from the watch. So it's going to be a quick hitting system, but it's going to be a very active system as we head through the next couple of hours. Again, main concern is going to be the wind threat and the flooding threat, especially as the storms come through, an additional 1 to 3 inches on some locations that have already gotten an inch of rain since midnight. We will look at some of those rainfall totals right now. And again, Eatonton, you're over an inch, Gray 3/4 of an inch. And as that rainfall continues to intensify, this rainfall total will rapidly increase across much of middle Georgia. Again, this is Macon. This is actually looking for Mercer University. We're looking off towards the west, towards Lake Tupbasofkee. South-southeast wind about 23 miles per hour. You notice our camera is shaking. And then that's just those very gusty winds, heavy rainfall. There are people out and about this morning. I know most schools across middle Georgia are either virtual learning or not in session. That's certainly some good news. That cuts down on a lot of traffic on the roadways, but it's just one of those days. 65 degrees outside. Last night when I was doing the 11 p.m., we were in the 40s, and we were talking about how fast the atmosphere was going to change as we head through the overnight hours. That warm front has moved north. It has brought this warm, unsettled air or unstable air into middle Georgia, and that's why we're dealing with the threat for severe storms today. Damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. Some tornadoes will be possible, and again, heavy rainfall and flooding. And again, if you don't have the WGXA SkyWatch weather app, you can scan the QR code on your screen. It will automatically take you to the site where you can download that app, and it will keep you informed and up to date on the latest watches and warnings for your specific location. Again, of course, meteorologist Ryan Mirando and myself are here until the storm threat has ended. We're going to keep the social media streams going, and we're going to continue to cover this system as we head through the next couple of hours. If we do get a tornado warning, of course, we will break into programming on Fox 24 as well as ABC 16. But again, what we're seeing is a strong, intense line of thunderstorms. For Macon off towards the north, expect gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour. For Macon off towards the south, this is where we're seeing some of those stronger thunderstorms, winds in excess of 58 miles per hour. That's when it becomes severe, and that's what we're seeing the National Weather Service out of Atlanta issue these severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, that does include essentially most of Crawford County, Taylor County, you get over towards Sly County, Sumter County, Macon County, portions of Dooley County, western half of Houston County, and all of Peach County. These will likely be extended off towards the east as this line makes its way through much of middle Georgia. And again, it's wind, it's rain, and off towards the south, we are watching the threat for a few tornadoes. We got several tornado warnings across southwestern Georgia, and again, this is where the better dynamics, more fuel, more instability, which is the fuel for those showers and storms, are located approaching the Albany area, and then I'll continue to slide over towards Tifton in the Interstate 75 corridor. Again, you know anybody in these locations, give them a heads up as they have the greater tornado threat. And we'll be watching these cells. They could make their way up into, say, portions of Crisp County, maybe getting into Wilkinson County, over towards Telfair and Dodge County over the next couple of hours. We'll keep an eye on that. But we're really focused on the Interstate 75 corridor as we're going to be continuing to see these storms work their way essentially through most of middle Georgia. Now, I'm going to start in our northern counties, and this is where the heaviest rainfall is, the highest wind, and this is going to continue to slide off towards the east. This is Jasper County. You're now east of Interstate 75. This will be heading over towards Putnam County, getting you close to Lake Sinclair, Lake Jackson as well. Will be in the path of these stronger storms with this heavy rainfall. You get down into Monroe County, really from Juliet down towards Bolingbroke, and then in the northern Bibb County up near Bass Road. That's where you're seeing some very heavy rainfall as we speak. Then heading out US 80 towards Lizella, that's where we're going to see some heavier rainfall. Back towards Culloden, Muzella, Roberta, and Crawford County. Heavy rainfall, lightning mixing in, and again, very gusty winds with these storms coming through. Even though they may not have a severe thunderstorm warning, they can certainly produce tree and power issues because we do have such a dynamic storm system producing those strong gusty winds. Then we get down into essentially southern Crawford County from Roberta off towards the south. Here's that strongest intense part of the line, and that stretches back into Taylor County near Butler. Here's US Highway 19 stretching down towards Rupert. And what I'm about to do is I'm about to put a track on that part of the storm because this looks to be where that strongest core for winds will be. And as we head out to the next 30 minutes, I will do the next 30 minutes as the storm system continues to push off towards the east at about 55 miles per hour. These are some of your locations. Pottersville at 9:57, Hicks at 9:59, Horns at 10 o'clock. You got Zenith at 10:03, Whitewater Creek Park, that's going to be about 10:06, Hunt Elementary School about 10:09, Fort Valley itself 10:11, Peach County High School continues to jump out 10:12, Camp John Hope, that's going to be about 10:14. Everybody again knows Buc-ee's. It looks to be about 10:19 as it's making its way near the Buc-ee's, and then you get down towards Moss Oak at 10:22, and actually Warner, Robbins, and Perry 10:23 to 10:25, and that's when that core of that severe weather threat will be pushing off towards the east. We'll continue to slide down towards the south with this line of storms as we're going to continue to see additional issues. And again, this is probably producing very gusty winds here. The main line of concern continues to be back here, but just because you're in Perry and Warner Robins right now doesn't mean you're not dealing with gusty winds and those very strong downpours, lots of lightning with these storms as they continue to push off towards the east. We'll extend farther towards the south, and I'll put a track on portions of Macon County, stretching down into Sumter County. This will be, of course, heading over towards Dooley County, northern Crisp County, and eventually Pulaski County, Bleckley County, and likely portions of Wilcox County. So that's what we're going to be dealing with. Over the next 35 minutes, here are some locations that you can expect. Jackson Lake, 9:57. Georgia National Fairgrounds, 10:04 a.m. Unadilla, about 10:07. The Southeastern Arena, that's going to be about 10:08. You get down towards Lake Blackshear, about 10:12. Of course, Dooley County High School, 10:14. The Crisp Motorsports Park, about 10:20. And then you're going to see Crisp County High School about 10:24. And finally, Cochran, as you get over across the river, that's going to be about really the 10:29. And again, these are just approximate times. If you're anywhere in this line of storms, again, we're just telling people to be cautious. I know a lot of people only focus on tornado warnings, but take severe thunderstorm warnings just as seriously because they can produce damage and they can cause great loss of property damage and unfortunately can produce some casualties at times. So do keep that in mind. Take these very seriously as we continue through the next couple of hours. So that's what we're dealing with. Miranda, I'm going to holler at you for a second. And hopefully, I know you're over there watching social media. And if you're seeing any comments, please chime in and I'll step off of here and I'll put this map back into animation real quick so people have a general idea while you talk.
Yeah, there hasn't been too much so far on social media. I've been scrolling kind of, if anyone's live on Facebook or Twitter, YouTube, and has a question or something they'd like to ask, maybe you're out of power or you've noticed there's a tree that's being down, we'd love to hear about it. Don't really go outside or put yourself in any kind of danger, but definitely want to be watching these storms over the next few hours. Once again, a fun reminder, especially as these storms are pushing through, download the WGXA SKYWATCH weather app because it told me when this bigger warning that went off for portions of Houston and Peach County and Macon County for this warning that was in place. So you can download the app, you put it into your location. If you're not watching on your phone, you can scan that QR code. You go on your camera and act like you're going to take a picture of that QR code and tap it on your screen, and that should bring up the link. And that'll be able to take you to the app, and then you'll be able to put in your location, and then it tells you every single time that there is a warning or a watch over you. It'll even tell you out loud so you don't have to do any kind of work. It's a great way to stay weather aware, and it works on even non-severe weather days, but today is a weather worn day as well, so it's really great to stay weather aware so that you can always know when there could be a severe storm over you. That could be packing damaging winds. Tornadoes are still possible, but especially flooding is going to be a pretty big risk as we get through the afternoon today with all of that. But we will still watch, especially with, there's I think 3 tornado warnings right now. I think maybe 2. There's 2 tornado warnings in portions of South Georgia. So we'll have to see if those kind of advect farther north at all. I've been off camera tracking that one that's moving towards Albany near Morgan and kind of the rotation that's with that. So I've kind of been watching this and how that rotation has been spinning. It could clip if it holds together or if another one kind of forms near Crisp County into our southern areas. Could be watching for that rotation, and we will of course be watching it every radar scan every minute as it does come through to give you the latest updates. And if we do have a tornado warning, we will be going on air on Fox 24 and ABC 16 so that we can potentially bring life-saving information for people to take cover. Tornado warnings are very serious, but so are severe thunderstorm warnings. Just because we don't have that rotation out there, we don't have any tornadoes in our area, we still do have the severe thunderstorm warnings, which can potentially be just as damaging. You get the straight line winds out of severe thunderstorms like we have for portions of Sumter County, Macon County, Dooley County, Houston, Peach, portions of Crawford and Taylor County. You could have winds potentially up to 60 miles per hour that could do quite a bit of damage on its own, even outside of a tornado. So, of course, when you have a severe thunderstorm warning, it's still very important to to take it seriously when this pushes through. But even outside of these severe storms, the winds have been so gusty, gusting up to 40 miles per hour. I haven't checked the power outages to see how any power outages. Maybe I should look to see if we can get it for South Georgia, because they are really getting hit with a lot of these heavy storms at this time. I mean, there's that tornado warning that's not in our area. This is down into South Georgia, right near Morgan. When you're looking for tornadoes and rotation on the radar, we're looking for really the bright greens, really right next to the bright reds. Reds means the winds are moving away from the radar site, and green means moving towards. So when they get right next to each other, it's that pinwheel effect, the windmill. It causes that potential spin in the atmosphere, and you can see right there that area that's highlighted, even a little bit of some yellow showing that higher wind speeds moving away from the radar site, kind of closer to that green. It does look like it's becoming a little bit more wide. It's kind of losing that direct. It doesn't look as tight as it did a few minutes ago, but still looks very, very wrapped up. I'm not sure how long that severe or how long that tornado goes into or stays into effect, but that still doesn't affect our area. But kind of putting a track on this towards Dawson and Leesburg. This is still not in our area. You can see Albany down there on the bottom right and Dougherty County, but Oak Hill for this tornado potentially at 10:12, Herod at 10:20, Bridges Crossroad 10:29. So we're still going to watch this one also, since it's sort of towards our direction, near our area, as that line of storms pushes farther east. We might have to watch for some tornadoes to be spinning up, but outside of those, we're still watching for that flooding rain potential, high winds, frequent lightning. It's all pushing through, and that one severe thunderstorm warning that's for our area, that's still into effect for the next 25 minutes or so until 10:30. Just north of that line, it's about to move through downtown right now. That's kind of the big line, that dark red, the blinding rain, a few rumbles of thunder, even over towards Forsyth, still getting some of those high radar echoes that are into the red. So here's a live look out over Macon. It is pouring outside. If you look towards the roads, watch kind of the headlights. You can almost see the wind waving the rain around. So even as especially if you watch right over the intersection, kind of where there's a little bit more ponding on the road over there, you could see kind of how the wind is pushing the rain on the road. Just absolutely. It says the winds are about 17 miles per hour and it's gusty out there. So these are some of the wind peaks that we've had so far today. These are from UGA stations across the mid-state. Jeffersonville has had a reported wind gust of 44 miles per hour. Sometimes it's hard to even see how strong the winds can be since it's so isolated in nature with where these actual stations are, but definitely picking up on the high winds today. Cordele, almost 40 miles per hour, along with Unadilla. Byronville still mid-30s through Edenton, Plains, Byron, Gray. Still even up above 20 miles per hour so far in areas to the east of Macon like Sparta and Dublin. But Fort Valley also is in the 30s, so it's a windy day. We're also going to have to watch for how these power outages could potentially be affected over the next few hours, Ryan.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that's what we're going to be watching again, kind of reset as we approach 10:05 a.m. here in Macon from the WGXA SKYWATCH Weather Center. Tornado watch in effect for most of middle Georgia until 2 a.m. A watch means you need to be watching out. Conditions are favorable for the threat for severe weather that could produce tornadoes. That is what we're going to be mainly concerned with as these storms push through. But we do have quite a bit of activity on the radar as we speak. It's been raining most of the night, and now that we're into the mid-morning hours, very heavy rainfall is falling across much of middle Georgia. And again, timing is pretty spot on. The models have shown that between 9 and 10 o'clock it'd be approaching the Macon area, and then by 1 or 2 o'clock this afternoon, this system is going to be out of here, and we'll start to deal with a much colder air mass. But it is going to stay windy and wet throughout much of the day. Now I'm going to pause this, or not pause it, I'm going to quit the animation and just showing you the latest scan from eastern Jones or Jasper County heading over into Putnam County, down through portions of Jones County, right through Macon as we speak. We're seeing heavy rainfall and torrential rainfall lightning, those gusty winds, and then we got another secondary area of gusty winds and heavy rainfall through central Monroe County, stretching back through Crawford County, now getting into eastern portions of Taylor County, and that's heading over towards much of Macon County, Peach County, and then Warner Robins, Perry, right there in the heart of Houston County. So Interstate 75 is not a good place to be right now as we're dealing with this very heavy rainfall. As we get farther down towards the south, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. You see this polygon. This is where we could be dealing with those winds in excess of 60 miles per hour, as well as the potential for maybe a quick spin-up tornado. It does include portions of Crawford County. All of Peach County is included in this. Warner Robins down towards Perry in western Houston County, Macon County, Sly County, Sumter County, and western portions of Dooley County. We will likely see this extended off towards the east. So just a heads up, this may get into portions of Bibb County, but the rest of Houston County, Twiggs County, you head over towards Wilkinson County, Bleckley County, Pulaski County, down towards Crisp County. You're going to be dealing with these storms as they roll through. Again, really looks like the most intense part of this storm is very near Perry, or just towards the south of there along Interstate 75, stretching up towards Warner Robins. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put a storm track on this part of the storm, just giving you a general idea of what we can expect over the next 20 to 30 minutes as the storm system continues to push off towards the east. Again, I'll go out 25 minutes, just gives you some of those locations. Warner Robins High School at 10:08, that is essentially right now. That's where we're dealing with this very heavy rainfall and gusty winds. King's Chapel Elementary School about 10:12. You get down towards Tarversville at 10:20, Royal at 10:27. Then you get over into Bleckley County Middle School about 10:32, and then the city of Cochran about 10:31. And again, this is for that most intense part of this line of storms that's pushing through. Again, we will likely see a severe thunderstorm warning pushed or extended off towards the east. Now, here's the radar. This is sitting down in Twiggs County, just off of US 80 and Interstate 16, and then this is off towards the south and east. We got a new update coming through as far as the radar. That brighter red or white we're seeing, that is probably some larger hail that could be being developed. So we'll put on the hail tracker and just give you a general idea with what we're seeing within this storm. Again, that's approaching Bon Air as we speak. Again, here's Highway 129. This is Highway 96 where you get off 75. There's Buc-ee's. It's coming down in buckets at Buc-ee's right now, but the core of this storm is now off towards your east, and that's going to be heading over towards this downtown Bon Air, and then that will continue to slide over towards Tarversville as we head over towards Twiggs and Bleckley County. But we get down street level, just giving you a general idea. Here is Houston County High School. Then you get over towards 96, Moody Road. You get into Old Perry Road. This is where that most intense part of the storm is. And if you're in these locations, let us know what you're seeing. If it is safe, if you're seeing those very gusty winds, if you're seeing any reports of hail, there could be some ping pong ball size hail in some of these storms as we look at this. I'll pull up the VIL or the hail tracker, and that'll show us what we're looking at in this part of the storm. And again, it really looks to be a really central Houston County where we're dealing with maybe some larger hail. Again, good news is not showing up on our hail tracker, which is always encouraging, but that's just something we're going to continue to watch over the next few minutes. And again, heavy rainfall. This is going to be the developing situation. I really expect we're going to see some areas of flash flooding. If you drive in Bibb County, the Interstate 75, Interstate 16 interchange that's constantly under construction, there's going to be likely some flooding around that just because of the poor drainage and they're doing all that construction. So do keep that in mind. You may want to avoid 75 and 16 the next couple of hours. 475 would be your better bet, especially if you're heading north or south through and around Macon. Again, intense line making its way from Putnam and Jasper County down through Jones County as we speak, downtown Macon. And actually, we can hear the rain falling here at the station in downtown Macon on Dr. King Boulevard. And there it is. It is coming down in buckets. Still looks like all the power's on, so they see the traffic lights are on, so that's certainly some good news. You got a sustained wind being reported at 17 miles per hour, temperature 65 degrees with a torrential downpour as we speak. And again, we could see some higher wind gusts as this storm system makes its way through portions of middle Georgia. And again, rainfall coming down 1 to 2 inches an hour that will likely produce some flash flooding. Miranda, what was that look?
Okay, so I'm still tracking that tornado warning down in South Georgia, and they have now extended it to push up against Sumter County. So we're not under a tornado warning, but looks like they're still continuing to follow that piece of rotation that could clip us as it gets a little bit closer. So they have issued a few of those extra severe or tornado warnings that now do include just south of Sumter County, Dawson, Leesburg. So they've been following this rotation, and they're trying to, that kind of lopsided warning, they're trying to catch it as it keeps kind of moving through. So they're keeping the warning together with that, still showing quite a bit of some high winds and a little bit of shear and rotation, but they're just kind of continuing to follow that storm. At least the National Weather Service down in Tallahassee is continuing to watch that. So we'll have to watch how that, if they continue that through our area.
And that brings up a great note. The actual area of circulation is going to be back here towards Dawson, and this is covered by the National Weather Service office down in Tallahassee, just south of there. That's where they have these tornado warnings. Now, Sumter County, which is in our viewing area where Americus is and where Plains is, that's covered by the National Weather Service office in Peachtree City, which is Atlanta, which covers all of middle Georgia. So both offices will be communicating with each other, and we'll see if this storm system or that particular thunderstorm begins to make its way up towards the north and east and maybe clipping portions of Sumter County as well as maybe portions of Crisp and Dooley County. So just go ahead and be prepared that you could see a tornado warning within the next 20 minutes or so for at least portions of eastern Sumter County, very near Lake Blackshear. You get near Leslie, and then that can make its way from Cordell up to Vienna. We'll put a track on that, and again, if the system holds together, that's what we could be seeing. So again, the main concerns back towards Dawson. These storms are moving at about really over the next 30 minutes. I'll we'll go 45 minutes, maybe clip some of our other counties as well. This is just giving you an idea from Brownwood to Smithville, DeSoto 1044, Lake Blackshear about 1054, and Drayton at 1058. Again, area of concern will be working off towards the north and east. And again, clipping southeastern Sumter County, western portions of Crisp County, and that could continue up into Dooley County. Again, here's Plains as we speak. You got Americus, that's where really the heart of Sumter County is. But again, it's just this area that we're going to continue to watch over the next 20 minutes as we could see perhaps a warning issued for portions of Sumter County. And if that is the case, we will of course go to we'll go on TV on WGXA at Fox 24 and ABC 16. So that is what we're going to be watching over the next couple of minutes. Again, a lot going on. As we look off towards the north, we're going to follow this line back off towards the north. I'm going to start in Sumter County, Americus, Plains, Leslie. You're getting that very heavy rainfall as we speak. Andersonville up towards Montezuma, and then you got heavy rainfall from Cordell over towards Finleyson, Hawkinsville, and really Araby's getting heavy rainfall. That's right there along Interstate 75 as you get into southern Crisp County. Torrential rainfall, very strong thunderstorm really coming out of portions of Houston County. Looks like we could be dealing with some hail. Once again, the hail tracker wasn't showing this, but those brighter whites a lot of times shows you that could be producing some large hail and some very gusty winds. And what we'll do, we'll look at the wind profile on this storm as we head through the next couple of minutes as it's making its way over into Twiggs County. Likely going to see an extension of that severe thunderstorm warning over into Twiggs County. And again, here's Robbins Air Force Base in extreme eastern Houston County. This is Bibb County you get into Twiggs County. So here's the Macon Airport, here's Rutland just south of downtown Macon, and then these are your winds that we're watching, and they're fairly gusty in many locations. Well, we like to look at this, just gives you a general idea. Velocity 27, you get into some of these brighter shades, 50-mile-per-hour velocity, so that's what we're going to be looking at. And again, non-thunderstorm winds are gusting 30 to 50 miles per hour alone. You get inside some of these thunderstorms, that's where we're going to be dealing with some of these even stronger gusts, maybe in excess of 60 miles per hour. We'll pull the radar back up again and just show you what we are dealing with across much of middle Georgia. It is a mess. The Gray Highway stretching down into really downtown Macon as we speak. Heavy rainfall. That's going to be heading over towards Haddock. You get another band of very heavy rainfall from Lake Juliet heading down towards Bolingbroke and Monroe County. It looks like we get up towards Bass Road, very heavy rainfall. And we're going to continue to watch these storms. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning as we speak, and we thought we would get that. And again, I got that on the SKYWATCH weather app before anything.
I know, it's so good. It's literally so good, like unironically.
So here it is, and the Bruce, that's what we call Mirando at times.
Hi,
because he's
me.
another Ryan. But if you will give us the specifics on that warning, and I'll put a track on it, and you can really tell where we're going to be seeing this system.
It is a little bit delayed. I don't have it quite yet here on Slack, so let me try to pull it up from the app on here. So a severe thunderstorm warning is in effect until 11 p.m. This is in place for Wilkinson County, southeastern Baldwin County, east central Bibb County, Twiggs County, west central Washington County, and northeastern Houston County. For severe thunderstorms, we're located a line extending from Franklinton to near Bullard to Kathleen, moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. This could pack some damaging winds gusting up to about 60 miles per hour, could damage roofs, sidings, trees, cause those down power lines. So definitely another way to stay weather aware inside that until 11 o'clock.
And again, here is the actual warning. It does clip portions of eastern Houston County, extreme southeastern Bibb County. Does not include the city of Macon, but the weather is not pretty around the city of Macon. We're getting very heavy rainfall, gusty winds, and again, watching for a lot of water on the roadways. Then you get over into Twiggs County. Most of Twiggs County and Wilkinson County included in this warning, and it's going to be right here on this leading edge. You kind of see that bowing. A lot of times that bowing shows you where some stronger winds are, and we'll get in a little closer, get right there along Highway 23, looks to be where some of this stronger wind could be occurring. So I will put a track on some of this stronger wind over the next really 15 to 20 minutes. We'll go 20 minutes out. Some of these locations, you get Bullard at 10:28, Twiggs County High School at 10:32, and of course Jeffersonville. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to do another track just to expand and really encompass the overall arch. We see some of these stronger winds, and again right here along 23, that's going to be heading up towards Interstate 16 within the next couple of minutes. And then Jeffersonville, that's actually where the Air Force Base's radar is located, so that's where we're going to be tracking these storms. But we're going to track the core of this over the next 20 minutes. I'll go 20 minutes out and just give you some locations included in this, as the severe thunderstorm warning has now been issued. So next 20 minutes, you get Fitzpatrick about 10:22, District Path at 10:28, you get into Danville at 10:36, and of course Allentown's at 10:38. Bullard currently at 10:21. It's 10:20 right now, so it is coming across US Highway 23. Mirando.
Hi, yes, we're also looking, the National Weather Service is saying that they're watching an inflow notch near west of the radar site in western Twiggs County. I took a look at it. It does look like there could be some kind of wrapping around. There's nothing really hard and in place, but just wanted to tell you about it to see what your thoughts were.
All right, we'll go ahead and we'll look at that as well as we continue to track these storms. We'll go big picture, and then zooming in, and again, that's going to be right there along 23, and I would say it's really hard to tell because there is so much rain in the atmosphere, a lot of data being hit in the atmosphere as we speak. So what we're going to do is we're going to look at this and see if we can see anything west of the radar site. Of course, you see Jeffersonville. Here is the radar site. Some circulation maybe along US 23. This is just one scan that we are looking at. I'm looking at the storm relative velocity. We'll look and see if the overall velocity product is any different, and maybe that will give us a better understanding. And again, as we look at this storm working its way through, and just not a lot seeing there. It's probably in the upper levels. We're looking at the lowest scan of the radar. That's where we kind of want to be as far as the threat for tornadoes, because a tornado, if it's reaching the ground, that makes it a tornado, and that's when it's producing damage. If it's in the air, that's just what we're going to be watching for. But again, not seeing a lot of rotation in Mirando or Gary, both of you. If y'all see anything different, please point it out to me. I'm just not seeing much on this particular scan. But again, that severe thunderstorm warning, the wording on it does say possible tornadoes, so do keep that in mind. Just because you don't have a tornado warning doesn't mean you can't have a tornado. It means one could form, and of course, if that does occur, that will be upgraded or will become a tornado warning. So that is what we're watching, and that's going to be really extreme Houston County, getting into portions of Twiggs County right now. That's where the greatest area of concern is going to be. Again, very gusty winds. Now just to the east of Robins Air Force Base. Again, here's the Macon Airport. This is crossing the Ocmulgee River as we speak. Pretty sparsely populated portion of Twiggs County right here, but that's going to be very near Bullard, and then you're heading over towards Highway 16, and then you get into Jeffersonville, and again, that's where the radar is currently located. We'll scan this line, and excuse me, and I'm actually going to look back going towards the south and west at that other storm that we were watching down just south of Maracus, and we're looking for some rotation in it, maybe some near Smithville. And again, we're waiting to see if the National Weather Service office in Atlanta will extend or communicate with the Peachtree or the Tallahassee office, and we may see a tornado warning issued for portions of Sumter County. And again, here's Lake Blackshear. That would be Chris County, and then you get up into Dooley County approaching Vienna. So several areas of rotation, nothing of too much concern right now, but with this type of system, very dynamic atmosphere, it will not take much to get these systems maybe producing some brief isolated tornadoes. So that is what we're watching right now across most of Middle Georgia. And again, just a very active weather day across Middle Georgia, and we're going to continue to deal with this over the next couple of hours. Again, if you're not in a severe thunderstorm warning, it is coming down in buckets. Very, very heavy rainfall. And again, I would say the severe weather threat is over from Monroe County, Lamar County, Butts County, Upson County, and Taylor County. This line, this is going to be the main core of that severe weather threat. And again, here is that new severe thunderstorm warning that we've been watching for Twiggs County, southeastern portions of Bibb County, and really getting over into Wilkinson County, and then heading over towards Washington County. And again, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour would continue to be the main concern as this line pushes off towards the east. Very heavy rainfall. Intense red, that means rainfall coming down in buckets and buckets, and we've had that here in downtown Macon. I know our rainfall totals will be increasing or changing at the top of the hour. I'm anxious to see how much rain we are actually getting across portions of Middle Georgia. And actually what I'm going to do right now with these very gusty winds, I'm going to check on the potential power outages or the actual power outages that we are seeing across the state as we speak. Currently right at 56,000 locations in Georgia without power. Middle Georgia, Jones County, right now you look to be the leader as far as over 2,000 power outages. Bibb County, over 1,000 power outages being reported as we speak. Then you get into Monroe County as well as Baldwin County. And again, be patient with the crews as they get out to try to get the power back on. They've got to make sure the weather is better, make sure their crews are safe before they can start working to repair any power outages. So just be patient. We knew we'd have an active weather day, but again, most of Middle Georgia, all the counties you see shaded in yellow, less than 20% of the county without power, but there are going to be these continued sporadic power outages because of these very gusty winds, and that threat for severe weather. But again, pack your patience today as the Georgia Power companies and co-ops will be very busy. Quick check on the actual wind speeds right now. Again, these are sustained winds. 33 miles per hour in Vienna, 31 in Hawkinsville, 24 currently the wind speed in Dublin. We got 14 in downtown Macon, but over the next couple of hours, we're going to continue to see gusts maybe as high as 40, approaching 50 miles per hour. And again, that's tropical storm strength. This is something we would see in the summer if we got a tropical storm working through middle Georgia. Very gusty winds. These will cause those power issues and will cause tree issues, mainly smaller trees, but again, gusty winds and saturated soils are not a good combination. And then even after the storms are past, it's going to be a gusty, windy night for middle Georgia. Winds still 20 to 30 miles per hour, and we're likely going to continue to see that as we head through the overnight hours and even into tomorrow morning, and that's why that wind advisory has been extended until 1 a.m. Mirando?
I am still looking and monitoring our chat with everybody, and someone from the Robins Air Force Base said that they just observed a 68 mile per hour gust, 59 knots at the Air Force Base, which is kind of crazy.
Well, that's would be severe. So we'll actually go back and look at that cell now, and then again, that's where that wind is likely. This is going to be that part of the storm, really going to be off towards the north of Jeffersonville. This is working off towards the north and east. So if you're along US 80 from Jeffersonville up towards Dry Branch, and we'll actually get in a little bit closer to see what we can see. Again, that's meteorologist Ryan Mirando reporting that Robins Air Force Base had a 68 mile per hour wind gust. That is severe. Now, here's the Robins Air Force Base. The core of this storm is now off towards your north and east into Twiggs County, Highway 23, Interstate 16, and then US 80. That's where we're dealing with this core threat over the next couple of minutes. And again, that's what we're dealing with as we continue to watch this stuff over Twiggs County. And again, this core threat will be working up into Wilkinson County as well. So, Miranda, I'm going to continue to let you look at the velocities on these storms, and if you see anything, point it out to me, and I'll switch over to that. But again, looking at the entire line, we're going to look at the Macon camera once again. We've had a downpour here in downtown Macon. We'll be looking at the Lawrence. Looks better outside, not quite as heavy, but winds, or should I say temperature, still 64 degrees. It's a cloudy gray day, and again, looks like all the traffic lights are on in downtown Macon. We're not having any reports of power outages in downtown Macon, but this is just a reminder, if the traffic lights go out, treat those intersections as a four-way stop. That's driver's ed 101, but just keep that in mind. Again, heavy rainfall, and we'll get more heavy rainfall over the next couple of minutes coming into portions of really downtown Macon. Again, current winds gusts, these get updated every 30 minutes or so. Jeffersonville, you've had a wind gust of 44 miles per hour, but as meteorologist Ryan Miranda was saying, at the Robins Air Force Base had a wind gust of 68 miles per hour. That's approaching hurricane strength and intensity. As far as rainfall totals, this will be updating again soon, but Eatonton, you're already approaching 1.5 inches. Plains, 1.3 inches, Gray over 1 inch. Macon, we're sitting at 0.5 inch. I'm expecting that to climb rapidly before our next update. Again, reminder, most of middle Georgia included in a tornado watch until 2 a.m. It does include Macon, Bibb County, Houston County down towards Cordele and Crifts County, all the way over towards Lawrence County, Washington County, Johnson County. And again, as the line pushes through, I would not be surprised to see some of these counties start getting whittled away, because the severe weather threat will be ending once the actual line pushes through. Again, we got that, we keep harping on it, but the WGXA SKYWATCH weather app performing perfectly so far today. With me and meteorologists Ryan Miranda and Gary Thigpen, we have multiple ways we get severe weather alerts, and we've been watching, and the SKYWATCH weather app beating all those others right now as far as getting the watches and warnings out. If you need it, be sure to download it. It's free, and again, you can pick which alerts you want to receive, and that will keep you informed and up to date. And what is that new severe thunderstorm warning?
That is a new severe thunderstorm warning. It's kind of the extension of the one In the area south of Macon, it's a severe thunderstorm warning for portions of west central Lawrence County, Pulaski County, southern Twiggs County, western Wilcox County, Bleckley County, Dooley County, southeastern Peach County, Houston, eastern Sumter, and Crisp County until 11:15. For severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Centerville to Perry to near Dooling to near Huntington, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
All right, so that is that new warning. Here's the warning we were tracking from Houston County into Twiggs and Wilkinson County. That goes until 11 a.m. and portions of Baldwin County. Here's that new severe thunderstorm warning until 11:15. Dooley, Houston, Pulaski, and Wilcox County down towards the south. And that's really just an extension of a warning we already had issued. But again, we'll look at everything. We'll go frame by frame. Again, starting off with the big picture. It's a mess across all of Georgia. Strong storms extending from really Athens down through Macon. You see a lot of red polygons down towards the south. That's where the greatest tornado threat has been, and that's where it should remain, down towards Albany. That will continue to slide off towards the east. But again, like I said, we could see a few of these tornadic warning storms get into some of our southern counties. If that is the case, we will go on air on WGXA, on Fox 24, as well as ABC 16, and we'll do wall-to-wall severe weather coverage until that threat is over. Still got more rain back off towards the west, but again, once this line pushes your locations, the severe weather threat will be over, and it'll just be a windy and wet day. So again, the radar across middle Georgia, it's very active. A lot of moving parts as we speak. But again, heavy rainfall in Bibb County, Jones County, getting over into Baldwin County and up towards Putnam County. Nothing severe, but we are having those very gusty winds, 40 to 50 miles per hour. And again, you don't have to be in a severe thunderstorm warning to experience damage from these storms. The core threat of our next warning is really coming out of northern Twiggs County, heading into Wilkinson County. And I'm going to put a track on that because that's where that part of the storm likely produced a 68 mile per hour wind gust at the Robins Air Force Base. We'll track that over the next 20 minutes. And again, that is north of Interstate 16 now, and that's going to be heading into Wilkinson County and then maybe over into portions of Baldwin County. Again, Massey Hill at 1042, Edgar's at 1050, and McIntyre approximately 1052 as we look at the storm track on that part of the system. And again, it's going to be very near Gordon and Ivy right now, stretching back down towards the south. This is where that strongest wind couplet will be as it works its way through northern Wilkinson County. It looks like that core threat could stay just to the north of Irvington, but it will be along 441 heading towards McIntyre, and then you get into southern Baldwin County, and then likely stretching over into portions of Washington County. A little farther off towards the south, you get that new warning that does include eastern portions of Peach County. Again, this is going to be Houston County. It's going to be heading around to right along Interstate 75, heading into Warner Robins and Bon Air. Miranda.
By the way, it's a little hard to see, but that northern warning is a considerable threat. It does have a pink shading to the background. Instead of the winds being 60, the wording from the National Weather Service says the winds could be 70 miles per hour. Expect considerable tree damage. Damage is likely to mobile homes, roofs, and outbuildings.
All right, so they've upgraded that warning, is essentially what they're saying. It's still a severe thunderstorm warning, but take severe thunderstorm warnings as seriously as we do tornado warnings. And again, this is for that storm coming out of Twiggs County into northern Wilkinson County, winds up to 70 miles per hour. That will do considerable damage and will cause tree and power issues. But when you get winds of 70 miles per hour, that can cause structural damage. So keep that in mind. Mobile home, you can't stay in a mobile home when winds get that high. Well, let's tell people manufactured homes are great housing, but they offer you no protection from severe weather, especially when we get into severe weather season. But again, that's going to be from Gordon and Ivy to near McIntyre and Irvington, north of Jeffersonville. And I really think that core threat is going to be mainly over portions of Wilkinson County as we speak. Again, that will likely clip portions of southern Baldwin County and then head over towards Washington County. So Sandersville, just a heads up, you could be in line for this storm. And again, that's winds of 60 miles per hour.
Also, Ryan,
go ahead.
I'm talking to our producer, Lauren. She says we have some VO of some of the severe weather in North Macon that we can use, and also if we're interested in going on TV for this morning or what's going through, just to give an update. That's up to you.
Okay. Yeah, we can use the video if she's got it.
Yeah, I was like, the
I'm
video
pretty
will
sure I
take-
know where it's coming from, but so
Maybe.
if we have it, you can punch it up, and
Yeah.
I'll step off the camera or whatever. But it'll be just a minute. But that's going to be in northern Macon County, southern Monroe County, just around Bass Road is what I'm expecting this to be. And again, exactly. So I know exactly where that's coming from. Our fearless leader. But while we wait on that, I'll continue to extend down towards the south. And again, very gusty winds from Perry heading up towards Warner Robins. This is that secondary severe thunderstorm warning. And again, you see darker shade. These are going to be those stronger winds. They're going to be making their way through Dooley County, western portions of Crifts County, and then that'll continue to slide over towards Wilcox County. And again, we're still watching these red polygons down towards the south, as they could get into portions of Sumter County as well as Crifts County. And producer Lauren, if you're back there, go ahead and pop up that video as we can. And again, this is going to be from northern Macon, North Macon, just off of Bass Road, familiar with that area. Heavy rainfall, winds not too bad, but this is just showing you what we are seeing across portions of Bibb County over the last 20 minutes. And again, I really expect flooding to become an issue as these rainfall totals are 1 to 2 inches in many locations across middle Georgia. And again, heavy rainfall, you see the streets are running full of water. There's water running down the backyard, and that's going to continue to be going into our lakes and streams as well. So roadways are going to be treacherous the next few hours. We always tell people, if you encounter floodwaters, turn around, don't drown. But all this water has to run somewhere, and it's going to run into the Ocmulgee River, the Flint River, and the Oconee River, and we're certainly going to be seeing those levels rise over the next couple of hours. And again, this is from North Macon off of Bass Road near the southern Monroe, or really right there along Interstate 75. So that's just giving you an idea of what one person is seeing, but what one person is seeing, everyone is seeing across middle Georgia as we speak, as we continue to deal with these storms. And again, here is the latest radar. We'll go back to the radar. Heavy, heavy rainfall stretching from Putnam County down into Jones County, Baldwin County. Then you get into Bibb County, very heavy rainfall. We'll pull up the Macon camera once again and see what they're doing. Heavy rainfall. We can hear the rain hitting the roof here at our station in downtown Macon. Temperature and wind are out right now, but we are seeing very heavy rainfall, likely seeing some ponding, or not ponding, likely seeing a lot of water on the roadways. Again, drive slow all across middle Georgia, Interstate 75, Interstate 16. We're likely going to be dealing with some flooding issues around the construction area at that interchange because, you know, they don't have all the drainage worked out yet. So be careful, slow it down, and I would avoid travel the next couple of hours until we get this heaviest rainfall out of here. But of course, if you are out and about, lights on when raining. Do remember that. A lot of people still drive without lights on when it's raining, but that's what we're going to be continuing to watch for over the next couple of hours. Very heavy rainfall. Again, here's the radar once again. It is raining all across middle Georgia as we speak. Strong storms lined up from Putnam County through Jones and Baldwin County through Macon County, or should I say Bibb County. And again, you see the strongest storm looks to be in Wilkinson County, heading over towards southern Baldwin County, over towards Washington County. And then you got that continued severe thunderstorm warning stretching from Houston and Peach County, Warner Robins, Bucky's as we speak, down towards Sumter County and Americus. That'll be working its way into Dooley County as well as Crifts County. And then you got another line of storms trying to develop down here towards Bleckley County. You get Cochran, Dodge County, Lawrence County, and that'll be heading over towards Dublin. And we'll look at the Dublin camera in just a minute to see what it looks like across Lawrence County. But again, the core threat is coming through middle Georgia as we speak, and that's what we're going to be dealing with the next 20 or 30 minutes. And again, once this line passes your locations, the severe weather threat is over. You're still going to be dealing with heavy rainfall. You're still going to be dealing with gusty winds, but as far as the threat for those damaging winds in excess of 60 miles per hour and those isolated tornadoes, it's essentially from Macon up towards Milledgeville and really up towards Putnam County, down through Peach County, and then towards Montezuma off towards the east. This is where the severe weather threat is going to continue the next couple of hours. And again, we're watching those tornadic storms down towards the south, across southwest Georgia. Numerous tornado warnings down that way. In middle Georgia, we are dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, some of these winds could be in excess of 70 miles per hour, especially in portions of Wilkinson County near Gordon and Ivy. And that's going to be heading right up towards McIntyre as well as Irwington. This is 441. That'll take you up towards Lake Sinclair if you continue to follow it north. Here's Coopers. That's in Baldwin County, back over towards Gray and Jones County. And again, core threat really looks to be right there along Highway 57. And that's where we're going to focus the next couple of minutes. Storms moving at approximately 55 miles per hour, so they are moving fast. But we'll put that track on here for the next 20 minutes and give you an update. And as soon as I do that, the radar updates on me. So this is what we're going to be watching. And again, you see this radar scan coming through every couple of minutes. That's what we want to see. That's giving us the latest radar information. So the next 15 minutes, this is what we could be dealing with. There's Wilkinson High School, looks to be at 1046, Irwington at 1049, Toomsboro 1052, and Beach Hill at 1056. Again, the storm moving off towards the east-northeast at approximately 55 miles per hour. We'll extend down towards the south because I was looking at some of the winds around Warner Robins. It looks like we're dealing with more strong storms from northern Houston County down into extreme eastern portions of Peach County. So I'm going to put a track on that as well. This is where we're seeing some of those stronger winds. Looks to be along and east of Interstate 75 as we speak. So that's what we're going to be watching over the next 15 to 20 minutes. And my radar just reset. That's not good. So here we go. All right, we'll pull up the winds again. And again, this is where we're going to be looking for some of the stronger winds. And I will put another track on that just to give you an idea of what we are seeing. Again, through Houston County right now is where we're seeing some of those stronger winds. Over the next 20 minutes, these are your locations that could be impacted. Lashley at 1044, it's 1044 right now. Kathleen, Kings Chapel Elementary School, you get down to Clinchfield, Grovania, Royal, Cary, Tarversville, as well as District Path. Again, notice the times. These are approximate times. You need to go ahead and be in your safe place as these storms could be producing those very gusty winds. And I'm telling you, winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. But, you know, tornado safety. Small, enter your room, away from windows, away from doors, on the lowest level. I know a lot of people have basements, and we'll be looking at that. So we'll pull up the power outage map and see if things are changing. They should be, but overall, this will be updating soon. And again, a few minutes ago, Peach County, Houston County, Macon County was not showing any outages. Now they are showing outages, so that's what we're dealing with. Statewide, the numbers still staying consistent. So that means Georgia Power and the other co-op electrical entities are working hard, but currently statewide, we're approximately 59,000 outages being reported, and most of those are actually coming from middle Georgia and southwest Georgia. Again, in our viewing area, Jones County has approximately 2,100 reports of outages. Putnam County over 1,200. Bibb County over 1,000 reported outages. Mirando.
Hi, I'm looking again at some of the wind structure, and it looks like there's another burst of kind of really strong winds that's pushing in through Houston County, kind of with that line of storms. It looks very discrete line of some strong winds, kind of from Warner Robins down towards Perry. Yeah, it looks like it could be pretty damaging straight line winds right there. And that's also because you are also still in that severe thunderstorm warning for that. That's warning is in effect until 11:15, and this specific tornado warning severe thunderstorm warning, excuse me, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, does come with a tornado possible tag on it, but the winds still could be gusting up to about 60 miles per hour. That's going to be moving across I-75 kind of right now. The strongest winds are from Warner Robins down through Perry, down towards Byronville, and just to the east of Montezuma, Unadilla on the way for that. The radar, at least, is indicating right kind of to the northeast of Bon Air, winds gusting up near 73 miles per hour. That could maybe be making it up there, but it's another strong wind gust just south of Warner Robins that's up, damaging winds near 60 miles per hour. So the trees are likely going to be coming down. The rain's going to be there. This rumbles of thunder, the lightning. So this really the strongest winds are moving through right now. We still do have those 2 warnings that are also still in effect. So there's that line stretching from Warner Robins to Perry. See that bright green? That's really the strongest winds that are moving through, and a little bit of a timeline on when those strongest winds will be pushing farther to the east. Bon Air at 10:47, so that's about right now. You get some strong winds. Veterans High School at 10:48, Kathleen at 10:50, Tarversville at 10:57, Browndale at 11:03, Middle Georgia TC at 11:05, Danville at 11:06, Allentown at 11:08, the Pulaski County Correctional Facility at 11:09, Mobley Crossing at 11:11. So some of those strong damaging winds, most of all of you are in that severe thunderstorm warning right now that is still into effect for the next half an hour or so for that potential of the damaging winds. Elko, Hawkinsville, Cochran, Cary, Bon Air, Warner Robins, Perry are all still under that severe thunderstorm warning for the next 30 minutes or so. And this is the other one that's a little bit farther north. This still does have the considerable tag on it, so it's kind of an upgraded version of a severe thunderstorm warning where instead of the winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, they could be potentially gusting up to 70 miles per hour, and that's for portions of Twiggs County, Wilkinson County, southern Baldwin County, and for portions of Hancock County. So timing with some of those high winds, you could see more of the yellows. That's more of an indication that the winds are moving fast towards the radar sites. Deep Step at 10:55, Tabernacle at 11:01, Oconee Fall Line at 11:04, Brentwood School at 11:05, Sandersville at 11:07, and the Washington County High School at 11:08 for some of the strongest winds. A few areas are outside of the severe thunderstorm warning, but that storm is still heading your way with potentially damaging winds at least through 11:15 or so. But it's an active evening that is going on. Still have no new updates. Also, the National Weather Service has continued to monitor those tornado warnings that are nearing Sumter and Crisp County. They were saying that it wasn't quite enough rotation still to keep the tornado warning going, so they're monitoring that, but we'll have to see if they actually do want to keep that tornado warning going. But at this point, they're just monitoring that. There's not quite a strong enough indication that's going to prompt a tornado warning, but that doesn't mean one could spin up over the next hour or so within some of these severe thunderstorm warnings, especially kind of with all the heavy moisture and the extra wind shear that's moving through with those strongest winds right now that are beginning to push right across Warner Robins. So here's a live look out over Dublin. The camera is shaking. The winds about 23 miles per hour sustained, gusting way higher than that. The temperature is almost 70 degrees in Dublin right now. It is tropical, it is sticky. This storm system has so much moisture to work with, so if you're out on the roads and you see any kind of flooding, there could be some travel concerns today. You can still see the rain that's coming down. We're panning here to the left just to kind of see the rain that is coming down. The camera is just shaking. Doesn't look like we're getting torrential downpours. That's still kind of moving across I-75 a little bit farther east. But Dublin, you are also under a tornado watch today. Tornado watch means the conditions are favorable for those tornadoes to possibly be forming. The ingredients are there. It's not together yet, though. Not a guarantee that we will see a tornado today, but these areas highlighted really have the best chance of getting any kind of rotation to potentially spin up into a tornado. Still, we're watching for tornadoes until about 2 o'clock when the full system moves out of our area. Once that kind of heaviest downpours that moves through you, really right now that's along southern Baldwin County, through Twiggs County, Wilkinson County, down through Houston County. That's kind of where the line is pushing through right now for the strongest winds. And out ahead of it, south and east, we could get some of that extra rotation to be spinning up. So still going to be watching this. And we're watching that one that's south of Sumter County and Crisp County that is not really going to be likely going to be continued into our area, but we're still monitoring that for several hours. Did they issue some new flood warnings? I don't think there's any new flood warnings for our area.
Yeah, I was just looking at that. All that is
getting
North Georgia. So
Right.
that is certainly good news that we're not dealing with that. But I would not be surprised if we do get some additional flood warnings across portions of Middle Georgia,
Oh, yeah.
as we're dealing with tremendous amounts of rainfall working through Middle Georgia as we speak. Again, here is the radar as we speak. Heaviest rainfall now essentially along and east of Interstate 75. It's going to be pushing down Interstate 16. And again, we've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. And again, take severe thunderstorm warnings just as serious as you do a tornado warning, because severe thunderstorm warnings can produce significant damage. We got it stretching from Washington County, southern portions of Baldwin County, down through Wilkinson County, Twiggs County, Houston County. You stretch down towards Dooley and Sumter County, then it extends over into Crisp County, Wilcox County, Pulaski and Bleckley County, eastern portions of, or excuse me, extreme western portions of Lawrence County. And as you look off towards the east, Sandersville, Wrightsville, Dublin, Soperton, down towards McRae, these warnings will be issued off towards your east. So go ahead and get ready for that. These storms will continue to push off towards the east, and we'll see an extension of the severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, I'm going to say for Macon, essentially back towards Roberta and Butler, the severe weather threat is over. This is the back edge of the severe weather threat. Still going to be windy, still going to be dealing with rain across much of Middle Georgia the next couple of hours, but for Macon off towards the east, this is where we're going to continue to deal with that severe weather threat. Miranda, I'm going to let you look at comments on social media real quick.
Yeah, I'm still definitely monitoring the Facebook. We've had quite a few people that are kind of chiming in saying that they are hearing a lot of the lightning and thunder, Linda Lake, lightning and thunder in Byron. Thanks for joining us. If you're also on Facebook, tell us what you're seeing outside right now, what you're hearing. This is definitely a very dynamic storm system that's still pushing through. We have the 2 severe thunderstorm warnings stretching from Washington County down through Twiggs County, further through Houston County, all the way down to kind of the southern portions of our viewing area into Crisp County. And it's definitely moving through slowly but surely. It should be pushing out of here at the latest around 1 to 2 o'clock, when that severe weather threat will be completely over for all of Middle Georgia, around 1 to 2 o'clock. But it is moving through, so it's almost about halfway through our viewing area. Angela says that it's pouring downtown MLK. It definitely is. Power out, says Jasmine and Byron. Yeah, the power's being out. The lightning, the thunder, it definitely can be scary. It can be rattling, but definitely just, if you are under one of these severe thunderstorm warnings, these orange polygons, you really don't want to be near windows right now. You want to kind of stay away, because if there was a damaging wind gust to come through or a tree to fall down, the windows could be first to go. So you really want to try, if you're living in either one of these polygons, you really do want to stay away from the windows for some of these high winds that are coming through. Sarah is praying for everyone's safety. Absolutely. Macon, Georgia, lots of rain right now. I think my mic may be dying. I think I'm running out of some batteries.
All right, I'll go ahead and jump back in. There we go. Again, that's what we got to do. We got to switch things up a little bit. And again, it is just a mess across Middle Georgia right now. Very heavy rainfall, lightning. Lightning is occurring, but it's not extremely very visible outside like you get in the springtime when you get those big time severe thunderstorm warnings that produce tremendous amounts of lightning. Strong storms, absolutely. Gusty winds continue to be the main issue. And again, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning stretching from Baldwin County, Washington County, Wilkinson County, and Twiggs County. That's one warning. That goes until 11 a.m., so about 5 minutes left on it. Then you get down towards Houston County, southern Twiggs County. Then you get over to Bleckley, Pulaski, Dodge County, Crisp County, and Dooley County. And that warning goes until 11:15. And as I said, this will continue to be extended off towards the east. Now, what I'm going to show you is what we're going to be showing as far as the radar the next couple of hours. This is just showing you how the storms will continue to move through middle Georgia over the next couple of hours. And again, by noon, it looks like a lot of locations will be in the clear. It will be all east of Macon, as well as portions of Warner Robins down towards Houston County. And again, this is at noon. This is when we're seeing, and I see we got that new severe thunderstorm warning in a second. So, but stretching from Hancock County, Washington County, down towards Johnson County, Lawrence County. About lunchtime is when the worst of the weather should be coming through your neck of the woods, Dodge County, and then that'll continue to Telfair County. You get down into really portions of Treutlen County, Montgomery County, and Wheeler County. So just giving you a heads up, in Johnson County. That's where that core threat's going to come through. And notice by 4 o'clock, it's out of here. We may get some sunshine across middle Georgia this afternoon. And in fact, temperatures will be falling as we head throughout the afternoon because this cold front will come through and we're going to have some noticeably colder weather. But again, looking at that new severe thunderstorm warning, it's going to be for Crisp and Wilcox County. So that's down towards the south. And we'll go down there and check those out and see. Those are probably likely those storms that are coming out of Sumter County and well as South Georgia as we speak. And again, that is the continuation of farther issues down towards the south with some of those stronger storms. And again, there it is. We're going to continue to watch things down towards the south. And again, here are those tornadic storms down towards the south. This is Sumter County, this is Crisp County, this is Wilcox County. Here is that new severe thunderstorm warning. This does include Cordele and then sliding over into Wilcox County, approaching the Abbeville area. And I'll put a storm track on the core threat of this storm as we head through the next couple of minutes. You see Araby, well, let me get out of your way so I can show you. But yeah, Araby over towards Rochelle, that's where we're dealing with these storms. So again, core threat approaching Interstate 75, and we'll continue to monitor that. But I'm going to put a tracker on that and just give you an idea of what we can expect over the next 35 minutes as the storm rapidly pushes off towards the east at about 60 or 55 miles per hour. We get towards Winona 1103, Hatley 1114, Pitts 1120, Rochelle 1127, Owensboro 1128, and Kramer. And again, this is going to be just to the south of Cordele. Here is Cordele. This is going to be south of Cordele along Interstate 75, and then that will slide over into southern Wilkinson County. And actually, I'm going to go in a little bit closer, maybe get some smaller communities as well as maybe some areas that we're going to be watching for some landmarks across portions of these counties. And again, this is the area we'll have to keep an eye on because these storms that are coming into these areas, these were those tornadic storms back across southwest Georgia. So again, a heads up as we watch these storms pushing off towards the east through southern Crisp County and then getting over into Wilkinson County. And again, this is just showing you, actually I want to do a bigger scan on that. So we'll just stretch from Cordele down towards, then off towards the east. We'll go 30 minutes out just to show you what we're going to be dealing with. Again, Crisp County Middle School at 11:01, so very soon. Then you get over towards Hatley at 11:10. Wilcox County Schools 11:21. There's Pitts, and then you get Double Run, that's on the county line, and then Araby, that's where we're going to be watching at 11:02 as that core threat of those strongest winds look to be coming through. And again, this is going to be confined to mainly southern portions of Crisp as well as Wilcox County. And if this holds together, of course, that will head over towards Telfair County as well as Wheeler County as well as Montgomery County. So that's the latest warning that we are watching right now across southern portions of, what's that new warning? New warning coming in. So
They just kind of upgraded or updated the one that was farther north that was in really Wilkinson County, Hancock County. They downgraded it from the considerable tag back to a quote-unquote regular severe thunderstorm warning for the winds gusting up near 60 miles per hour or so. And this is for areas in kind of eastern Twiggs County. It does include barely clips Lawrence County and Johnson County, most of Hancock County, and
All right,
that's in
and
Washington County and Baldwin County.
here is that polygon, and I'll put a tracker on that, but this does extend up into Baldwin County and Milledgeville. You get into southern portions of Hancock County, you get Washington County, all of Wilkinson County included in this, and as Miranda was saying, eastern portion of Twiggs County and extreme northern Lawrence County. So it looks like from Milledgeville, just to the east of or west of the McIntyre, that's where we're seeing those brighter reds, kind of a little bit of a bowing segment. So what I'm going to do, winds of 60 miles per hour, we'll draw a storm track on these. I think these are showing you great timing on these storms. Over the next 30 minutes, these are the locations that will likely be impacted. Twiggs County High School at 11:03, Midway Hills Academy at 11:05, Oconee 11:22. You got Balls Ferry State Park at 11:25, Twin City Community College at 11:29, Tucker's Crossroad at 11:35, and then you get back towards Enos 11:20, Irvington at 11:09. And again, all these locations are included in that severe thunderstorm warning. What makes a thunderstorm severe? It's got to have one of three things. It's got to be producing hail up to 1/4 inch in size. That's the size of a quarter. 1 inch. Winds of 58 miles per hour or greater, or has to be producing a tornado. Those are the three things that make a thunderstorm severe. And again, it looks like for most of these storms today in middle Georgia, it's that wind threat, winds of 60 miles per hour as these storms continue to push through. Rainfall, lightning, that has no impact on whether a storm is severe. And again, you see some things, it's updating as the radar continues. Again, Kalen Field, 11:30. You get over towards Tanner at 11:36. And again, this is mainly in Wilkinson County and southern Baldwin County, and then that will slide over, maybe clipping southern Hancock County, but really Washington County, and then down towards Johnson County and northern Lawrence County. That's where the storm will be heading over the next 30 minutes or so. Miranda.
We are still keeping an eye on some of those storms right now that we are watching. Some good news is that we're watching those tornado warnings that were down in South Georgia. Those are now have been allowed to really expire. So no really tornado warnings in almost the entire state of Georgia. So looks like we're not really on the brink of that at this moment, but that could really change still over the next hour or so as this is moving through. Really the big threat still that we're watching for is for those winds. Well, here's that tornado watch that really does include all of southwest Georgia, most of our area, especially right along the coast, till around 2 o'clock. With the conditions being there, the ingredients could be coming together to produce some of that rotation for a brief spin-up tornado. But even outside, if a tornado doesn't happen, we have damaging winds that are in place, which can cause just as much damage as a tornado. With that severe thunderstorm warning, those winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour inside those storms can down the trees, the power lines, those limbs. That could cause some damage to property and issues with traveling. But even outside of the storms, out ahead of it, we've had the winds gusting up 40, nearing 50 miles per hour. So this has been a pretty active system with the wind. And now there's a lot of rain that has been coming through. We haven't seen any more flood warnings in place besides those ones that were issued earlier. Here's the latest rainfall totals. A few moments, about, I guess, an hour ago, I guess they updated at 11 o'clock. Eatonton had just about an inch. Now it's over 2 inches, 2 1/4 inches. Plains has had the most now, almost 2.5 inches of rain. Byron and Fort Valley are also over 2 inches. Macon's gotten about 1 3/4 inch. Same with Gray. And areas, Perry, Sparta, Milledgeville, that are kind of still in the brunt of it right now, are still under an inch, but likely as we get towards 12, 1 o'clock, when this updates again, those numbers will definitely rapidly incline. We were watching for the areas mainly north and west of Macon to get the most amount of rain that could cause flooding, but even I think everywhere likely could be seeing some of these, the ponding on the roads and on the sides. So if you're driving, never drive through flooded roads. And the winds have been pretty gusty as well, even outside of the storm. Sometimes it's hard to see exactly after a storm moves through just how gusty it was because of the specific radar sites and stations. But from what we got from UGA, those winds were definitely gusty today out ahead of the storms. nearing above 40 miles per hour. So this has been a pretty substantial system. This is back out over Dublin. The rain is still falling. You are not under a severe thunderstorm running at this time, but getting a pretty moderate downpour. Look at the temperature, almost 68 degrees. Our average high this time of year is 59. It's the beginning of January, keep in mind, but it feels more like spring outside. And here's some of the temperatures. It is 70 degrees in Mount Vernon right now, still 65 in Dublin. Some cooler air is going to be working in after the storm moves through. Tomorrow, it's really going to be feeling like winter, especially even tonight. Temperatures will be dropping over the next few hours after this cold front does move through and all the rain moves out. We'll get the cold kind of breeze and the wraparound moisture from the system, but still we got to worry about some of the severe weather that's still moving through. Severe thunderstorm warning stretching from Washington County all the way down to Crisp County with that strongest line of storms. Here's some of the wind gusts right now, making 22 miles per hour. Warner Robins is right where that rain and that heaviest line did come through. 35 miles per hour wind gust, 25 in Perry, and it's 24 in Cochrane, 31 in Hawkinsville. Can start to see some calm winds coming down from north and west, but still out ahead of this line. So areas kind of east of I-75, south of I-16, winds gusting 40 miles per hour out ahead of the storms. But then still going to be rather gusty after the rain moves through tonight at 6 o'clock. If you're heading out, hopefully there won't be too much flooding or damage. We'll still have winds gusting 30 miles per hour Tuesday tonight and in towards tomorrow as well. The winds will still probably be pretty gusty out there, not as bad as definitely was today. So here's the latest on the power outages. We do have two counties that are a little bit higher elevated. Taylor County and Peach County look like they have a little bit higher than a 20% outage in the area. Still, Houston County, though, has the most right now, almost 3,000 outages. Well, you just got the storms that were barreling through you, so I'm sure some of that has just gone offline, starting to come back up, but 68,000 outages right now in the state of Georgia. I think that's the highest I've seen it so far this morning. Jones County has almost 2,000 outages. Baldwin, Taylor, and Putnam County also all have above 1,000 outages, but Wilkinson County doesn't have above a 1%, so that's some good news, especially that it's barreling through that county now. We'll have to see as the numbers begin to come in with those high winds moving over top of you really through right now. And maybe we can go back to some of the winds, Ryan, to see where some of those strongest winds are still moving through, because that's really kind of the main concern, it seems like, right now with some of these severe thunderstorm warnings.
And is that updating? Just double check that
I think
for
that
us.
is updating, honestly. Let me double check, though. That is very true that I don't think that changed from earlier. It may actually not be updating. Let me double check right here. I think it is updating. I think it updated at 11:30, but let me triple check, honestly.
Double check that because it's 11:09 as we speak. So.
Triple check. Oh, okay, then maybe I did not update. Let me see where these are coming in from. These are, so the way that these graphics work, and they have each specific number for a location, is it's automated, where we have some programs that pull in and run the data, then we're able to kind of spit it out into this graphic. I don't know.
We'll let you work on that, and I'm going to jump back into the radar, give you latest updates on what we are seeing, because people on social media are asking about specific counties. And again, I am going to start at the northern end of this line and work its way towards the south. Again, tornado watch in effect for most of middle Georgia until 2 p.m. We're going to stop this and just go, this is what's actually happening right now. Jasper County, Putnam County, Monroe County, Jones County, Bibb County, Crawford County, Thomaston, or should I say Upson County, Lamar County, Taylor County. Severe weather threat is over. Still going to be windy, still going to be red. The severe weather threat is along and east of this line, so this now stretches from Hancock County over towards Washington County, heading towards Johnson County, Wilkinson County, Twiggs County. You're in the heart of the system as we speak. As we slide down towards the south, and we'll go zooming in. Here is that severe thunderstorm warning in Chris County, Cordele, lots of lightning with this storm. That's going to be heading up towards Wilcox County. We'll be watching this segment. Kind of looks like it's bowing out a little bit. So I'm going to throw a storm track on that real quick, just to give you an idea of some of the winds or where these strongest winds will be heading over the next 15 minutes or 20 minutes or so.
As you do that, I did look at the data. So it did update. The last time it updated, though, was at 8:30. It probably will update again at some point. I don't remember how often I made that update, but it updated several hours ago.
All right, so likely probably again at the bottom of the hour. So we'll check that because I'm imagining some of those wind totals are going to be higher. But again, Chris County going into Wilcox County. Be in your safe place, winds of 60 miles per hour. And again, these storms have had a history of producing tornadoes in southwest Georgia. That means they do have the potential to possibly produce more tornadoes as they continue off towards the east. But again, Pitt's at 11:15, Kramer 11:25, and that'll be heading over towards Abbeville at approximately 11:31. And we're really just focused on this area that's kind of bowing out. That looks to be the strongest part of that storm. So I see some of those counties have been canceled from the watch so far. So that's kind of what we were expecting. And again, we'll look at that real quick as we look at the latest watch. Bibb County, you are in the clear. Jones County up towards Putnam, Jasper County, all the way down to Peach County and Macon County, as well as Sumter County. Severe weather threat is over. It is now confined to eastern portions of our viewing area. That's going to be east of Interstate 75, all along 16, all the counties you see shaded in yellow. That's where that tornado watch continues until 2 p.m. We thought that would happen, and that's what has happened is, again, the line pushes through, the severe weather threat is winding down for your exact location. So if you're out ahead of this line, you still got the severe weather threat. Behind the line, including city of Macon, we are in the clear, still raining heavily. There's still gusty winds, there's still lightning, it's still storming outside, but the severe weather threat is over for Macon as well as down towards Fort Valley. And when you get into Peach County, Warner Robins and Houston County, you're right in the middle of a severe thunderstorm right now, or you're not in, so that's what we're going to be watching. Again, as we work back up, we were down in Cordele earlier. You're getting into Dooley County, getting into Pulaski County, Hawkinsville. Heavy rainfall working your way. A few people asking about Dodge County. It's plain old rain, but we have these severe thunderstorm warnings to your west. These will be making your way towards Dodge County. So you will get a severe thunderstorm warning shortly. So go ahead and make plans for that as we're going to be watching these storms make their way through our eastern and southeastern counties. We make it up towards really Houston County, Warner Robins, Bon Air, Perry, Elko. You're getting very heavy rainfall and more gusty winds. Mirando.
Hi, when you have a second, I'm still watching the chat. A lot of emergency managers are kind of chiming in with their specific locations. Just kind of wanted to relay what they were saying just to see what might be happening over the mid-state right now in Washington County. They're saying multiple trees are down, calls throughout the county. Rescue is en route to a call of a tree on an occupied camper potentially. Not sure exactly what that is, but Crisp County, at the sheriff's office, apparently they had a pea-sized hail and potentially 40-mile-per-hour wind gust. In Baldwin County, they have multiple roadways that have standing water. The trees are down blocking Road 125 Coombs Avenue. So there's a lot of kind of damage reports that are beginning to come in with a lot of the winds and the rain. They even the Crisp County Sheriff's Office said they saw some hail, so some pea-sized hail even from this. So definitely very, very active with how we're gonna have to see how much damage these
And you
storms
said
caused.
up in Washington County, correct?
Washington County was for the
Trees.
Washington County was for multiple tree down. Yeah.
All right, so we're up here in Washington County now. That's where Sandersville is. This is Hancock County. This is Baldwin County. The worst of the weather from Milledgeville off towards the east. And again, that's probably the tree damage being reported in Washington County, that pressure gradient wind. The thunderstorms, or should I say the main core of the storms, still off towards your west. So you'll likely be getting more reports of tree and power issues across Washington County. And again, You are included in a severe thunderstorm warning. That means we could be dealing with those winds in excess of 58 miles per hour. That's why it is a severe thunderstorm. And again, I'll put a track on this system as it stretches from really Baldwin County, you see just south of Lake Sinclair, down towards McIntyre. And it looks like this is where we're going to be seeing some of those stronger wind gusts stretching back down towards the south and east. Over the next 25 minutes, here are some of those locations. You got Goat Town at 11:20, Wilkinson County Schools at 11:17, and we got Sun Hill 11:37, Ridge Road Elementary School, that's going to be 11:33, Oconee Fall Line Technical College, that's at 11:29, Oconee 11:28, Linton at 11:22, and Deep Step at 11:21. It's 11:17 right now. And again, this is that core threat of those strongest winds as it will continue to slide off towards the east. And again, mainly for Washington County, southern portions of Hancock County, extreme southeastern Baldwin County, and now getting into eastern Wilkinson County. We'll back off of that. We'll continue to slide off towards the south as we get closer to Lawrence County and Dublin. That's where we're going to be watching these storms working their way in. Again, here is Twiggs County. The radar, that's in Jeffersonville. This is Wilkinson County. This is Bleckley County. That's where Cochran is. Lawrence County, it is rain, a little bit of thunder. You got a stronger storm in the western part of the county and extreme northern Lawrence County under severe thunderstorm warning. However, we will see a severe thunderstorm warning likely issued as we continue to watch these storms. I noticed the severe thunderstorm warning for Houston County has been allowed to expire, but that's going to continue to have very heavy rainfall, gusty winds with that stronger storm that's really along Highway 129 as we speak. This is completely east of Interstate 75, affecting Robbins Air Force Base, and then east of Perry as we speak. And again, that will be heading over into southern Twiggs County, Bleckley County, ever towards Cochran, and then eventually probably clipping northern Dodge County. So I'll put a storm track on that, even though it is not currently severe. Just giving you general ideas of when you can expect the stronger storm or the strongest part of these storms to make their way into your location. And we will extend this out over the next 45 minutes, and I'll just give you general timings. Middle Georgia Technical College, 11:21. Pulaski County Correctional Facility, 11:24. Cochran Municipal Airport, 11:34. Dexter, 11:47. West Lawrence High School, approximately 11:49. We get Susie Dasher Elementary School at 11:55. East Lawrence High School at about noon, and then Lovett at 12:02. For Eastman itself, 11:43. Montrose, 11:39. And again, these times are approximate. There'll be a few minutes off as the storms slow down and speed up. But this is just giving you a good general idea of when the core of that threat will be working its way through your neighborhood or through your community. Do keep that in mind. And again, that's the storm, not currently severe, that's coming out of Houston County and northern portions of Dooley County. We'll continue to slide back off towards the south a little bit more, and there's that new severe thunderstorm warning. So the areas we were just watching, they've issued a severe thunderstorm warning. Does include eastern Houston County, southern Twiggs County, Bleckley County, Lawrence County, does include the city of Dublin now, Dodge County, and then down into Pulaski County. And again, SKYWATCH weather app told me that before the National Weather Service did. So that is certainly some great news. And then we head down towards Wilcox County, you get that additional warning. Again, I would say east of Interstate 75, that's where the severe weather threat is. If you're west of 75, anywhere in middle Georgia, severe weather threat is over. And that's what we've been seeing. Those watches, or those counties get whittled away out of those, watches. So that's certainly some good news. But again, strongest line of storms east of Interstate 75. And again, that new severe thunderstorm warning goes until noon. And that's where we kind of drew that out. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to draw another large track on this storm, the leading edge of these storms as they're coming off towards the east. And that'll continue to slide off towards the west. This is over the next 45 minutes. Again, something that stands out, Pulaski County Correctional Facility, 11:27, Hawkinsville, 11:26, Dodge County Elementary School at 11:43, Dublin Lawrence County Recreational Facility at 11:57, and then you get over into Telfair Wheeler Airport at about noon, Telfair County Elementary School at about 12:03. But again, over the next few minutes, we're talking Rochelle at 11:22, Abbeville 11:31, Cochrane 11:32, Sibby 11:35, Ryan 11:38, and Yonkers at 11:41 as we continue to watch the storms. Again, Dodge County Elementary School 11:43. We like to pinpoint these landmarks in a lot of communities. Most people know where the correctional facilities are. They employ a lot of people. Where the schools are in the systems or in the counties, that's where a lot of people go and congregate a lot of times. So that's just giving you an idea of why we choose those locations and why the radar sees that, because a lot of people know where those locations are. And again, as the radar updates, these times do adjust and we'll see things continue to change. But again, over the next 30 minutes or so, that large severe thunderstorm warning continues to push off towards the east. Looking farther back off towards the south, good news is we've been watching southwest Georgia. How about that, Mirando? Gary, no tornado warnings across South Georgia right now. But I will urge people, if they are heading or traveling later today, as we head into the afternoon and evening hours, the coastal empire, as well as getting over into the Carolinas, they are expecting these storms to re-intensify, and that's where they could be dealing with more tornadic cells than what we are dealing with in middle Georgia. So if you're heading east along 20, maybe 16, or heading up 95 later today for some reason, heading over towards Charleston, maybe Myrtle Beach, there's going to be stronger storms over that way. But over the next couple of hours, we're going to continue to deal with these storms as they push off towards the east. Again, Bibb County, Jones County, Putnam County, Peach County, all the way down towards Cordele, off towards the west, you are in the clear as far as the severe weather threat. Now, we're still dealing with wet roads, a lot of water in the ditches, a lot of water in the roads, so do keep that in mind. Mirando.
All right, what I am doing right now is I'm getting a collection of all of the storm reports out so we can kind of dive through them and maybe potentially kind of get some extra footage or things that we need to get. So I'm really looking at the storm reports now. I've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I've got 8 that are in our area that go from Bleckley County to Warner Robins and Baldwin County, Taylor County, Lamar. I have them for a tree down in Washington County, and rain potentially up to 4 inches in Lamar near Barnesville.
And Mirando, I pulled that graphic up.
Okay,
so.
yeah, here's some of our storm reports for us. In Taylor County near Butler, they've measured a peak wind gust of 58.7 miles per hour with the line of storms that push through. In Baldwin County, there's a tree down near the intersection of Deep Step Road and Highway 24 east of Milledgeville. There is another one in Baldwin County for another tree down at Collins Road and Little Road northwest of Milledgeville. In Warner Robins and at the Air Force Base, we talked about this a little bit ago, they had a wind gust of 68 miles per hour reported by the emergency manager. And then there's 2 in Bleckley County, one's for trees down in Butts Road near the intersection of Highway 26 East, and then also for a tree down along Highway 278 near the intersection of Highway 26 East, and that's in Bleckley County. So there's storm reports that are coming in. This is the one in Warner Robins with that wind gust up to 68 miles per hour at the Air Force Base. That was right at 10:15 as that storm was just pushing through. That's very close, about 6 miles per hour below hurricane force winds. So this is pretty substantial just how strong that wind gust was, and likely going to be causing some damage. We've only been in this system for about an hour or so now with this really moving through, so likely as we get further into the afternoon, the storm reports are just going to become barreling in for several trees down. There may be some areas with some widespread damage, especially if we had some of those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and we had that one severe warning that was for portions of Wilkinson, Twiggs County. So this map that we see right now will likely become much more populated with just how much storm reports there will be. Hopefully it won't be too much of an issue, but flooding is probably still a concern outside even after the severe weather threat's over for areas northwest. This updated around 11 o'clock. over almost 2.5 inches of rain in Plains, over 2 inches of rain in Edenton and Byron. I think when this updates at noon today, the numbers are really going to surge up, especially for the areas that aren't showing a lot. Like Warner Robins only has about 4/10 of an inch. That's likely going to be climbing pretty high.
Yeah, I promise you that's going to be higher.
Milledgeville also definitely going to be going up. So I think that's going to be really exciting to see the number really pop up here at around 12 o'clock or so. But we still do have, 2 warnings out there right now. I've been kind of popping up and down. We have about 3 warnings out there, but we still do have the tornado watch that's still into effect, which means those conditions are still favorable for severe storms. Doesn't guarantee that we're going to have a tornado, but the ingredients are there for there to be potential rotation in the atmosphere. So we're watching for tornadoes until about 2 o'clock. Once we get about 1, 2 o'clock, that strongest line of storms will push through, and then the severe weather threat will really be over. A lot of that wind shear will be gone, but we still have the main leading thunderstorms that are severe warned. So if you live in those kind of polygons, you really don't want to be near windows. I wouldn't say that you need to hunker down if it was like a tornado warning to be in an interior room, but you really want to stay away from the windows and take the warnings definitely seriously. This first one, that's in portions of Wilkinson County, Washington County, that's in place until about 11:45. And then we still have it for portions of Lawrence County, Dodge County, with Eastman, Cochran, Pulaski, Bleckley County until noon, and then also the one in Wilcox and Crisp County also in place till 11:45. So as this storm still moves east, it's producing the damaging winds, 60 miles per hour, the intense blinding rain. You get the red on the radar. It's really just the blinding, heavy downpours. It is so tropical outside. There's so much moisture for these storms to be working with. We're back live out over Dublin. Still, you're right on the border of a severe thunderstorm warning in Dublin. It cuts through the city.
And we're looking towards the west, so that's where the storm will be coming to.
Yeah, so the camera's still already shaking. The wind is sustained about 18 miles per hour. Temperature 68 degrees. It's not completely flooding skies. It's not downpouring where we can't even see. It's not a blinding rain, but it's definitely raining outside. You're probably going to be getting the heaviest downpours over the next half an hour when that concentrated line pushes through downtown Dublin here over the next half an hour. So you're right on the edge of the severe warning. If you live in Dublin, definitely a good idea to download that WGXA SKYWATCH weather app, be able to see the radar, where the heaviest rain's moving through. If the new warning gets pushed over you, it's really such a great tool. You don't even have to work hard. It does it for you. It literally will tell you that you have a warning over your area. It's really great, very handy. If you're just watching on a laptop or if you have this connected to your TV, get your phone out, go onto the camera app, and act like you're going to take a picture of that QR code there on the right. And then when you get it onto your screen, tap the QR code on your screen onto your camera, and then you should get a link that pops up. You click the link, it'll take you to the App Store or the Google Play Store, and you're able to download it. And this works great for days that are not severe too. If it's sunny, you're like, what's my weekend plans going to be looking like? It gives you it all, but especially today when you want to stay weather aware, it's really such a handy tool for telling you when you have watches, warnings, anything over top of you without even lifting a finger up. So still the weather warned day for the next few hours for those damaging winds. Some tornadoes are still possible, but even after the severe storms move through, we'll likely be left with some flooding and some damage to be cleaned up with after it's all moved out by around 1 or 2 o'clock. So here's that timing. Still moving across our area here for the next several hours. 1, 2 o'clock, it's in our far eastern counties. By around 2, maybe left with some leftover light showers, but really no severe weather threat. And then by 4 o'clock, it'll still be breezy this evening, but the heavy rain will be done, and then colder air will be wrapping around behind the system tomorrow. So we'll wake up with a good amount of sunshine tomorrow, but it's definitely going to be feeling like the beginning of January tomorrow. Air temperatures likely going to be in the low 50s tomorrow afternoon, but with the wind still being pretty gusty, it'll be feeling even colder. So this is tomorrow at around 7 o'clock. We're waking up below freezing tomorrow, 28 in Macon, waking up tomorrow morning, a lot different than today. And then as we get towards the afternoon, we'll have a good amount of sunshine, but temperatures really not making it very high. This is only showing about 45 degrees in the high in Macon, so tomorrow is really going to feel like winter, maybe almost 30 degrees below what it was today. And then Thursday, we're still starting out at freezing. And then we'll climb up probably a little bit to more seasonable levels near 60 degrees on Thursday. So temperatures will rebound as this low moves out, but tomorrow it's going to be a cold day with a little bit of sunshine and that wind. So you definitely want to bundle up tomorrow. And here's those power outages still. Wow, it's even higher now. We were wondering about Wilkinson County. The last time we looked at this, Wilkinson County didn't have any kind of polygon over it as the storms were kind of just barreling through, but now even higher for the Georgia outages, 73,000. And Wilkinson County does have that darker shade, so it's at least over 20% of the county that is out, but under 40% of outages. But Baldwin County still has the most right now, almost 3,000 outages. Houston County is still very high, about 2,600, almost 2,700. Jones County is the next highest, nearing 2,000, and Putnam and Peach County both have over 1,000 outages. Almost every county in Middle Georgia has at least a 1% outage right now. Some areas we're still holding on, especially for those southeastern ones in towards Trutland County, Montgomery, Wheeler, Telfair, where you haven't really gotten the big storms to be pushing through yet. But it looks nice that at least in Jasper, Butts, Upson County aren't having a lot of outages even after that storm system completely does move through. But we're still watching the radar now. The heavy downpours are still really pushing through. Severe thunderstorm warnings are still into effect for about the next 15 minutes to 30 minutes. It's 11:32 right now. That middle one over Cochrane, Eastman, Dublin expires at around 12. The other two on both sides of that expire around 11:45. But we'll have to see if they keep extending them. The good news is that there's not a ton of lightning. I was tracking the storms earlier along the immediate coast in the panhandle of Florida and eastern Alabama. They were just getting hammered with lightning. There was so much lightning out there, and that's usually a sign that the storms are very strong. The updrafts are very powerful. There's not a ton of lightning. We have a few strikes here and there, which is definitely still indicating that we have strong storms, heavy winds, but at least we're like overflowing with lightning on this map. Maybe can we look at the winds one more time, kind of looking at where the strongest winds could be pushing through with that line of heavy storms right now, because that wind threat is going to be pretty big with some of these severe storms. Those winds inside the polygons could be gusting near 60 miles per hour. So these are actually the gusts, still the heaviest. At least Warner Robins has come down from their 30 mile per hour wind gust. Still 17 in Macon, 15 in Warner Robins, but 23 in Cochrane, 31 in Hawkinsville, 26 in Irvington. Still could be gusting over 40 miles per hour, especially for areas out ahead of the storm, still east of Macon. Tonight, they'll still be pretty gusty, up to about 30 miles per hour. And even tomorrow, still be a little bit of a breezier day, but still got to get through some of this severe weather first with what's exactly moving through. Still the heaviest winds right now is pushing, kind of bisecting right over Wilkinson County. We're still looking out over Dublin right now. On the radar, it's indicating your winds could be about 20 miles per hour, which definitely makes sense. It says the winds that are out of the south at about 18 miles per hour. So it's still wet out over Dublin right now, but the winds are the strongest right now, really over just bisecting Wilkinson County, McIntyre, Irvington. You can even see it's kind of correlating with that red on the radar, but up into Sandersville, Worthen, in Washington County, those winds are definitely whipping. And a little bit farther south of the radar site, it's starting to push out of Twiggs County. It's in Bleckley County with the highest winds, and just starting to push out of Pulaski County, but down also into Wilcox County, also right east of Rochelle, are where some of the strongest winds are. So in the path of the storm still is Dodge County. Eastman, you're really up next with the strongest winds. Chester, Dexter, Dudley, Dublin, Oconee, Harrison, Sandersville, still technically in the path of the strongest line. That line that we're showing right there, that's really where the strongest storms are, and that's pushing eastward. So still, when you can see the strongest storms moving right over top of you, the strongest winds, that flooding McIntyre at 11:35, which is just about right now. Irvington at 11:37, Hamburg State Park at 11:39, Brentwood School at 11:45, Sandersville at 11:46, which is in about 10 minutes, Washington County High School at 11:48, Edge Hill at 11:50, Sun Hill at 11:53, Washington State Prison right about at the top of the hour at noon, and Harrison at about 12:04 for some of those strongest winds that are pushing through.
And that's
Luckily-
that part of the storm that's really in Wilkinson County right now,
Right.
heading over into Washington County. And again, that's where we're still seeing the severe thunderstorm warning. But again, pick out a location you know, pick out your location, your community. This gives you an approximate time when the strongest part of the storm will be working its way through your neck of the woods. But again, Oconee Fall Line Technical College at 11:44, Washington County High School at 11:48, Ridge Road Elementary School at 11:49, Balls Ferry State Park at 11:52, Omaha Springs 11:55, and of course the Washington State Prison at approximately 11:59. And that's just this part of the line of storms. We'll continue to shift off towards the south. We'll throw another track on here. And again, the main concern with these storms continues to be those strong gusty winds, anywhere from really 55 to 65 miles per hour. And again, where you're seeing these brighter shades, that's showing you the strongest winds. And we got to see this stretching down towards eastern Twiggs County, now getting into Bleckley County and down into Pulaski County, and then that'll be heading over towards Lawrence County again. Most of Dublin under a severe thunderstorm warning, but again, eastern Lawrence County you are not, but we're going to see this warning issued off towards the west. It'll get into Treutlen County as well as Johnson County, and then down towards Montgomery and Wheeler County. So again, I'll put another track on here just where we're tracking that leading edge of those stronger winds and those stronger storms, and then drag that off towards the east approximately 30 minutes from now. That's what we're going to be looking at, the overall timing on this system. It looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning, so we're going to go with that in just a second. So Miranda got a new severe thunderstorm warning, but again, new timings, Cochran Municipal Airport 11:38, Dodge County Elementary School at 11:43, Eastman Dodge County Airport is going to be 11:48, Dublin Lawrence County Recreational Facility approximately noon, Span at 12:06, you got Dudley at 11:50, and again, approximate times on the strongest threat for these storms. So we'll go back to the radar as far as the reflectivity and look at that newest warning. And again, it does include Telfair County, Southern Dodge County, and then we'll be watching that. That's going to be associated with this cluster of storms that's really lined up from Bleckley County and Pulaski County down into Wilcox County. This is Dodge County, so heads up, you're going to get some of these stronger storms shortly. And as we were showing on the power outage index map, these counties really didn't have much showing up as far as power outages. That will change as this cluster of storms begins to work its way through. Unfortunately, we've had a lot of wind overnight. These storms have been producing some tree issues and a lot of power line issues across middle Georgia, and that's why we continue to see those numbers go up. I will say Georgia Power, as well as all the co-ops that provide us the electricity, they got to wait for the weather to be safe for their crews to get out and start repairs. So just be patient with them. It's going to be a long day, a long process for them. But again, their crews have to be safe. That means no lightning in the area. And so we'll start to see improvements from west to east as far as the power outages. But again, here's that new severe thunderstorm warning, Southern Dodge County as well as Telfair County approaching McRae. I'll put a tracker on it just to give you some latest guidance as far as the overall timing. And a lot of times we can pinpoint where the strongest winds are, but this is a line of storms, so that's why we're doing these larger swaths of potential winds that we're going to be dealing with. And again, this is over the next 30 minutes. I got Copeland at 11:41, so that is 1 minute away. Temperance at 11:53. Jaybird Springs, how about 11:57? Little Okmulgee at 12:03, or should I say Little Okmulgee State Park at 12:03. We got Telfair County Elementary School at 12:08. That's where we did. China Hill at 11:58, and again McRae at 12:03. And again, this is where that core threat of the strongest winds will be coming through, plus or minus a couple of minutes. So just be prepared, be in your safe place. Again, with these storms, do have a history of producing sporadic damage across middle Georgia, and that's kind of what we thought today would be, mainly a wind event. And so that's what we are tracking across our southern counties as we speak. take that off. And again, you see from Rochelle to Abbeville up towards Eastman, that's going to be up in the Dodge County. This is Telfair County. You got Milan and Chauncey, and then over towards McRae. And then just looking off towards the east a little bit to deal with what could get the next warning. We'll say the rest of Telfair County. You get into Wheeler County as well as Montgomery County along the U.S. Highway 280, Mount Vernon, and then you head up towards Treutlen County, Soperton, Rents, Caldwell. You're included in that northern warning, and again, this will likely be extended off towards your east as well to include the rest of Lawrence County, and then that will likely continue up into Johnson County over towards Wrightsville. So again, three severe thunderstorm warnings we are watching, stretching from Washington County and Hancock County through eastern Wilkinson County. That stretches down to southeastern Twiggs County. Much of Bleckley County right now seeing the heart of that storm, or the core of that storm, and then that continues now getting into Dodge County, eastern Pulaski County, and that will head continuing to slide off towards the east the next few minutes. And again, this is the line. Once the line passes your locations, the severe weather threat is over. East of Interstate 75, this is where the main concern is going to be. West of 75, you're in the clear as far as the severe weather threat. Absolutely, we're still going to be dealing with rain and windy conditions, but again, this is the core of the severe weather threat, and once we get it through Washington County, Johnson County, Treutlen County, and Montgomery County, we will be in the clear across middle Georgia. And again, very encouraged with the lack of tornado warnings down towards the south. We had numerous ones down near Albany earlier. We were watching those as they could get into our southern counties. This line of storms will continue to push off towards the east, but again, daytime heating this afternoon, the coastal empire up into the Carolinas, they're likely going to see these storms re-intensify, and they could have bigger storms off towards our east and northeast today. But thankfully in middle Georgia, nothing too pressing as far as the tornadic threat, and we really thought that's how this system would push through. But again, rainfall totals, that continues to be an issue. As Miranda was saying, I'm kind of anxious to see how much rain has fallen when it updates at the top of the hour. Some locations I bet will be over 3 inches, and that's right on forecast for what we've been saying. Many locations 2 to 3 inches. Some locations would get more, some locations not as much. But again, still got a few flood warnings back towards the west. This is just outside of our viewing area. This is Butts County and Lamar County. Western portions of Upson County, you're still included into a flood warning until 2:45. Miranda?
I do have an update with that flooding. I don't know if it's not showing on our map specifically, but there is a new flood warning that's in effect, different from like a flash flooding that's in place for almost all of our counties: Baldwin, Bibb, Bleckley, Crawford, Dooley, Hancock, Houston, Jones, Macon, Monroe, Peach, Pulaski, Putnam, Sumter, Twiggs, Wilkinson. They have a flood warning in effect until 2:45 this afternoon from all the excessive rainfall that we've gotten. They're saying low water crossings are inundated with water and may not be passable. Expect many areas of slow-moving or standing water from all the rain that I guess we just got from the storm that's pushing in. I don't think it's showing up on this map specifically.
Yeah,
but
I'm looking at the settings, and it's on, which is, that'll be something you get to look at later today.
Yeah, I'll look at that. I can do that.
But no, yeah, so that's what we're watching, and I don't know if you just saw that new
Yeah,
severe
that new
thunderstorm
one.
warning, so we'll dive back into that. That's going to be for Johnson County now. So if you'll give me the specifics on that, I'll go in here
Yes,
and
I
start
can do
pointing out
that.
some of those communities.
So wording from the National Weather Service, they're saying severe thunderstorms were located along a line extending from near Hebron to near Danville, moving east at 35 miles per hour for damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour until 12:30. The counties in this are Wilkinson County, northwestern Lawrence County, southeastern Baldwin County, east central Twiggs County, Washington County, and northwestern Johnson County. So they're kind of keeping up with that line as east.
Put some of these plots on here. Deep Step at 1150, Balls Ferry State Park at 1152. We got Ridge Road Elementary School at 1202, Trinity Christian School at 1203, Dublin Community College at approximately 1205, and then we get into the Washington State Prison at 12:14. And again, that's going to be in Washington County, extreme western portions of Johnson County. This is northern Lawrence County, and that's mainly going to be for eastern and southeastern Wilkinson County. That's where you see Nicholsville at 11:48, approximately 2 minutes away. That's where that core threat's going to be coming through. Hazard, you're going to be seeing that at approximately 11:56. And again, just some of these points are showing up, but this is just showing you some of those other locations within this polygon that I have drawn, showing you the approximate times of the worst of the storm arriving into your location. And again, it's a severe thunderstorm, winds up to 60 miles per hour. That will produce tree and power issues. That can even cause some structural damage, so do keep that in mind. And along with those gusty winds, some lightning, some thunder, gusty winds, but heavy rainfall, that continues to be an issue. And again, we'll be watching over the next couple of hours as we continue to see how the flood threat could materialize. We'll look at the flood watch and see if that flood warning shows up on it. And there it is. It's showing up on this one. So the lighter shade of green you are seeing, that's that flood warning Miranda was just talking about. And what time does that go to?
I think that goes until 2:15 this afternoon.
All right, so 2:15, that does include Jones County, Baldwin County, Wilkinson County, Twiggs, Macon-Bibb County, Crawford County, Peach County, Houston County, Macon County itself, Sumter County, and northern portions of Dooley County, and even portions of Pulaski County. And again, this is going to be for the excessive runoff, 2 to 3 inches of rain over a short period of time. Roads are wet, a lot of standing water. Even driving in this morning before that core rain was in Macon, there was a lot of water on Riverside Parkway, Interstate 75, and you always know the construction area of 75 and 16. They're doing construction continuously, but the poor drainage, there's likely a lot of standing water in that part of Macon, so do keep that in mind. And again, all this water is going to be running into the river. So the Flint River, the Ocmulgee River, the Oconee River, they're likely going to be rising over the next couple of days. We will keep an eye on that. And again, it's not just the rain in middle Georgia. You got a ton of rain off towards the north. All that rain has to flow south, and those main thoroughfares are the Oconee River into Lake St. Clair. You get the Ocmulgee River, and then the Flint River, and of course the Chattahoochee River, which is the dividing line between portions of Alabama and Georgia. So all that rain has to flow south in the coming days. And again, we'll be dealing with more rain and storms on Friday. We'll be talking about that as we head through the next couple of days, but that looks to be our next threat for strong storms. It's an El Nino winter. Very active weather pattern. It's going to be wetter than normal. Miranda did a great winter outlook last year about that and what we're going to be dealing with. And again, the pattern favors very active weather and with more thunderstorms likely on Friday. So again, heavy rainfall will continue the next couple of hours, and I see that's the new severe thunderstorm warning. And let's see what it's for. I see it's for Hancock County as well as portions of Washington County. That's just clipping the county. That's, come on. Okay, but that's going to be up here. Sorry. The storm's already out of the county, the part they were worried about. So again, it's going to be this portion that's going to be moving up into, I believe that's Emmanuel. No, that's not Emmanuel County. What county is that? That's going to be where Norwood and Norris. This is Hancock County. That core threat is already out of the county. So that warning just clips extreme eastern portions of Hancock County, does not include the city of Sparta. Again, there's Lake Oconee. You get Rock Eagle and Eatonton back off towards the west. The rain still coming down in buckets, but this is the core line. And again, that stretches down towards the Hamburg State Park and then heading over towards Gibson. And then you get back into Washington County. You got Worthing, Sandersville. This is that main area of concern along and out ahead of that brightest red you see. And it looks like most intense part of this storm is continuing to be Wilkinson County. They have been getting hammered. This is going to be the third severe thunderstorm warning for Wilkinson County as they continue to deal with these strong storms. And then that stretches down, really getting out of Twiggs County, essentially heading down towards Bleckley County, now to the east of Cochran, and that's going to be heading over into Lawrence County. Here's Dudley, Dexter, Rents, Caldwell, downtown Dublin. The The warning kind of splits downtown Dublin, but again, in and around a polygon is where you have to stay weather aware. So I'll put another track on that part of the storm since it looks like it's the most intense, and just give you a general timing on some of these most intense winds, maybe affecting, say, Dublin as well as Wrightsville. And again, we're just going 30 minutes out. Montrose, 11:52, that's 1 minute away. Haskins Crossings, 11:54. West Lawrence High School at approximately 11:59. Southwest Lawrence Elementary School, 12:02. West Lawrence Middle School, 12:04. Susie Dasher Elementary School, approximately 12:08. Johnson County Schools at 12:13. Wrightsville itself at 12:13. And then you get down into Pringle at 12:15. And that's what we're going to be watching as the storm continues to push off towards the east. So I'm going to pull up the Dublin camera. Those storms may be getting closer now. And to see how it looks on our Wilson, Bright, Hegan, and Air Skycast Network. Rain, it is certainly coming down. And as we said, last night during the 11 o'clock newscast when I was doing weather, temperatures were in the 40s. And I actually had a lot of people asking me, how's it going to be severe weather when it's so cold? Well, we knew the atmosphere would rapidly change overnight. That warm front moved north. You had dew point surge into the 50s and 60s, actual air temperatures 60s. And a few minutes ago, I noticed we had a 70-degree temperature reading down towards Mount Vernon, thanks to that south wind. Very dynamic storm system, so that's brought in that surge of warm, moist air, and that moisture is falling from the Georgia sky in the form of heavy rainfall and those stronger storms across middle Georgia. But again, we are looking from downtown Dublin off towards the west. We should see that rain continue to pick up in coverage as the actual core of that line of storms makes its way towards downtown Dublin. Again, you're under severe thunderstorm warning for most of Lawrence County. Heavy rainfall right now. Winds a little breezy, but again, we'll be watching that. Sustained winds at 18 miles per hour. Of course, they will be gusting higher. So that is what we continue to watch. We'll go back to the power outage index and see if things have changed over the last few minutes. Again, statewide, 72,000 customers without power. For us right now, Wilkinson County as well as Peach County, over 20% of the customers are without power. That's the brightest or the darker shades you're seeing. The regular yellow, that's generally under 20%. And again, we've been talking about Bleckley County, Dodge County, Telfair County. Not much going on right now, but as that line of storms pushes through currently, we should start to see these counties fill in as well. So do keep that in mind. Power outages will continue to increase. And as I said, Georgia Power, as well as all the electrical co-ops that produce power and provide power to much of Middle and South Georgia, they got to make sure weather conditions are safe for when they are out. They're going to be busy today. Just be patient with them. They're going to be working hard, but they got to make sure their crews are safe before they can start reestablishing power. And again, we'll see these numbers probably increase for another hour or so, but as the storms exit Middle Georgia, numbers should gradually start coming down. But as of right now, it looks like Houston County in our viewing area has the most outages at over 2,700, over 2,700 for Baldwin County as well. Jones County, 1,600. Putnam County, 1,100, and over 1,100 for Peach County. So do keep that in mind. Like I said, we'll likely see numbers increase for Bleckley County, Dodge County, Telfair County. Then you get into Wheeler, Treutlen, and Montgomery counties over the next couple of hours. And what was that, Mirando?
That was a kind of a extension of the severe thunderstorm warning through Lawrence County. So that's now in place until 12:30. A severe thunderstorm warning for central Lawrence County. That does include Dublin now, northeastern Dodge County, and northeastern Bleckley County. It's extending from a line from Montrose near Godwinsville, moving east at 30 miles per hour. The winds are gusting to 60 miles per hour. Expect damage to roofs, siding, and trees. So likely could be seeing some power outages and start to kick up now, really through Bleckley, Dodge County. But that severe thunderstorm warning is now completely over Dublin. So that kind of red on the radar there over towards Dudley, Danville, that is headed your way and moving east with the heavy rain, the potentially damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour. Just a little bit of a timeline as these storms are moving at about, they're moving at about 30 miles per hour directly east. Dudley at 11:56, that's in about 30 seconds. Dexter at 11:58. West Lawrence High School at 12 o'clock noon on the dot. Barronfield at 12:01. West Lawrence Middle School at 12:03. The Dublin VA Medical Center at 12:04. Dublin, the strongest rain should be moving over you in about 10 minutes at 12:06. East Dublin at 12:09. East Lawrence High School at about 12:12. Johnson County Schools at around 12:15, and Wrightsville at around 12:15 also, with that specific line that's now moving farther east, but Danville right now in the path of that really heavy storms, a little bit farther to the south, just really moved over Eastman, still into southern Dodge County, Abbeville, also kind of in the heaviest rain. In about 4 minutes, our rainfall totals should begin to update here, so we'll have to see how that increases. But with the severe thunderstorm warning that's a little farther south, areas here, if you see where you live here or an area that is very close by to you, that means you really do want to try to stay away from the windows, at least until that severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. The windows could really be the first to go if a damaging wind gust came through by your house or if it downed a tree. You really want to stay away from the windows. So Chauncey at 11:57. Jaybird Springs at 12 o'clock, Telfair County High School at 12:05, McRae at 12:07, the Telfair Wheeler Airport at around 12:09, Telfair County Elementary School at 12:12, the Wheeler Correctional Facility 12:13, Lumber City 12:17, Terrytown 12:23, Montgomery County Elementary School at 12:26, and that state prison at 12:28. So if you see your city or an area that's really very close by, then you really do want to kind of take this severe thunderstorm warning seriously for that potential of the damaging winds could cause the power outages, some potential flooding also, although the flooding risk for down here in southeast middle Georgia, kind of southeast of Macon, is a little bit lower, but still could pretty easily cause some extra runoff and ponding on the roads. Never drive through flooded roads if you're heading out tonight, as that's what's likely going to be left after all of this rain does move out. We're still keeping an eye on some storm reports that are beginning to come in. I've got about, I think I found about 2 more in the time. But
let me answer this question real quick before we get that. A lot of people are asking me, well, with those freezing temperatures coming in tonight, are we going to have to worry about ice on the roadways? No. First off, I don't think we're going to get down well into the 20s like our forecasts were showing. Those winds staying up tonight, that's going to keep the temperatures from falling as fast. Now, we may be below freezing tomorrow morning, but the winds this afternoon, once the rain ends and into the overnight hours, are really going to dry off the road. So we're not worried about any ice developing on the roads later tonight or early tomorrow morning. So do keep that in mind. The winds should dry us out as we head through the evening and overnight hours before those temperatures really fall below freezing. So, but again, from, I would say, essentially Warner Robins and Macon down towards Cordele to the west, severe weather threat is over. You can go about your day. We're still going to be dealing with rain and wind. From Macon towards Milledgeville and Sparta, severe weather threat is over. Back off towards the north and west. Jasper County, Putnam County, Butts County, you're good. All of Monroe County, it's just rain. Sure, we're still going to be dealing with heavy rainfall at times, so that's why we're going to start going from a storm threat to maybe a flooding threat the next couple of hours. But the main core, and we've got severe thunderstorm warnings lined up from really up towards the Augusta and Athens area, all the way down through the Florida Panhandle, or should I say down towards Lake City, all along 75. Severe weather threat strictly east of Warner Robins and Macon as well. And again, you see these numerous polygons really just covering everything. So again, Washington County, Eastern Wilkinson County, Johnson County, Lawrence County, you get down into Dodge, Bleckley County, there you go. You just saw one expired at noon. That's what we're watching. And then you get down into Telfair County, as well as southern portions of Dodge County, as well as Wilcox County. This is that severe weather threat. Over the next hour, it should make its way into eastern portions of Washington County, Johnson County, and finally, or should I say, Treutlen County, then down towards Wheeler, and then that will be out of the area, and the severe weather threat will be completely over. Are we ready to look at these rainfall totals, Mirando? So
ooh, we'll have to see how fast it's able to update. I'm excited. What was it in? It was like 0.4, it was 0.4 of an inch in Warner Robins.
yeah, and the highest total was 2.59 for Eastman. So, okay, hasn't updated yet for most
We
locations.
might be able to see an update live.
So here we go. But again, 2.5 inches of rain in Plains. That's down in Sumter County. You got Eatonton up in Putnam County. Byron over 2 inches of rain. Fort Valley. And again, we are just waiting on this to update. It updates right at noon. So a lot of data to process. A lot of these totals are about to jump, especially where you see the totals under 1/2 inch. So do I have to update the graphic?
No, you shouldn't. It should just do it. It's almost there. It's going through the list of the many graphics that are automated. So it's going to take an extra minute, but it should update.
All
at
right,
least.
so
Should.
all your hard work, I'm waiting
I
to see
know.
how it pays off.
Come on.
So
Work for me.
this is for your paycheck this week.
Oh, lovely.
So,
Thank you.
so we shall see. But again, been very wet, and this is just since midnight. You had some locations got quite a bit of rainfall before midnight last night, so we'll add that to the totals by the time we get to the end of this event. So again, watch these totals in just a minute. They will be rapidly updating. I don't think we'll be dealing with abnormally dry conditions any longer. The drought conditions will really start to alleviate across Georgia when you get rainfall totals like this. As we always say, a drought takes time to build and to create itself. It also takes time to get rid of a drought. Very rare do you just get a drought-busting rainfall event, but when we're getting multiple rainfall events, 1 to 2 inches, we had over an inch in much of middle Georgia this past weekend, 2 to 3 inches for this event, and likely going to be dealing with another 1 to 2 inches as we head towards that next storm system on Friday. So keeping an eye on it. Miranda, come on, man.
It's not updating. I don't know why.
So you need to get on that, and we're going to come back to that.
Okay.
So don't run it for me. But again, looking at the winds, still, these were a peak wind gusts, but we'll just be watching things carefully. As far as the tornado watch, we continue to watch it over our eastern counties. And again, it's a line of storms. You don't always get a tornado warning within the line of storms. That becomes more of a damaging wind threat. And that's what we've been seeing with these storms. Tornado watch continues until 2 p.m. And again, you notice that's already been extended off towards the east into the Carolinas. So again, if by chance you have to go farther east today, if you're traveling then down towards 16, down towards Savannah, remember, the severe weather threat will continue down that way even after it's done here in middle Georgia, dealing with that threat for those severe storms. Again, big picture, I'll show you the statewide view of the radar. Heavy rainfall all morning long in North Georgia, and you notice from Charlotte through really all the way through South Carolina into Georgia, all the way down towards the Gulf Coast. There's that line of strong to severe storms that continues to march off towards the east. Again, no severe, or should I say, no tornado warnings within this line anywhere. That is certainly some encouraging news. But again, once these storms get over into the Carolinas and start to tap into that moisture coming off the Atlantic, they are expecting an intensification of these storms later today. Now, the polygons you see down across South Georgia, that's from the National Weather Service office in Tallahassee. That's where they're dealing with stronger winds. And notice the amount of lightning much higher down towards South Georgia and North Florida. And that's where some of the more intense storms have been. That's where we saw those tornado warnings earlier this morning across Southwest Georgia, South Alabama, the Florida Panhandle, numerous confirmed tornadoes. So we'll be watching to see if there were any damage reports in those areas. But again, more intense thunderstorms to the south because that's where the atmosphere was more primed. You had more surge of warm, moist air off the Gulf of Mexico. For us in middle Georgia, the threat continues to subside and it continues to slide off towards the east. Again, about another hour or so, and we can give you the all clear for all of our counties in middle Georgia, but really we're focused on essentially Washington County, Lawrence County, Dublin, the city of Dublin, getting down towards Eastman, McRae. That's where the stronger storms are coming through right now. And again, these will continue to slide off towards the east. The secondary batch of rain you're seeing, that's just rain. It will push through, and then we'll start to see things cool off. That's the actual front, I do believe, coming through Columbus right now. So once that pushes through, temperatures are actually going to start falling across much of middle Georgia throughout the afternoon. We'll check out the temperatures across the southeast, just giving you an idea that See if we can find the cold front. Yeah, much colder air back off towards the west. Dalton, Georgia, currently at 49 degrees. The Maxwell Air Force Base in Montgomery, 55 degrees. We're in the 60s. Up in Hampton at the Atlanta Motor Speedway, it's currently 52 degrees. So that front is making its way into our middle Georgia counties, and again, essentially wiping out the severe weather threat. But looking down towards the south, 75 degrees in Jacksonville, 64 at St. Simon's Island, still 68 in McRae, and then you get back Corinth, Mississippi, Little Rock, 30s and 40s, and that colder air will be filtering into middle Georgia over the evening hours. Again, temperatures will only fall the rest of today, so hopefully when you walked out the door this morning, you grabbed the rain gear and you grabbed the jacket, because it will be noticeably colder by the time you get ready to head home tonight, or if you're heading out and about on the town this evening, you'll need the jackets. And those winds are still going to be howling, so that colder air will have a bit more of a nip to it as we head through the next couple of really hours as those temperatures begin to fall. Update, Mirando?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the rainfall totals right now. Something must have gone down with the storms moving through, because it says that I don't have access to, like, the service is unavailable. So I wonder if something might have gone down from where I'm pulling the data from. And then, because also, like, are the temperatures that are every hour, and the max and the min temperatures also have not updated. So I've just tried to run it again, and it's giving me an error. So there might have been something that went down that is kind of not allowing us to pull the data, and so it's not really working from that.
Well, we'll have to talk to your boss about that.
We will.
So, but yeah, so again, we're just watching things over the next few minutes. We'll go back into the radar, really dive into, let's first off look back at Dublin. Those storms should be approaching you from the west. Heavy, like, see our cameras shaking. The storm's rolling through Dublin as we speak, 68 degrees. And again, that's what we're watching, is these storms moving in from the west. It's a cloudy, gray day. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning. I think that's for our southern counties, though, Mirando, Wheeler. Double check that for me. So again, winds howling. That severe thunderstorm warning does include all of Dublin right now. And again, severe thunderstorm warning, winds in excess of 58 miles per hour. Do just take it seriously. A lot of people don't take severe thunderstorm warnings as seriously as tornado warnings. They can produce just as much damage and cause just as much heartache, so do keep that in mind. But again, the core threat of the severe storms stretching from Washington County, really starting to move out of Wilkinson County. It's in Lawrence County as we speak, and then stretching down towards Dodge County, Telfair County, and there's that new warning. It's for the rest of Telfair County and into Wheeler County. Is that correct, Mirando?
Yeah, it does include Wheeler County, Montgomery County. Still has it in East Central Dodge and Telfair counties, but those are now also on it until 12:45.
All right, so here's a close-up look at these brighter reds. That's where that heaviest wind, heaviest rain is coming through, and it's essentially between Dudley and Dublin right now. This is where that core threat for those winds, perhaps gusting to 60 miles per hour, will be. That will continue to slide off towards the east. This is essentially paralleling, or paralleling US 80 as it works its way through much of Lawrence County. And again, we continue to watch these storms stretching, and again, good news is this is really just becoming a line. So we get it through Washington County, we get it through Johnson County. As soon as that moves over into Emmanuel County, Treutlen County, get it over into Emmanuel County, we'll be clear. And then we get out of Montgomery and Wheeler County, and you see this is that new severe thunderstorm warning. It is for that storm down in Telfair and Dodge County as we speak. That'll be heading over towards McRae, then eventually into Wheeler County, into Montgomery County. And I'm fully expecting another polygon severe thunderstorm warning to be issued, maybe to cover the rest of Washington County and then down towards Montgomery County as this line of storms continues to push off towards the east. So just because you don't have a warning just yet, be prepared. These warnings will just be issued off towards the east as we continue to deal with those winds. And again, areas of isolated damage have been reported. It's mainly tree issues, especially throughout middle Georgia, but those tree issues are causing power issues. So I'll go back down to that newest warning, and again, that's what we're going to be watching. I'll put a track on it just to give you an idea. Some of the communities, it's coming through McRae as we speak, about to come through Jacksonville. It's going to be heading over towards Lumber City and then over into southern portions of Montgomery County. So new times, Telfair County Elementary School at 12:14, and I saw that new warning just got issued for off towards the north. So that's kind of what we were expecting. We'll jump up there in just a second. But Jordan at 12:45, Montgomery State Prison at 12:29, Oak Grove at 12:32, McNatt Falls, at 12:42, and Toombs Central at 12:45 as this cluster of storms that's in Telfair County will continue to slide off towards the east. And again, approximate times, just be ready as these storms coming through. You know what to do. Be in your safe place. Don't be out and about. Don't be trying to take pictures or videos because there is lightning in some of these storms. So we'll go back up to the north and check out that new warning that we kind of knew would come. And it does cover the eastern portions of Lawrence County. I noticed it clips southern Johnson County, but now it does include Treutlen County as well as Emmanuel County, northern portions of Montgomery County, and the rest of Wheeler County. And that's going to be that activity coming out of Dublin. We'll go back and check Dublin real quick. It looks like the heart of that storm will be working through. And there you go. Camera is shaking and baking across middle Georgia right now. Very heavy rainfall. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to pan this back to the west, or excuse me, back to the north just a little bit, and that'll give you a better perspective of what we're looking at. But very heavy rainfall with this storm, gusty winds. Our camera is shaking, and that's where we're dealing with those strongest storms right now moving through Lawrence County. So again, I'll pin this back towards the north, and we'll be looking right up Jefferson Street, towards the Jefferson Street Baptist Church. That'll give you the reference point. And again, that's downtown Dublin. That's Jefferson Street Baptist Church. The Nissan dealership is right there. And again, you see the very heavy rainfall. You see the wind blowing. And again, south wind at 13. That was at the top of the hour. Temperature 68 degrees. And you notice the wind, or the rain's moving sideways. So that just shows you how strong those winds are. And that's why we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect for most of Lawrence County, including all of Dublin. So again, if you're in Dublin, hang out where you are for about the next 30 minutes. Let this storm pass your location, and then you can go about business. But again, we're looking north along Jefferson Street from downtown. And winds whipping the trees as we look off towards the down towards the street level. So that is what we're watching for right now. You got something, Mirando?
I don't have anything right now, but I'm still trying to figure out about those rainfall totals. It might be because there's so many people trying to do it that the server kind of crashed, but otherwise we're just looking for these severe thunderstorm warnings to be mostly moving out. At this point, most of the severe weather threat is over, especially for areas west of I-75. Really, the bulk of the severe weather still for under most of those warnings. So from eastern Wilcox County, most of Dodge County, Wilkinson County still moving out of your area now, more towards Washington County, Johnson, Lawrence, Treutlen, and over towards Wheeler and Montgomery counties. You were all under still the really larger severe weather threat, most likely till about 12:45, 1 o'clock. So we really have another about 45 minutes of these storms barreling through the mid-state. Just look at our camera out over Dublin. It was just hammering that wind-swept rain that was moving through. They think they're just filling in some of that extra severe thunderstorm warning to get basically everywhere that's east of Wilkinson County, and they're kind of just filling in that extra area.
Yeah, there's that new polygon, the
Johnson.
rest of Washington and Johnson County, and then that gets over into Emmanuel County. So as we said, as this line continues to push off towards the east, they're just going to issue these blanket warnings. But again, once we get east of Washington County, Johnson County, and Treutlen County, and Montgomery County, severe weather threat will be over. But again, here is that core threat from Sandersville, approaching Wrightsville, coming through Dublin as we speak. So that's where that greatest threat for, and we'll go back to the Dublin camera and just watch that for the next couple of minutes. You see it, Mirando, I'm going to let you narrate that. So.
All right, I'm going to narrate it. The wind it's almost raining sideways right now. Let me get a closer look at exactly what's going on. So the visibility is down so low. It's almost a blinding rain that's moving through. The winds are most likely the strongest that they will be, with that squall line fully coming through. You can see looking down at that roof, the winds of that kind of flag on near that little restaurant bar area that's outside is really whipping. People are out on the roads, they're taking it slow. If you are driving through heavy rains like this, if you're on kind of a side roads like in downtown Dublin, you can always pull over. But if you're driving on a highway, I-16, I-75, and you get caught in some of these blinding rain and you want to pull over, you can always put up your blinkers, drive a lot slower. But if you want to pull over, you really want to pull over on an exit ramp. Not a great idea to pull over on the highway specifically, especially don't pull over and pause and park under an overpass. It's really not a safe option, being just on an exit ramp, even if it's hailing or just this blinding rain that we have right now. Really the best idea is to pull over at an exit ramp. But Dublin, you're still under the severe weather, the severe thunderstorm warning. So if you live really in Wilkinson County, Washington, Johnson, Lawrence, Telfair, Wheeler, Trutland, Montgomery counties, you're all under a severe thunderstorm warning. If you want to take it seriously, try to really stay away from the windows over the next 45 minutes with these strong, damaging wind storms coming through. Not a lot of lightning with the system, which is some good news, but these winds could be gusting up to 60 miles per hour. You could go out after these storms and find some trees down. Some power outages are definitely still the big issue that are pushing through. So you really do want to take these warnings seriously for areas kind of in our eastern counties now. With that red moving through, that's the heaviest rain. There's that front that really kind of the strongest storms that could produce those high damaging winds, and really just want to try to put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. Don't necessarily need to go full hunker down into a closet, but if you feel comfortable and safe doing that, it's always a great option. But really stay away from the windows. Those could really be the first to go if something like a tree were to fall or some kind of winds could blow out some of the windows. And so really Sandersville, Wrightsville, Dublin, McRae, all kind of in the path of the strongest storms right now that's pushing farther east. It's almost out of our area, but we still do have the flood warnings that are in place behind it as well, and likely could be seeing some flooding in some of these areas that are on right now. Some of the strongest storms, the heaviest downpours pushing through. Telfair Wheeler Airport around 12:17. The Wheeler Correctional Facility at 12:21. Telfair County Elementary School at 12:22. Glenwood at 12:28. Lumber City at 12:33. Montgomery State Prison at 12:36. Oak Grove at 12:39, Uvalde at 12:43, South Thompson at 12:50. So if you know anyone in this area, if you're in this area, you do want to stay weather aware and really keep in mind on what's possibly outside. You hear the rumbles of thunder, you'll hear the really heavy rain probably on the roof and the windows and the winds whipping it as well. It's a really good idea to just kind of put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible with these severe storms that are barreling through. Should be exiting around 12:30 to 12:45, so we still got another about half an hour before most of these heaviest storms moving through. But then we're likely left with some damage that could be on the roads, some ponding as well. You never want to drive through any kind of flooded roads. Turn around, don't drown. Especially, we do have a flood warning that's kind of in effect at the heart of our viewing area along I-75. That includes most of Bibb and Houston County from just the heavy rain that already fell today. So that's also going to be an issue heading into tonight. After this moves throughout, we're left with still some winds tonight. It'll be damp, but there likely will still be some flooding, especially if you live near a creek or a stream or a river. Those will kind of be collecting all of the water and the rain that's been falling so far. And our ground has been pretty dry over the past few months. This winter so far has been exceptionally dry, but likely making up for it in terms of the actual numbers with these rainfall totals. So here's some more of the paths of the strongest storms that are moving a little bit farther north. Sun Hill at 12:19 with that really heavy rain, potentially flooding and those damaging winds. Wrightsville at 12:23. Washington State Prison at 12:25. Soperton at 12:28. Adrian Camp Conference Center at 12:30. Louisville at 12:36. Oak Park again at 12:45. Swainsboro at 12:47. And Gertrude at 12:49. I just noticed that they clipped off some of the end. So Wilkinson County, you're now in the clear from a severe thunderstorm warning. Still have some rain that's overhead, but still you can see that swath of red right over Washington County through Sandersville, just about to move into Wrightsville, over Dublin right now. And that's all pushing out east. We've been tracking this over the past several hours as it was pushing across the Georgia-Alabama line, then was in our western counties. There was quite a lot of some severe weather and tornado warnings in South Georgia. Luckily, this is starting to push out, and we'll just be left with what is left, Ryan.
And again, that's what we're dealing with. We've got about an hour of this left for Middle Georgia. So again, damage reports are coming in. Our news team is starting to scramble, getting reports of pretty significant damage around Houston County. So we are going to keep an eye on that. There is an update on the tornado watch. We'll pull that up real quick just to see what counties have been removed, and mainly most of Middle Georgia. So again, only counties left in that tornado watch, and this is where the line of storms currently is producing those severe thunderstorm warnings. We got Washington County, Johnson County, Lawrence County, Truitland County, Montgomery County, Wheeler County, and Telfair County. Off towards the east, the tornado threat continues. Rest of Middle Georgia, you are in the clear. Severe weather threat is over, so we're going to continue to wind this thing down over the next hour or so, but we have to get this line out of our eastern counties before we can get off of here and then start seeing what kind of damage is being reported. Again, we are getting reports coming into our newsroom of the damage being reported by these storms. And again, we continue to track these severe thunderstorms as they continue to push off towards the east. Line of storms right now moving right through Washington County. Sandersville, this will be heading over towards Louisville. Wrightsville, you're about to get hammered as far as the threat for some gusty winds, and we're going to continue to watch Dublin, the core of the storm, now just to the east of downtown Dublin, but that'll be heading into southern Johnson County, and then we'll be dealing with portions of, you get over towards Emmanuel County, Truitland County, Soperton. It's quiet there right now, just a little bit of rainfall, but you get these brighter oranges, these brighter reds. That's going to be pushing into your neck of the woods, and that's where those stronger storms are. And again, we've been talking about this. There is not a lot of lightning with these storms. Again, the atmosphere conducive for severe weather, but this is not one of those prime time severe weather events, big time springtime severe weather events, but we take each one very seriously, and this system has been producing damage, a lot of wind energy, and this is what we call a typical cool weather season. It happens in the winter months, our cool weather system, it happens in the winter months. You get incredible dynamics, so much shear with this system, limited instability, but the higher dynamics can overcome the lack of instability, and a lot of times these systems will overproduce as far as the amount of damage. And as I said, our newsroom is gathering damage reports right now. We're out getting our team shooting in the field, and of course we'll have a rundown of everything completely on WGXA this evening at 5, 6, with our live team coverage, so do keep that in mind. If you're seeing damage at your location, email our newsroom. Let us know on social media what you're seeing, trees down, take pictures, send it in so we can report that back to the National Weather Service, or call your EMA director, let them know what you're seeing. We need these storm reports just because it helps us verify that these warnings were needed and that there has been issues. But again, strongest line of storms east of Dublin. This will be approaching Soperton very soon, going right through McRae. So we'll go into McRae right now and give you a heads up, and we'll look at some of these stronger storms. You see Lake Okmulgee State Park, Telfair County Elementary School. And again, this is where the strongest wind and rain is. A few lightning bolts, but the issue with this storm system has been rain and wind, and that is what we're dealing with, and that will continue to slide off towards the east. Back towards Macon and Houston, and Warner Robins in Houston County, we are seeing it's just plain rain. Severe weather threat is over. Dry Branch, it's not dry right now. It is very wet outside. Downtown Macon still dealing with light to moderate rainfall. Rutland, Lizella, you're going to continue to deal with this. Expanding things out even more, Sparta to Eatonton to Monticello, it's a lighter rainfall back towards Butts County. And then we got this other band of a little bit more moderate and heavy rainfall back towards the west. That'll be working through Middle Georgia as well, but there is no severe weather threat and these areas. But you see some of these yellow shades, that's showing you some heavier rainfall back towards Muskogee, as well as Muskogee County and the Chattahoochee County, and then that'll be down towards Columbus, and that's going to work off towards the east as well. So we'll continue to add to these rainfall totals that Mirando is calculating for me over there by hand now because his computer failed him. So, but then we're going to be watching things continuing. Cordele, Montezuma, Eastman, you're pretty good shape. The severe weather threat is to the east of you. It's just plain old rain. Americus, back towards Sly County, Ethelsville, Butler, it's just rain. But we'll still be dealing with this rain through the afternoon hours. Those winds will remain breezy as well. But again, here is that core severe weather threat. And again, I think by 1 o'clock, it should be out of middle Georgia, and we'll start to get things back to normal. But strongest line of storms from Sandersville to Wrightsville, now east of Dublin, making its way towards Treutlen County, so Soperton heads up. Strongest storm looks to be right over McRae. So I'm going to go back down into Telfair County and Wheeler County, and we'll put some more tracks on there just to give you a heads up on when these storms are coming through. We'll focus on Telfair and Wheeler County at this second, and then we'll work back up the line. And this is going to be over the next 30 minutes, I'm saying, to approximately 1 o'clock. These are your areas. Stuckey, approximately 1227. Spring Hill at 1231. Mount Vernon, 1234. Lumber City, 1235. Vidalia, 1246. And then Toombs Central as we get closer to the top of the hour at 1255. That's where that core threat, or should I say, that's when that core threat of these severe storms will be working the way off towards the east. And again, even the most intense part of this storm, not a lot of lightning with these storms. These are rain producers and wind producers, and that's what they've been dealing with, or that's what we've been dealing with all morning long. We'll slide back up the line, give you an idea as you get ready to head out of Lawrence County into Treutlen County and over into Johnson County. I'll put another track on here. And again, loving these tracks because these are giving you good times on when you can expect to see the worst of the weather at your location. Again, we're going to go out 30 minutes approximately, and this just shows you Treutlen County High School at approximately 1229. Wheeler County High School at 1227. That's occurring right now. You get down to Montgomery County Elementary School. That's going to be down towards the south a little bit. That's where we're going to be looking at some of these other storms. Nunez, you see your location. Lombard, Oak Park, Normantown, Kibbe. And then again, Vidalia down towards US 280, that's where we're seeing that. But as far as the times, Montgomery State Prison at approximately 1240, Oak Park at 1252, and then Stuckey will be about 1231. And that's that part of the line. So we'll bounce back off of here and head up towards the north. And finally, our last two counties that are dealing with the stronger storms, Washington County as well as Johnson County. We'll put a track on the core of this storm, and this will be out of the area sooner than later. But again, we're just dealing on the front edge. That's typically where you see those strongest winds on that front edge. We'll go out 30 minutes or so. And again, Washington State Prison at 1232, so we're 3 minutes away from there. Adrian Camp Conference Center, 1234, Bartow at 1238. You get over towards Louisville or Louisville, however you want to say it, at approximately 1243. Scotts Corner at 1257, and by 1 o'clock it's over towards Herndon. And again, that gets it out of our viewing area. But really the next 10 minutes or so for, say, the Washington State Prison, the Adrian Camp Conference Center, and Davisboro, that's where the strongest storms are going to be. And again, it's the potential for those winds of 60 miles per hour and that very, very heavy rainfall.
I am looking for some rainfall totals now, so some of them are working. I'm having to go in manually, but so far, according to the ASOS...
Can I pull up the graphic?
No, I don't think that'll have the actual numbers because it's having a little bit of some issues, but so far the ASOS in Macon at the airport has about 3.24 inches of rain that it's gotten today, it says. In Warner Robins, it's at 2.91, and in Milledgeville, it's at 2.21. So those rainfall totals definitely jumped very high. I'm not sure why it's giving me issues with the full graphic, but I'm able to pick and choose what exactly I need at the time. So,
well, you know, before you can leave today, you have to figure that out.
Yes,
so
of
even
course.
if you're here all night, you got to figure that out. But again, Yeah, again, we knew it was going to be a wet go over for most of middle Georgia. And here is just a static picture of or static image of the radar. Milledgeville, Sparta, Monticello, Eatonton, Forsyth, all of you, it's just rain the rest of today. We'll get some windy conditions. Severe weather threat confined to extreme eastern Washington County. Now this has to work through Johnson County, so Wrightsville, you're in the crosshairs very soon. Dublin, the severe weather threat is east of you. It's mainly in East Lawrence County, now pushing over into Treutlen County. So Soperton, you're the next community up, and then you get down to the really northern Wheeler County, eastern Telfair County, and that'll be heading over towards Montgomery County. And once we get through Montgomery and Treutlen counties, that's it for middle Georgia. That's the limit of our coverage area. Everything off towards the south and east, that belongs to the Savannah television market. If you're north of Sandersville and Sparta, you belong to Augusta, and then the severe weather threat is over. Still watching these flood warnings until 2:45. And again, for some reason, the flood warning's not populating on this map, but I will pull up the flood warning on the actual graphic that we have, and just showing you that heavy rainfall, the darker shade of green that you see, say for Putnam County, as well as Jasper County, Monroe County, that's that flood watch until 7 p.m. This lighter shade of green, this is an actual flood warning, and that's not necessarily a flash flood warning. It's just there's a lot of water out there, and all this water is running towards the streams and rivers. It's got to run through the ditches and everything. Low-lying areas, roadways are flooded across middle Georgia. And again, we're still going to be dealing with light to moderate rainfall the next few hours, so our totals would continue to increase. And as meteorologist Ryan Miranda was saying, Macon out at the airport has picked up over 3 inches of rain since midnight tonight or today, and that doesn't include the rainfall we saw from about 10 p.m. to noon or midnight last night. But again, flood warnings are in effect, but just because you're not in a flood warning or a flood watch doesn't mean you can't see flash flooding or any flooding issues. Do keep that in mind. This is just a general idea stretching from Baldwin County, Jones County, through the heart of our viewing area, Bibb County, Houston County, Peach County, down towards Dooley County and Sumter County. And again, this is until 2:45 when most of the water should be getting into the rivers and streams. But like I said, a lot of rain off towards the north, and we've had a lot of rain across middle Georgia. All that flows into 3 rivers in middle Georgia, essentially the Flint River, the Ocmulgee River, and the Oconee River, and we're likely going to see those rising, especially pretty fast over the next 24 hours as all the rain in middle Georgia runs into them. But we got a lot of that water from the north, from just south of Atlanta and east Georgia, that runs through these rivers as well. Luckily, north of Atlanta, most of that runs over into the Tallapoosa River and the Chattahoochee River, which is outside our viewing area, but a lot of water is going to be heading south the next couple of days, and we will have more rainfall on Friday. I think that's when we're going to be dealing with another threat for strong storms. We'll worry about that after today, but really going to be watching the rainfall totals the next 24 hours, or should I say the river levels and stream levels the next 24 hours, because wintertime, that usually produces more flooding because the trees are dormant. They're not sucking up all the water. Your lawns, your flowers, they're not drawing in that water like they do in the summer months when they're needing that water. Right now, everything's dormant, so everything is runoff essentially, and that's what we're going to be dealing with over the next couple of hours. Check the power outage index, see if that has changed. It has changed. The numbers have come down statewide, but we're still tracking quite a bit of activity as far as outages across middle Georgia, with Peach County and Wilkinson County still reporting between 20 and 40% of the county without power. But as far as the overall number of households, we're talking our businesses, meters, 2,700 in Baldwin County. We got over 2,100 in Houston County. Jones County, approximately 1,500. Peach County at over 1,100. And again, we're only showing these because these are the top numbers. Say for Bibb County, it's probably going to be less than 1,100 reported outages. So that's certainly some good news. Those numbers have come down. But again, be patient. Be patient with Georgia Power. Be patient with all the electric co-ops that do provide your electricity. We need it. They know we need it, but they got to be safe while they're repairing the line. So do keep that in mind. But again, that's just what we're watching over the next couple of hours, as these power numbers should begin to come down. That's certainly some great news. Now, they may increase in our southeastern counties for the next hour or so as those storms push through, but overall, I think by the time we watch WGXA tonight at 5, these numbers will be much lower and things will slowly be starting to get back to normal across Middle Georgia. So again, recapping what we're dealing with, the tornado watch is essentially done for most of Middle Georgia. It is for our extreme eastern counties, Washington, Johnson, Lawrence, Trutland, Montgomery, Wheeler, and Telfair County. And again, as soon as that line pushes through, these will be cleared from the tornado watch and things will start to improve. As far as the radar, it remains active, especially off towards the east, but it's active area-wide. But again, it is just plain old rain for most of Middle Georgia. Here's some of that heavier rainfall working back into our western counties. So again, roads are going to stay wet as we head through the afternoon hours, but I really think by the time we get through the evening hours, most of the rain will be winding down. Again, here is that line of severe storms. It's now in extreme eastern Washington County, making its way through Johnson County, almost out of Lawrence County, but pushing into Trutland County, and then you get most of Wheeler County's under the gun right now, eastern portions of Telfair County, and then Montgomery County, you're sitting out there by yourself going, what about me? Well, it's coming your way. So here's that line, and as soon as that line pushes through, the severe weather threat will be winding down for us in Middle Georgia. It will become a Savannah issue and the Carolina issues. But again, we got about another 30 minutes before that line will get out of Middle Georgia and we can go back to being about our business. And again, if you're in Houston County, Bibb County, Jones County, Baldwin County, you can go out and about now. Roads are wet, be careful. There's likely some trees down. And again, if there's power outages, if the intersections, the red lights are out, treat those like a 4-way stop sign. If you remember Driver's Ed 101, but we're just gonna be dealing with rain. Of course, there could be some flooded roadways across Middle Georgia. Never, ever drive through floodwaters. Turn around, don't drown. That's what we always say, because you don't know if the road may have been washed out. You don't know how deep that water is. And you don't want to have to be getting a new car or filing an insurance claim because you were not the smartest person in Middle Georgia today. So avoid those flooded roadways across Middle Georgia. Miranda, you got anything new for us over there?
I'm still looking at some of the rainfall totals. The Peachtree City, our National Weather Service office, says that we've gotten about 3 to 4 inches in areas kind of north of Macon up towards Edenton, 3 inches in Macon, about 1.5 to 2 towards Cordele and Abbeville, and right now about like less than 1/2 of an inch for areas that are just getting some of the heavy rain now. So those numbers will likely begin to increase, but almost all of it is still out of here. Still sliver portions of Washington, Johnson County, Trutland County, Montgomery, and Wheeler counties are now really the last thing. They just added that extra little polygon to now include most of Montgomery County. So if you still live in these areas, you really do want to try to get away from any windows if at all possible. But now that most of this has really begun to kick out, well, it's still going to be raining most likely for most of us for the next few hours, but the winds will still be pretty gusty tonight. So here's some of those lightning strikes just east of McRae, south of Mount Vernon, Lumber City. You're about to get hit with that blinding rain that's pushing through, then moving towards Uvalde, Glenwood, and then it's pushing out farther towards Savannah after it moves out of Montgomery County. So over the next 25 minutes or so, some of the paths in this high storm system with the lightning and the heavy downpours, the high winds, the Soperton-Trutland Rec Complex at 12:40 in about the next minute. Lumber City at 12:41. Soperton at 12:41. The Montgomery County Elementary School at 12:43. Long Pond at 12:47. Hazelhurst at 12:48. Uvalde at 12:50. Vidalia at 12:54. Cedar Crossing at 12:57. Oak Park at 12:58. Tomb Central at around 1 o'clock, and then Johnson Corner at around 1:03. So that's going to have kind of the paths and the timing of when the strongest winds, the heaviest rain, the frequent lightning, the damaging winds will likely be over your area. So you really do, if you're in this area, want to put as many layers between you and the outdoors as possible. The windows can usually be the first thing to go if there will be any damage. So try to maybe sit away from the windows if you're inside and kind of hunker down until we have some of that, the actual clearing coming out, and then we're just left with the rain and the wind behind it. This also still could be causing some flooding likely, as we've already picked up around 3 inches of rain through I-75 with that kind of heaviest that has already been pushing through. So it's really the issue tonight is now going to be still will be breezy through the evening hours. There likely will still be some kind of damage on some sort of roads, down trees, down power lines. We're still dealing with the power outages and then also flooding on the roads, especially for areas north of Macon and along Macon as well. We do have that flood warning that's in effect till about 2:45 this afternoon. So really the big threats now are going to be for flooding and for rain, but we still have a little bit more of the severe weather to kick out. I think the rain will really be over the next few hours. We still have some rain that's still pushing in without some severe weather towards Thomaston and Butler. Right now we're getting a little bit of a break for Macon, Warner Robins, but we'll likely have a little bit more of some downpours over the next hour and a half that pushes through, and then it'll all be wrapping up. We'll get the wraparound moisture behind it, wraparound cool air behind it. It's going to be actually feeling like winter tomorrow. Temperatures will begin to drop after the rain really stops falling. We'll get the kind of wraparound winds out of the northwest, and that's going to kind of bring and draw down some colder air, especially through tomorrow. Likely not going to be having to deal with too much any kind of icing issues, as this is the beginning of January, but we will still have to deal with quite some cooler conditions through tomorrow, but the wind should be staying relatively moderate through the overnight hours to kind of help mix up the atmosphere from allowing it to drop too cool or to allow any kind of ice to form. So that's really kind of what we're looking forward to also. And we're still continuing to monitor for storm reports to come in. They'll probably really start to be coming in over the next few hours. I'm still gathering a list of just how much storm damage has been coming through. We've got down trees. They've been having peak wind gusts up in the 60s, 60 mile per hour range.
And I know our newsroom is working on that right now.
Yeah, they're all getting the actual storm damage and stuff out there. So we'll have full coverage about what really happened from these storms on WGXA News, on Fox 24 at 5, and ABC 16 at 6 and 11 p.m. tonight. You'll definitely want to tune in, and we'll have a full report about next week's weather. And we do have a potential second system that does also cut to the northwest like this system did, which means we could see more severe weather closer as we get towards Friday.
And I got a viewer report. This is coming in from Ginger Hiller over in Taylor County. Reporting from Mock, over 5 inches of rain from this event. So thank you for that, Ginger. So far, that's what she says, just over 5 inches. And as you look back towards the west, we are getting more rain coming in back into Taylor County as well as Upson County. So again, not especially heavy, but it's going to be a steady soaking rain. We could easily add another ½ an inch to many locations with this band of rain coming through. Notice no lightning, no wind with this. This will be working its way towards Warner Robins and Macon. So we're not done with the rain yet, but we are done with the severe weather threat as we continue to watch everything push off towards the east. Essentially, the storms are pushing out of Washington County. Still very heavy rainfall throughout Washington County, getting into Dublin. Severe weather threat is over, but you're still dealing with heavy rainfall, some lightning. And again, here is that core threat. Really, in southern Johnson County as we speak, throughout Treutlen County, Soperton, you're getting hammered right now, and then down into Wheeler County and extreme Telfair County, heads up Washington County. That's going to be, or excuse me, Montgomery County. Well, I was saying Washington and Montgomery. Montgomery as it slides over towards Valdelia. But once that gets through Montgomery County, severe weather threat is over for middle Georgia. And then again, like I said, our news crews are actively out finding damage for us. We're going to have the full report on damage, and we'll pull up storm reports. And again, as Miranda was saying, we looked at this earlier, starting to fill in actually. So we're going to continue to see these increase. That one that really got us was that EMA reported a 68 mile per hour wind gust in Warner Robins at the Air Force Base. that's where we're getting a lot of damage being reported out of Houston County. So maybe dealing with some issues right there. So do keep that in mind. Just showing you some of these activities where we've been dealing with these storm reports, mainly tree and power issues. We are getting some reports of flooding near Barnesville, but you notice this is what we're going to be dealing with as we head through the next couple of hours. And again, news team, our newsroom is busy out there looking for all the storm damage that's out there. And again, let us know. You can go to our Chime In app on our Chime In on our website, and you can submit any pictures that you may have for of damage. Make sure it's safe. Don't be out and about if it's still active weather or there's down power lines or anything, but let us know maybe some storm reports, what you're seeing, how much rain you've seen. Like I said, Ginger, excuse me, I'm about to choke. Ginger Healer out of really mock over in our Taylor County shows me on her rain gauge, 5.1 inches of rain, and she may get another ½ an inch of rain. So I appreciate that so much, Ginger. That's just verifying the forecast that we've been dealing with. As far as the severe weather threat, it's essentially over. Again, still got that tornado watch until 2 p.m., but this will be canceled by the time we get to 2 p.m. It is 12:46 right now. Of course, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett. Meteorologist Ryan Mirando and I have been covering these storms all morning as they continue to push out of the area. Thankfully, we didn't have any tornado warnings or confirmed tornado warnings in Middle Georgia, but we did have quite a bit of wind and rain, and that's what we continue to deal with. Edge of the severe weather continues to push off towards the east. It's almost out of our viewing area, so that's certainly some good news. But as we've been saying, we still got another hour or two of steady rain to work its way through Middle Georgia. Roads are going to stay wet. The ditches are going to stay full. Be careful out and about this afternoon, especially early this afternoon. And those winds are going to remain quite breezy as well as we roll through the afternoon and evening hours. Not as strong as they were this morning when they were gusting to tropical storm strength, but throughout the afternoon and evening hours, we could see gusts to 20 to 30 miles per hour. All this rainfall, we could have additional tree and power issues as we head through the afternoon and evening hours because the ground is wet, the trees are going to be weakened, the ground is weakened, so the trees may not be able to withstand this like they normally would because, as we've been saying, 3 inches across much of Middle Georgia, some locations 4 to 5 inches. Not as much in our southeastern counties, but that's going to change as the storms continue to push through. And I think by the time it's all said and done, most of Middle Georgia would have received at least 1.5 to 3 inches with those isolated higher amounts. And again, still another ½ an inch or so of rain likely going to fall as this last batch of rain works into the area. And then throughout the afternoon, temperatures are going to steadily fall across Middle Georgia. So our highs were earlier today. Temperatures will fall as we roll through the afternoon and evening hours. And then tonight will be a relatively cold night. Of course, I'll let you know how cold temperatures go tonight on WGXA at 5, 6, and 11. Be sure to tune in. We got a couple of cold days, but as we were saying, we'll likely have to do this again on Friday. A lot of model data said you could have another storm system moving through Middle Georgia on Friday. So I'll actually look at one of the forecast models and just to see what is showing as we head towards the end of the week. Again, today the rain is moving out of here, and I'll get this and we'll fast forward. There we go. That's current situation. Tonight, tomorrow, we're good. It's gonna be cold north wind. Wednesday, Thursday will be mix of sun and clouds with colder weather. And then as we head towards Friday, it looks like Friday afternoon would be earliest, and actually a system looks a little slower. So I'll pull up one of our other models just to see what it's showing. And again, as we head towards Friday, this Friday, another system, low pressure towards the north. The warm front will surge north. We'll have a cold front coming through. Friday afternoon into Friday evening, we could be dealing with another round of strong to severe storms. So we'll get a couple of days to take a break, and then we'll get ready for that system. And then the pattern continues to stay relatively active as we head towards next week. And early next week, Monday into Tuesday, another wet go of it. The system could be interesting, showing Maybe some big snows for the mid-south. I don't think we're going to see anything in middle Georgia, but you never know. It's an El Nino year. Meteorologist Ryan Miranda and myself have been debating on whether we're going to see some of the white stuff in middle Georgia as we head into Tuesday morning. Again, I think we'll have to watch this system carefully. The low, notice it is near us and off towards the south and east. Behind it, that colder air could get pulled in. You never know. We could see some of the flakes flying in middle Georgia just to get you a bit of excitement. I don't know why you're shaking your head no over there, but that's just
not going to happen. It's not going to happen.
Something we'll talk about next week. But then next week, we know for sure it looks like the coldest air so far this winter will move into the deep south. We're talking lows likely falling into the teens late next week. So do keep that in mind. The S word or not, it's going to be cold towards the second half of next week, so do keep that in mind. But again, we take these one system at a time. We wanted to get through today's event. Here's Friday's event, and again, a very similar setup to what we dealt with today. Warm front surging north. I didn't even have to change the surface map because it's accurate already. Low pressure off towards our north and west. We don't like that because that means we get in that warm sector, and then that cold front will push through. And again, this is going to be Friday afternoons. That will be a Friday afternoon and Friday night event. We'll keep an eye on it. But again, we got about 30 minutes left on today's severe weather threat, and then it becomes a news event. Their news crew is working hard in the newsroom right now. I know they've been on the phones with EMA directors, checking out damage reports, and we'll have all those. I know Carlos Stevens has a new tornado warning down towards Alma, so thankfully, that's outside our viewing area. But again, I do expect these storms to start intensifying as they head towards the coastal empire and then into the Carolinas. So again, watching this the next few minutes, that's the big picture. Notice the rain pretty much over with in Alabama, that last bit coming through our western counties, and then it will gradually taper off. Finally, another check of the radar. Lawrence County, you're in the clear. I guess I could stand on the other side now that everything's to the east of us. So Washington County, severe weather threat is over for you. Johnson County, severe weather threat is over for all the county except that extreme eastern part. Lawrence County, you're in the clear. Telfair County, you are in the clear. Still watching storms for Wheeler County, Montgomery County, and Treutlen County. But then there's that tornado warning, but that looks like it'll stay off towards the south and likely head up towards Toombs County where Vandalia is, and that will not be an issue for us. But again, till about, it's 12:52 right now. We're going to stick to this to about 1:05. As soon as that last warning is issued, we'll be done with our severe weather coverage. And of course, then it goes into recovery mode and reporting mode as far as the overall aspects of any damage being reported. Again, email the newsroom, call our newsroom, let them know what you're seeing. If you've got damage at your house, a tree down, fence down, trampolines being blown around. We see a lot of that with these kind of events. And if you're seeing any flooding, let us know, report it so we can pass that along and let everybody else see what's on. So again, just what we're watching over the next few minutes, waiting for this line to officially get out of our viewing area. Just going to be a plain old rain. And again, temperatures will be falling as we head through the afternoon and evening hours. Mirando?
I have some great news.
All right.
Check the rainfall totals map. I think the server was being overloaded, but I've managed to update the graphic, and it's definitely a soaker.
All right. You can go home today.
Woo!
But not yet. Check that out. Macon, this is since midnight, 3.25 inches of rainfall. Covington, over 3 inches of rain. Warner Robins approaching 3 inches. And we're going to continue to add to these totals because we still got about another hour or two of a steady rain moving through. Fort Valley, 2.33 inches. Milledgeville, 2.21 inches. McRae, that'll go up over the next hour or so because you're dealing with the rain and storms right now. But all of middle Georgia, how about that 1 to in excess of 3 inches? And I would expect a few more locations will run up into the 3-inch range as that last bit of rain pushes through. But again, that's what we're dealing with. This is a lot of water. In some reports of North Georgia, 4 to 5 inches of rainfall. Again, all that has to flow south, and that's going to flow through the Flint River to our west, the Ocmulgee River right through middle Georgia, and the Oconee River to the east. So those river levels are going to be rising over the next couple of days. But again, so far, Macon, you are the big winner as far as the official reporting stations. And that just updated. What did you do? So
I got rid of an area that wasn't in our area.
I was wondering what that was doing, but okay. But America's 2.56 inches, Perry 2.45 inches. Again, a soaking of a day. And again, we had that severe weather threat. That's why we went with that weather-worn day today. And we fully believe that was well worth it, getting people informed and up to date and ready. But again, we'll continue to watch these totals. This updates every hour. So this will update again at 1.
It should update once again at 1 o'clock, hopefully.
All right, you may not be going home today, so we'll keep an
That's an
eye on
easy
it.
fix.
Again, we'll look at our Wilson Bryant Heating and Air Skycast Network over in Dublin. Still 68 degrees. I imagine that temperature will fall at the top of the hour when the new hourly op comes out. But again, not as bad as it was. It's still raining, it's still windy, but the severe weather threat is over. We can actually see the horizon. About 30 minutes ago, you couldn't see much past the Jefferson Street Baptist Church. So that's certainly some good news, improving visibility. You notice a lot of wind still, trees are moving, those flags at that restaurant are still whipping in the wind, and that's what we're going to be dealing with all across Middle Georgia. So that is what we continue to deal with. Just checking with the National Weather Service. Are they saying anything else, Bruce?
I'm still looking to see if how much the storm reports are coming in. They're not kind of flowing in quite yet. I think I have about 3 pages worth of storm reports for some areas. Some of the latest ones are still for trees that have been down, water. There's one in Baldwin County, about 2 feet of water is covering Bonner Road, northwest between Browns Crossing and Pettigrew Road. Other roads are flooded around the county, so it seems like Baldwin County is really getting hit with the flooding right now. But otherwise, it was mostly for wind gusts that have coming in. Macon's ASAW station got 55 miles per hour. In Crisp County, they got one of 51 miles per hour.
So is that on that graphic?
I don't think that's on that graphic, no. Americus is at 51, and Cordial has gotten winds of 48 miles per hour, but I don't have a graphic that has that on there. I don't think those will update with that.
There's something else you got to work on today. Well, Cordial 51 miles per hour. So that one updated, but not all of them. So that is just something, very windy day. And again, a lot of this had to deal with non-thunderstorm winds. This was before the storms even arrived this morning. But again, windy, wet Tuesday for us all. It did not feel like January 9th outside this morning. It felt like more like, say, April 9th. And again, that's why we had that threat for strong to severe storms. But again, severe weather threat continues to wind down. Miranda, are you seeing anything that really jumps out at you?
No, they also just issued a new severe weather outlook where it's kind of pushing out now more into South Carolina and eastern Georgia with still weak instability, but sufficient for some damaging wind threat for them. But I think at this point, it's really kind of out of our area.
Yeah, so we will not worry about that. That becomes a Carolina issue. So again, going through emails, lots of emails coming in. So everything's looking good. And again, until these warnings get out of Georgia or out of our viewing area, we're going to stick with this just because we love all our viewers, and so that's what we're dealing with. So just looking at things, looking at damage reports. I see our newsroom is very busy this morning or this afternoon now. It's hard to believe we're already at 1 o'clock this afternoon. So that is what we are dealing with across the area. But again, check on the radar right now. Heaviest storms in our extreme eastern counties getting ready to push out of our viewing area. Steady rainfall from Monroe County back into Upson County, into Taylor County. So do keep that in mind. But here is that strongest activity. And notice these storms are intensifying. The National Weather Service office in Charleston and Columbia starting to issue considerable wind damage with these storms. So if you notice that line getting a bit more intense, lightning starting to increase. And again, this is kind of what we expected. We expected it to be going through a weakening trend in Middle Georgia. Now, it still produced damage, nothing like we see in Alabama, and this will continue to intensify, and that tornado threat will be increasing off towards the Carolinas today. But again, we got the lull in the activity because it came through during the morning hours. You start to get into the afternoon hours, that daytime heating plays into effect. That builds that instability. That's what fuels those showers and storms, and that's why we're starting to see an uptick in lightning. Increasing lightning shows storms are intensifying, and that's what they're going to be dealing with as they head over into southeast Georgia and the Carolinas the rest of today. We do have that tornado warning just to the south of Wheeler County as well as Montgomery County, but that looks like it will head over towards Toombs County and stay out of our viewing area. We're going to keep an eye on that the next couple of minutes. But again, Washington County, you're in the clear. Johnson County, you're in the clear. Treutlen County, about 5 more minutes. Montgomery County, about 5 more minutes. Wheeler County, you're in the clear. Telfair County, you're in the clear as far as the severe weather threat. So as soon as this last warning pushes over into Toombs and Emmanuel County and out of extreme eastern Treutlen and Montgomery County, we can get back to business. We'll end our live stream, and of course, just start looking at our next system. That's what we'll do in weather. And then, of course, like I said, our news team, they are busy gathering storm reports across Middle Georgia. So we're going to have all those details online at WGXA.tv. And, of course, we will have those on Fox 24 at 5:30, ABC 16 at 6 o'clock, and then again, we'll have a recap of all of today's event. We'll have wind, we'll have rain, and we'll have those storm reports by the time we get to the evening and overnight shows. So do keep that in mind for many of us. Again, right now, just as we get into a little lull in the activity, I want to remind folks, today was a weather warn day, but it's essentially over. But if you got your smartphone, if you don't have the SKYWATCH weather app right now, you can scan that QR code as we speak. It will take you to the Google Play Store or the App Store, whatever phone or device you use. It works on iPads, it works on tablets, it works on your iPhone or your Google phone, whatever it is. And you can download the app for free because today it was faster than the warnings from the actual National Weather Service. That's how me and meteorologist Ryan Miranda were getting warnings ahead of when we actually get the text from the National Weather Service. It's been producing very effective today as far as letting us know when the watches and warnings were issued. And again, it's great anytime when there's not severe weather. It has that interactive radar. If it's just plain old rain, you can see your exact locations. It also has those customizable weather alerts. You can choose what alerts you want to receive. You can also set locations of those alerts that you want to receive. Home, business, if you're traveling, it works across the country essentially. So it's going to ping every National Weather Service office, and if it's following you, your location services, it will inform you maybe if you drive to South Carolina or if you drive over into Alabama and they have severe weather, it will alert you to the possibility of those watches and warnings as well. So do keep that in mind. If you need it, download it now. Now is a great time because this is not the only event. We're going to have another threat for severe storms likely on Friday. I'll go ahead and tell you that. We'll start talking about that in the coming days. But today's event is winding down. Considerable damage in some locations across Middle Georgia. Don't know if we'll go weather warn day for Friday yet or not. We got to look at all the model data. We got to look at a lot of things going into the process. But again, we will have rain and strong storms back in Middle Georgia on Friday, just giving everybody a heads up. So now is the time to go ahead and get prepared. Download that SKYWATCH weather app. And again, it's one of the multiple ways we receive alerts. A NOAA weather radio is the best way as well because you can set it for your exact location. As soon as the warning is issued by the National Weather Service, it will wake you up in the middle of the night. And again, the weather radios have become location specific as well, polygon specific, so that's encouraging. Never rely on those outdoor weather sirens. That's old world technology, and a lot of times they fail. So no need for that. But WEAs are usually on all smartphones now. That's your weather emergency alerts. You get those automatically. Keep those on, especially when we get events during the nighttime, and just have multiple ways to receive these severe weather alerts. And again, I've got the SKYWATCH weather app on my phone. on my work phone as well as my tablet at home. And again, it keeps us informed and up to date. Everybody at our station has it because, again, it's letting us know what the weather is doing, especially those watches and warnings across most of middle Georgia. Miranda, you got anything new?
I do not have anything new. I think most of this is finally actually starting to push out of our area, which is some good news. So going ahead for the rest of today, just watch if there's any extra flooding. Notice that we do have some showers that are still breaking out, generally west of Macon. That's over Forsyth, moving towards Warner Robins, Thomaston, Butler, Crawford County, and Roberta, Montezuma, Americus. This is not any severe weather, but kind of just some lingering moderate downpours that are still going to be pushing through. So for the rest of today, it'll still be windy. Likely still may see some down trees, some issues if you're traveling out on the roads heading home from work, kind of heading for any plans. And there also could be some flooding. So if you see any flooding on the roads, remember, turn around, don't drown. Does not take a lot of water. There's been a lot of storm reports, specifically in Baldwin County, where there's been flooding in the roadways. Besides there being plenty of downed trees, there's still a lot of power outages, and the winds today, even after this is moving through, still could be gusting up to about 30, 25 miles per hour. So the rest of today is still going to be rather busy, but the good news is that the severe weather threat is over, so not a lot more of the damaging strong winds or the blinding rain, not until we get to potentially this next system on Friday. Tomorrow is going to feel a lot like winter. We'll have wind chills and temperatures really be staying into the 40s for most of the day tomorrow, despite a good amount of sunshine. But we will still be tracking the storm reports coming in over the next several hours. We'll have a full report of exactly breaking everything down on WGXA News at 5 on Fox 24, 6 and 11 p.m. on ABC 16 with what you need to know, what's going forward, how we're going to be planning out the rest of this week going ahead, because this winter looks like it could be starting pretty active with our El Nino winter, but still the strongest storms just barely pushing out of Truitland County and Montgomery County, Vidalia. Right now getting that dark red, that strongest blinding rain, rumbles of thunder, some pretty frequent lightning, but most of the rest of us, the severe weather threat is over. Just be careful as you're driving and heading out today if there's any issues while you're traveling and on the road. Otherwise, I guess stay safe. And thanks for listening to us and helping you stay weather aware about today. And that SKYWATCH weather app really is pretty prime. But do you have anything else? Should we go ahead and
confirm what time that warning ends for Montgomery County? Just real quick.
Yeah, I think it ends at 1:30. I'm trying to check really fast.
And that latest radar update, it's essentially out of the county. So
yeah, it's 1:30.
What I'll do is I'll go big picture one last time. Well, I'll stick right here. This is the end of our viewing area. You got Wheeler County and Montgomery County. Vidalia, that belongs to the Savannah television market. So this is the core of the threat for strong storms. It is pushing out of the area. Truitland County, you're in the clear as far as the severe weather threat. There you go. The polygon just got trimmed back. So essentially all of Truitland County, Montgomery County, you are in the clear. Just the extreme eastern portions. But if you notice, that storm is already over in Emmanuel County, and the core of the storm is back into essentially into Toombs County. And then you see those tornado warnings that will stay south of us. So just to your south, absolutely, in Wheeler and Montgomery counties, but that will be staying off towards the south. So again, I'll go big picture one last time, and we'll look at everything real quick. We'll go to the entire viewing area and just showing you that it is rain. It's going to be a steady rain the next couple of hours. This could add another ½ inch of rain to our rainfall totals that will continue to update. Double check those rainfall totals real quick since it's been the top of the hour.
Yeah.
See if they've changed at all. Wouldn't expect, but we'll see.
Probably not much.
Yeah, so we'll watch this push through. Severe weather threat is essentially over for all of middle Georgia. Again, news crews are out and about getting the damage reports, so we will have all those online. And of course on WGXA at 5 on Fox 24 and at 6 on ABC 16. And of course a recap of all of today's events as we head towards tonight at 11. But also, again, the next couple of days will be colder. Really haven't dove into that forecast just yet because we've been busy working today, but go ahead and make plans that we're likely going to be dealing with rain and more strong storms on Friday. Just an initial heads up. That's what we're going to be watching. But again, I'm Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett. I've been here with meteorologist Ryan Mirando providing you severe weather coverage, but things are winding down across Middle Georgia. Roads are wet. Do keep in mind we could have some isolated areas of flash flooding, so do stay safe. Never drive through flooded roadways, please. And again, this rain will be tapering off. Winds will remain brisk today. Again, be patient with the power crews as they continue to try to get the power back on across Middle Georgia. We'll do one last look at the power outage index just to see how things are changing. Our highest number we had was in the 70s. It's down to 66,000. And again, I would expect maybe some of our southeastern counties, those numbers will climb over the next couple of hours just because the storms have just exited there. But as far as Middle Georgia, Peach County, you're under 20% outage now, so that's certainly some good news. Still dealing with 20 to 40% of the meters in Wilkinson County as well as Johnson County having issues, but as of right now, numbers are coming down in much of Middle Georgia. Houston County, at one point, you had over 2,500 reports of outages. That's down to 1,100. Baldwin County continues to lead the way with 1,500, over 1,500 in Jones County. So again, be patient with the power crews as they work to get things back online. Severe weather threat, it is over for Middle Georgia. Again, we thank you for trusting us to provide you safe and accurate information from this first of what's going to be an active severe weather season across Middle Georgia. I'm our Chief Meteorologist Ryan Stinnett and Meteorologist Ryan Mirando. Thank you. Have a great evening, and we will have all the details on WGXA.tv and the latest storm reports on WGXA on Fox 24 at 5 p.m. and at 6 p.m. on ABC 16. Stay safe, Middle Georgia.